Welcome back, Rocket League fans, to the District Esports League presented by Events DC. Exclamation points Events DC in the chat or https /eventsdc.com and powered by the DC Department of Parks and Rec, which you can find at dpr.dc.gov. And I'm here commentating. I'm back, Consort, commentating Rocket League for the first time, joined by Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine, say hello.
What's up, guys? Super excited to be here. Last week, points are gonna be super big for the Spring Summit coming up soon, and we're super excited to see what we're gonna get out of the game today.
Yeah, it's gonna be some great matches. This is the last week for teams to qualify, so the teams that aren't already sitting pretty on points at the top of the ladder, and we have a couple, are gonna be fighting tooth and nail to secure a spot, and that way they can attend the Spring Summit on May 14th through 16th, which is coming up real soon. I'm excited for that. That's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, I'm super psyched to see what teams are actually gonna make it out and get out of the brackets that we've been playing throughout the year. I think it's gonna be super exciting to see the teams compete at a little bit of a higher level and higher stakes in the Spring Summit.
Absolutely. And also we got tournaments going down for League of Legends, finals going down for League of Legends, for Overwatch as well. So there's going to be all kinds of cool stuff happening at Spring Summit. Don't miss it. But we should have our first game of Rocket League coming up in just a moment. Teams are just getting set up. What are we looking at today, teams wise? What are we looking? We have a favorite in the bracket, and who is playing game one?
So, Ultra Esports, I know has been competing. They've been doing pretty good, in my opinion. I don't have a favorite just yet. I need to see who's been coming out because I feel like each week there's different teams. They always they always compete in a different manner than they do the last week. They grow each week. So I'm excited to see how these teams do today and how they compete against each other.
Yeah, yeah. And Ultra Esports is a team we've had several weeks. We've regular contender for the top of the bracket, if I'm not mistaken. So it should be a very interesting game one going.
Yeah, I'm excited. I know that the last week they were having a little trouble to start off, but I think that this week's going to be different. I think that they grew from last week and they're going to push themselves into a better place to try and win those points and get at the top.
Yeah, yeah. It's going to be interesting. And it's just, I think we're going to see a little bit more fierce of a competition today from a lot of folks, just because it is that last chance for folks to qualify.
Yeah, I know. I know. Last week they're gonna have a little bit more pressure. I can tell you, from my standpoint, when we compete, those last little points, the last week of competition is where you want to try and show how good you can be, and how well you can perform to try and get up to that next level, which for us would be the Spring Summit.
Absolutely. Sometimes earlier in the season you want to hold some things back. Have a couple tricks up the sleeve for when things get fierce, but no more time for that. It is do or die, as they say, and it's going to be. I'm expecting to see some really cool stuff and some stuff we haven't seen before, even from the teams that we recognize. And actually, I should take a look at the bracket as well.
Yeah, no, and I think they're gonna bring some tricks out because I know some of these teams are fighting for that first spot because a lot of the teams here, we obviously see our favorites. We see some teams that could still compete with them, but I think those last little points is what's gonna push them up to the top, and they're gonna want to put everything that they possibly can out today. And I definitely think that they're gonna be able to push themselves a little further than they have the last couple of weeks.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it looks like we might just have the teams just about underway here. So we'd be just about ready to start. But while we're waiting for the teams to show up and get ready, playing any Rocket League yourself lately, Valentine? Anything
I have.
interesting going
So
on?
I coach for Game Gym, so I've been enjoying that a lot. But I've been trying to get as much hours as I can because this game is it's hard. It's one of those games that's super mechanically gifted. You need to just grind basically. You need to have as much you know time as you really can to get to that top level. And I can tell you from experience that getting to that top level is a little harder than people think it is.
Absolutely, very mechanically intense game. There's so much. That's what always, man. That's what I'm always feeling like when I'm watching these games too. I see stuff happen. I'm like, I wish I could fly like that. But that said, it looks like we have the teams together, and the match is about to be underway. So let's take a look here. VXID getting the first touch. Oh, okay, maybe false alarm. Hold
It
on.
looks like there was a joining problem. Looks like only one. I want to say one person from each team joined. I think the lobby is having an issue, but we're gonna get that worked out as soon as possible.
Yeah, that is unfortunately a reality sometimes with Rocket League. Sometimes it's just a little bit of trouble getting people into the lobbies, but we will get that worked out as soon as possible. But yeah, as I was saying, that's the one thing I'm always thinking when I'm watching some of these games. I love watching this. Love watching Rocket League in general, but I'm always watching. I'm like, I wish I could fly like that. I really
Yeah,
do.
no
I,
kidding, no kidding.
there's a couple of teams actually that have probably seen me say that in the chat while we're waiting for a game to start, because I'm oftentimes on the spectating for Rocket League, where I'm just like,
Yeah,
man, I wish I could fly like y'all. One of y'all got to teach me that one day, because
yeah,
it
no,
just looks so good.
I definitely get that. I'm on the help side. I get to sit in tournament help and meet all these, all these guys and gals that are competing, and I think that's cool to kind of be on this end today, because I know some of these guys, personally. I actually, have talked to them, helped them out, um, and it's cool to actually see them, you know, participate and play, because it's a whole different angle, in my opinion, from what I'm normally used to seeing.
Absolutely, absolutely, and you just every time you watch, you get something exciting, and I'm looking forward to a lot of that today. I'm definitely looking forward to a lot of that at the Spring Summit on May 14th through 16th, because there's going to be they're fighting for thousands of dollars for that, if I'm not correct.
Yeah. It'll be
Yeah,
it's $1,000 cash prize. And then I think that's pretty big for some of these teams that are, local. These are just, some people that wanted to, have some fun and play in a tournament. And that's something that, if they're, a smaller esports org, or if they're trying to get things started, $1,000 can really change that.
absolutely, absolutely. Not to mention just how good it looks for, like showing up to other tournaments and people working on that kind of stuff, like little point to have in the resume for if you're looking for making the jump to a professional team, or if you're on like maybe the management side, you can be like, hey, man, I was managing a team that won, $1,000 with District Esports League this season, and just every little bit helps, man, in this industry.
And I can tell you, bragging rights for a DMV tournament like this would be pretty big. Be like, oh, hey, I think I won, not you. I think that's one of those things that you can
Yeah.
you can definitely brag. And bragging rights is one thing that's
Oh,
definitely to come with a tournament like this.
DMV loves bragging rights. We love bragging rights. Whether you're Rocket League, you Smash Brothers, like that's life is about the bragging rights. It's all the other prizes are almost secondary. It's about being able to say I'm top of the hill right now. It's
Exactly.
just that's where it's at.
Yeah, I was about to say if I was competing, I would definitely not keep it hidden that I was the one that won the spring summit. I definitely wouldn't be oh, I didn't win the spring summit. It's definitely I won the spring summit. Bragging rights is definitely big, especially in a game like Rocket League. I can tell you that much.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we will have this lobby going underway in just a moment here. I apologize, just having a little bit of trouble getting folks into the lobby, but once we do, it is going to be a great show.
Yeah,
Um,
it's right now. It's for these teams. They're getting a little iced out because these lobbies are having a little bit of technical difficulties, which could also play into how they're going to perform when they actually get in there. So I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping they're sitting in training, keeping warm, but we'll see when we get to game time.
yeah, and that's a point that I don't hear a lot of people bring up, is that sometimes sometimes tournaments have trouble with getting people into lobbies, and when there's a little bit of a delay, that can really mess with your momentum, or mess with your how you're feeling going into the game when you thought you
Yeah,
were going to be in, and then it's taking a little bit of time and you're having to rejoin. That can really shake you up a little bit. That could be a factor going into game one.
yeah, and I definitely think that that's something that is going to play into this game and how both teams play because you know playing on controller you need to keep moving. You need to, especially with Rocket League, you can't slow your mechanics down. You got to make sure you're on top of things.
You gotta keep them hands warm. Gotta
Oh
have those
yeah,
hand warmers. You gotta have those joysticks clicking, man. If the joysticks aren't clicking, you're
you
getting
gotta be
cold.
ready. You gotta be ready. It looks like the lobby is good. We're hoping this one is good. All right, looks like the teams are joining.
Here we go. All right. Now we got game one underway. Ultra Esports versus BXID. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I apologize. Vixid, I suppose. But and right off the bat, BXID
6 seconds
coming
in.
out swinging. 6 seconds in, goal one. Like I said, last week to qualify, people are going to come out and really go for it.
They're definitely coming out strong, and I honestly thought that the demo off of the start, that Ultra ended up getting demoed. I thought something like that might have been an issue, but it looked like it turned out in their favor.
Yeah, it's going for that, especially demo that early is oh man, just right
another one
backboard. I'm sorry, Ultra Esports. I've got it backwards. Ultra Esports is the first goal off the start, and then right again off the backboard, perfectly set up.
They're just playing together. Like, that's honestly what's happening right now. They're not just they're controlling the ball instead of just throwing it, which is smart, and that's why they're up 2 goals 13 seconds in.
Absolutely, yeah, and off of the corner again, right back to the center. It's gonna be 3 this early. Not quite though, not quite. Going off the backboard one more time. VXID just can't get it out of their pocket.
Yeah, it seems like crossbar. That's the worst. But I can tell you that they're using the backboard to their advantage. They're not just, throwing it back and forth. They're using the passing plays, and it's working out for them perfectly. They're staying inside Orange's corner.
Absolutely, and that's how we got here back into Orange's side. Back pass set up to bring it back into Orange's corner pocket here, and then Thief has the dribble looking for something to set up for the goal here. Going to go off the wall.
He looked like he was going for something cool. I was excited, and then he got bumped, which is a good play. Making sure that they don't get the ball in the air and have that kind of control, because I was about to say something exactly like that'll happen.
I will say VXID has definitely recovered on the defensive a little bit. Isn't giving up those goals like they did in that first minute. But they'll need to do a little bit more than that. They're going to have to find some scores. We're going for...
It looks like he was going for a musty. Yeah, he looked like he was going for a musty flick off the back wall, which basically is just a flip for those that do not know it out there. It's just a flick that shoots the ball almost across the field if you can get it off properly. Looks like an open net. Oh, okay, we're good. The bumps. It worked out in the end. Yeah,
really close, but VXID showing they can score. They're capable of putting points on the board. Ultra though show they can score from across the arena.
Yeah, that was a beautiful flip reset. You saw he ran out of boost and went and put all 4 wheels on the ball, which basically gives him another flip and shoots it across.
Yeah, it's like, man, just watching them just perfectly orient themselves in the air like that. It just never gets old to me. It's always satisfying to watch. And once again, already with the aerials and already with the control.
Yeah, and like we said, there's gonna be more things that we haven't seen before, and they're gonna try their hardest. And as you can see, off the wall again with a pass. Oh, come on. Oh, that right there was gorgeous. I'm telling you, passing plays, don't let them get on the wall. This has been horrible for them. You let them on the wall, and they're just gonna do things like this and just score. They just have scoring back to back off the wall.
Yeah, Next W is not afraid to take the ball back to his side of the field, pull it up the wall, and just slam it in from there. And VXID is going to have to figure out an answer for that. Right now, they just don't seem to have one. And once again, look, same deal here. Up real high off the wall, and another goal.
Yeah, this is gorgeous. They're playing it how they need to. They're using the air and just the area that they have to their advantage instead of just throwing it back and forth, which we've seen in some games. But they're playing it how they should, and they're showing what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, right off the kickoff too, into Orange's side of the field again. I feel like the ball's been there 90% of the time this match so far, but VXID is going to have to figure out. They almost seem like they're kind of wanting to stay in their own goal. As I say that, they're moving up. Oh, they got it off the wall. Not quite to redirect to center it.
See what he does. Yeah, with this control that they have, it's almost another goal. It was the post. Those are the worst. But you can see the only times that the ball has really been in Blue's half is when Blue and Ultra has that actual possession of the ball, which is smart. And you see him flying from the other side just to get a touch and control the ball.
Yeah, and that was incredible the way that I think it was Next W was able to maneuver that ball in the air and set up his teammate, Thief for that huge clear. And once again, one on Orange side off the wall. This might be another goal. This is how it's been going for a good chunk of this game. We've got a goal coming out though from, I think that was John Cena. Great Rocket League tag, by the way. That's a great tag.
I love that.
He got his last minute saves. Here comes John Cena.
Helps us out a little bit in the casting side. But yeah, if you see, they always have this aerial control, and it's been hurting VXID a lot, to be honest with you, because they can't get up there and contest it.
Yeah, aerial is definitely like one of the trickiest parts of this game, and you know, a good team, if they recognize you don't have those aerials on point, don't have that goalkeeping on point, they will just keep the ball high and just not let you touch it.
Yeah, and what Ultra is doing really well is they're just sitting there controlling the ball. In a game like this, when you know you can control the ball, you want to control the ball at all times. So things like accidental goals, own goals, things like that don't happen. You want to be in control at all times.
Absolutely, absolutely. Control is more important than power. You really need to be, you want to stay in the driver's seat. You're in a car. You want to be in the driver's seat. Like that's the goal of the game. It's not to hit the ball as hard as you can. You want to be in control of everything. And VXID is starting to look like they're in a little bit of control here. Big clear from Next W though, and looking for the follow-up.
That was almost beautiful. That right there. If you see how he was controlling his card, that's what they're doing. They're using their mechanics to their advantage instead of trying, you know, fancy things that they can't do. Because when you see fancy things that you can't do, it just ends up not going in a goal. But open nets like this and controlling the ball is what's been giving them that big advantage.
Absolutely, and with 3 seconds left on the clock and 5 points up for Ultra, I think it's a safe bet to say that this is going to be Ultra Esports taking game 1. So now, you know, if you're VXID, you got to be thinking, right? Like, what do we do different game 2? How do we stop this? And I think a big part of it is they recognized halfway through the previous match that they can't just stick in their own side and just play goalie until they get control of the ball back, because Next W or Thief will just take it up a wall and slam it, and they're just not prepared to make that save. They need to get a little bit more out into the midfield, focus a little bit more on that ball control instead of just, you know, making the big hits. But, you know, they've had some moments where they've gotten real close, and I think they've got potential to, you know, make game 2 a little bit closer here. It looks like we have, yep, looks like we've had a connection loss to the lobby, so we're going to take just a moment to get that set back up. But Ultra Esports, yeah, has always been through, I think they've been here for, if I'm not mistaken, every week of DEL so far, and have always come in super strong.
Yep.
Thief and Next W have just been constantly competitors to beat. So I'm expecting to see them go pretty far. I wouldn't be surprised to see them in Grands at the end of the day.
Yeah, neither do I. I mean, honestly, they're going to be probably some of the hardest competition that we're going to see today, because they just play together, and that's really good. I think what Orange needs to do is they really just need to start pressuring them a little harder. They're playing really passive, which was kind of throwing them under the bus. You know, it was kind of not really giving them a chance to, you know, do their own thing, control the ball themselves. So this game they need to start getting the pressure out.
Yeah, and it is a little intimidating when you go in and you see somebody, you know, throwing the ball off the wall like that, hitting those huge aerials, hitting those flip resets. It's intimidating, but it doesn't mean you can't win. You know, their fundamentals still matter. Good rotations still matter. Even if a team has you beat mechanically, you can bring it back if you're playing the game careful, playing it smart. Let them get overconfident and punish them for it. And as we say that, going back into Orange's side here, but Next W. Oh, Next W is on. Okay, team switch sides now.
They swap colors.
Got it. I was a little bit confused for a moment there. Got it figured out. So next. Wow. Okay. Michael's got it.
That gonna go in?
That might be in.
Okay.
Point going over to Ultra.
Yeah, and it looked like there was a little bit of miscommunication. It looked like John wanted to take it up the wall and kind of do something on his own and kind of do that control, and his teammate just came in and tried to pinch it, it looked like. And
yeah.
they just need to communicate. The pressure, it doesn't look like Ultra is having as much control over this game. As I speak, he's controlling it in the air, but I think they just need to control it a little bit more.
Yeah, there's that control we've been needing to see this match. We're starting to see a little bit like I'm sorry, I'm still getting mixed up by the team switching sides. Yeah, it's going to take me a second to adjust. Yeah, so Ultra has it in blue side here, getting ready to set up another shot on VXID. It looks like they're going to go for another big aerial, send it into the corner. Oh, they actually set that pass up in the air like that. That
was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Is gorgeous to watch. Look at that.
And that's they know that they control the air right now. They are controlling the air, and VXID just can't really get up there with them. They just need to give that pressure out. They need to get more, you know, control in the air.
Absolutely. John Cena looking to try to find a way to get this out of his side of the field here. Not going to be successful though. Low and slow in front of the goal. This might just be it, but nope. John with the clear. Going to send it back out towards the center of the field. Next W ready for it, though.
Was a good clear.
Yeah, you're seeing little pieces where VXID is starting to get it together. You know, Michael or John is able to throw something out towards the middle of the field, but they just need to be able to follow it up, because as soon as they lose control of that ball, Ultra is picking it right back up and just sending it goalward.
Yeah, and just like that, they gave it a little bit too much room, and it ended up being loss of control. They dropped control after they just tossed it a little too high. You got to make sure it's near you. It's in the same, you know, area as you are, like we have right now. They're controlling it. It was a good play, but it's a 2v1, so it's a little harder.
Yeah, and some demolitions coming out too. That is another option here. Thief just gonna chase it in there, set up that third point for Ultra Esports. But you're seeing, you saw that demo a little while ago as well, and you know that's another option. If the other team just has you beat on the mechanics, just make it harder for them to do that. Give them a
demos. Demos are always a good option. I will never complain about demos. It's a good option, especially when you're down in control. Just little demos where you can end up getting goals, or you can get the control off to your side is a great play.
Yeah, you get one less person that can be passed to for, you know, a solid couple of seconds, which gives you some time to kind of get control of the situation back. The XID, oh, Michael ready for that redirect, but not quite gonna be able to play off of it. This might be VXID's chance. It's going out towards orange. It's open.
No boost. You got to work on that. The boost management's a big thing too. If you had maybe say 15, 12 or 15 boosts, something like that could be goal scoring. That could, bring the game to not scoreless for blue team.
Yeah, little tiny amounts of boosts, they add up. They matter, especially in those kinds of situations here.
Yeah, those little boost pads are definitely helpful. I can tell you that much. That's a good save.
But I like the big boost pads because they give me all my boosts, and I just don't look at anything else. So is that not correct?
No, you definitely want to go get those small little boost pads, because that right there is how you're gonna better your boost management, because you only need really 30 boosts to make a really efficient play.
See, now that's something I didn't know, and that's something I'm gonna keep in mind now when I'm playing. That's news to me. But I'm still learning this. I'm pretty bad. Nice redirect just to keep it from being bounced out in center goal. But VXID, all right, we're coming online here. They're actually putting up some offense. XW has the big clear, but it looks like Michael's ready for it. Not quite able to clear it up off the goalpost again. This is stressful for VXID here. They're down by a bunch already, but you just don't want to give up any more at this point. And
it just sets them down further. Yeah, and their offense has definitely gotten better. Obviously, Ultra is still having that massive airplay, and they're using that to their advantage. But you can definitely tell a difference in the offense and the pressure that VXID is putting in.
Oh, this is an interesting spot. There was a moment there where that ball was just kind of hovering in place, and no one in Ultra was in position to goal keep that, but VXID not in position to follow it up either. A demo coming out there from, I think that was blue side demo. They're paying it back. They're like, all right, you're gonna run into us. We will run into you.
Yeah, it was a good demo. It almost set up for a good play. But as we see now, they do have control of the ball. They just need to keep it close and just try and get past these two. Looks like they're gonna do another off-wall play, which almost ended up good, just a little bit off, and didn't have enough boost to actually do something. Here's one of the situations where it's an open net.
Oh, big
See if they
demo.
score it.
John saved it. He wasn't able to save the goal. He delayed it temporarily with that demo, but wasn't able to keep it from being a point going over to. I'm sorry, VXID. The change of size.
Colors are still getting you, huh?
Yeah, the colors are still getting me. I had VXID orange. It was hard coded into my head.
Yeah, no, it's all good. But that was definitely a good demo. So right there is something you don't see a lot, but actually works out, in their favor. A fake kickoff. It almost ended up working out in their favor. I think this could be.
Hold on. This might be a second one.
All right, they have 2 seconds to score another goal. I want to see something cool. I want to see, some sort of, flip reset. Maybe a pinch. I want to see something.
It's not impossible.
It is not impossible.
It's gonna be. They'll have to do it just about perfectly. But come on, we can do this. VXID, tie this up. Let me see this go to game 3. I want it.
Oh, they played it perfectly. They did that fake kickoff I was talking about before they scored, where they basically trick you into giving them the ball right away, which was smart. And if you saw, he was going up the left wall, which means he was probably going for a pass in the air, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah, and that's going to be the set going over to Ultra Esports 2-0. And they're coming out exactly as strong as we expected them to. Round one, we have been seeing them put up tons of points every time we've seen them through the DEL. So definitely playing strong today for this final week for qualifiers.
Yeah, they're showing what they need. Like we were talking about before, they want to show what they can bring out to the table and what they can bring to Spring Summit and why they belong in, Spring Summit. And I think that this right here is what we're going to see most of the day, where one of those teams is just trying to get that spot, and they're doing what they need to. They're bringing out things that you didn't think you'd see, and it's helping them out in the long run.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we'll have game 2 coming up in just a moment. Getting the lobby set up now. So, and actually, I still need to grab. Do we have a link to the bracket available that I can grab? Because I don't have it on this machine, unfortunately. Thank you very much. All right.
So yeah, that'll be that was a good series, and I definitely enjoyed watching that. Like we said, Ultra came out strong. They really did what they needed to do, and I'm excited to see who else is gonna push themselves to that next level.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's we have a pretty good turnout today as well. I'm reading 22 teams right now. That's pretty nice. That's a lot of we're gonna have a lot of games to show. It's gonna be
exciting. I'm excited
today. All right, let's go.
Yeah, and I definitely feel like with that amount of teams, we're actually going to see a lot of different, play styles too. That's one thing that's going to be different between, these top teams that are still fighting for that Spring Summit spot, is that they're actually going to try and play different. They're going to maybe try and do some solo plays where they do flicks, or like how we saw Ultra doing a lot of passing plays in the air where they got that really good control off and ended up winning by a pretty good margin the first game, and second game it was a little closer, but it definitely looked like it was still in Ultra's grasp.
Yeah, it is tough to have to go up against a team like that round one. It is a difficult place to be in because you just no time to warm up outside of what you did before the tournament. No time to get into that tournament mindset, and people are already just railing shots off of the wall, setting up passes in midair. God, that pass in midair like that. I'm still replaying that in my head. Like, I close my eyes and I can see it.
Yeah, that was definitely great. All right, we're gonna hop into the second series, which. All right, well, we're already here, and they already scored their goal 5 seconds in. It looks like this is going to be the theme of the day, early goals.
Yeah, DFG versus Stinky. Stinky setting up that first goal right off the bat.
Yeah, and it's good plays. I think that's one of those, early goals is definitely gonna be how you get into the head of the other team, and I think that was definitely a good play from them and a really good goal.
Yeah, and Stinky coming out aggressive too, just early on keeping it in blue sides of the field. Keeping that control off the wall there, setting it up. Oh, not quite the follow-up though. Had to set up to try to keep it blue side, but didn't quite have the right angle on the ball. So DFG has a chance here. They got a little bit of control over the field, but not the ball. Stinky just keeping it airborne, and Eris looking for this shot here. Can they make it?
Oh, good save. Yeah, and those are those solo plays that I was talking about. Just a little, the little control where you get a flick off or you get a flip reset or something like that is definitely going to be, good plays and how you're going to get into the head of some of these teams.
Definitely. Justin in the box looking for that save here. Off the goalpost is actually going to put it into a really good spot for them. Sending it back up the midfield. Eris, though, has the rebound. Looking to set up something.
It's like an open net. That was good. It was originally a really good save from DFG to bounce it off their other post and shoot it into the mid area. But I think that Stinky just got the best of them. They saw a chance and they took it, and it was an open net.
Yeah, and that's rotations are how you solve that. You want to avoid having that open net situation whenever you can. Crab Nation going way up to try to get control of this ball, set up the aerial, but ends up just passing it over down to Demon Time instead. Ooh,
what a gorgeous goal. That right there, the solo plays. He grabs it off of a mistake that DFG made and hits it off the backboard and redirects it in. It was gorgeous. That was a really great goal. He tried to save it, but it just got the better of him.
Tossed it up off the backboard, redirected it back down, and sets up that third goal for Stinky. Just doing some real aerial acrobatics out here today, man. That is some prime Rocket League.
Yeah, they're showing what they can bring, and these teams that are competing are going to need to do that, where they bring out these crazy, aerial plays or these crazy passes or a flip reset or something that just sets them out and shows that they're supposed to be here, and they're doing it how they need to right now, winning or up right now 3-0.
Yeah, and the control over this ball right now from Stinky is incredible. Eris is just, waiting for that to come out to midfield. 100% ready. As soon as that clear happened, to send it right back in. DFG, though, looking like they're making an opportunity for themselves. That control, just actually bounce it off the wall, redirecting it back. It really does make it seem like they've got the ball magnetized to them, but not quite enough. An unfortunate redirect off that wall. Crab Nation sees the opportunity and just bounces it right in. That was a pinch set up that angle, and Crab Nation saw his opportunity and just got that first goal going over for DFG's side.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do. They need to watch the mistakes that these guys make, and they also need to just get that pressure out. And they're playing smart. They obviously are getting taking advantage of a little bit when it comes to the aerial control, because they can see that they're like, hey, let's do the aerial control. But when they get possession of the ball, they take it to the other side.
Yeah, and that's so huge. It's just you're seeing, I think, a little bit more of a defensive style from how Stinky's playing compared to what we saw with the previous game with Ultra. Focusing, they're not taking as many shots right off, but they are just keeping control of the ball so well. They're just trying not to let DFG even touch it. Crab Nation's been putting a kink in that plan, though. Has been definitely able to disrupt their control a few times here.
Yeah, and that's all they really need to do to get some goals off. They need to. How this is going to play off is they're going to just play off of said mistakes that happen. Like this right here. This is one of the situations where low boost, you need to attack. The demo right there is what's going to change that for him. That was a great demo from Stinky.
Yeah, Crab Nation with some great ground control though. Was able to threaten the goal and keep Stinky back in their own goalpost. And big demo coming out from Crab Nation as well. Setting up with the aerial. Okay, the FG's got some aerial control too. We were definitely seeing that come online here.
Yeah, and they're starting to show what they can bring to the table now too.
Oh, off of the goalpost. It's not quite in though. It is going to be saved. Great save,
and that's what they need to do. They need to just play meticulously. They need to calm down a little bit and rush. They're rushing. That's what's happening. They got a little bit caught up in the goal, and both of them were just at an awkward angle and just weren't able to save that.
Yeah, it was. Both of them were in goal, but just weren't quite ready for that angle, and just another point going over for Stinky here. Here comes the kickoff, going over towards DFG's side. Crab Nation with never mind. Eris with the follow-up, knocking it right in. That's 5 points on the board now. Stinky definitely taking commanding lead here. And when you're at this point, you're 4 points down. Game one, you got just about a minute left in the game. Right now you're probably focusing more on, okay, what can we do to correct this for game two? Game one probably isn't going to go their way, even if they get firing on all cylinders right now. But you start thinking, all right, what can we do? And you're seeing the adaptation a little bit. Justin going up the wall, be ready for that redirect, be ready for that save. Crab Nation slowing it down a little bit, taking their time. That is one thing. Being down game one with this much time left, it gives you a second to say, okay, we're not going to get this done anyways. Let's chill out. Let's think about what we're doing wrong so we can come back strong game two.
Yeah, they want to adapt and try and figure out the little ways that they can get past Stinky's defense and offense, because they're both looking really good for him right now. And I think what they need to do is they just need to pressure. I know that's probably going to be, my big topic of the day, my big, hey, this is what you should do. Because it seems like a lot of these teams that are, getting taken advantage of in the air and not having enough, defense is just because they're playing too passive. They're not pressuring enough on the offense, so they're giving them these opportunities to try these, quote unquote cool plays or tricky plays that it's hard
for it.
Almost. But that right there, that's what we need to see. We need to see that pressure, and they just need to show what they can bring to the table.
Absolutely. You're seeing that adaptation happen. It's going to be a little bit too late for game one as it's about to end. Stinky trying to keep that aerial going, just bouncing the ball in midair, keeping a juggle going, but wasn't quite able to turn it into a 6 point. Not that they needed to. Game one going to go over to Stinky, but you are seeing the adaptation that needs to happen on DFG's side. You're definitely seeing Crab play a little bit more aggressively. Look for those intercepts, especially in the aerials. Justin in the box has been playing a little bit more towards the back and has been ready for those big clears from Orange side to try to prevent that from transitioning into a goal. So there's promise here. There's definitely promise here. I think DFG's got a solid shot of making this next game a lot closer.
Yeah, and if they, like I said, they just pressured, they can make this game closer. They can definitely get to the point where it's back and forth. It's not just one team controlling it, taking it, and keeping it in the other team's corner. I think that this could be a very back and forth game.
Absolutely. And this next match will be game 2 will be starting up in just a moment here. Just getting some stuff worked out with the lobby. But yeah, the that shot off the wall though, that the redirect off of the backboard, spiking it down into the bowl. I think that was Eris that set that up. That was so cool to watch.
Yeah, and it was beautiful. It was a beautiful redirect, and that's the kind of thing that you really want to like work on and get yourself good at, because those kind of situations present themselves a lot. It really doesn't think like they will, but they're there a lot. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, and it was nice for me to see too, because I'm primarily a Smash Brothers commentator. So you showed me a spike, like I know spikes. I get that. I understand that. We got game 2 coming. Stinky with the ball off the bat, but here we go. See that defensive play and that pressuring the control of the ball. Justin was set up, did not let them just hold on to the ball and keep control of it, and is ready for this pinch too.
Yeah, and like I said, they come out strong. They start pressuring really hard, and that's what they need to do. All right, looks like there's going to be a solo play. All right, he did miss the goal, which is good because of that pressure I was talking about. He made him commit to something he wasn't ready to commit for yet.
Yeah, and you're still seeing moments of hesitation here. Justin chucking that ball and looking for the score. Crab in position to redirect it, keep it on Stinky's side. That's a huge clear. That's going to take back all that progress they made moving up the field. Big bump.
That was a great bump. That was a great bump because he was going to have control there. And see that pressure right there, they move it off to the side, and they're in an awkward position now to try and do something that they want to do.
Absolutely, and Crab showing how important it is to go for that pressure even if you don't necessarily get it right. He went up and didn't quite have the angle to make the intercept, but it was enough to make Stinky pull back. It was enough to make Eris and Demon Time think, hey, not sure if I have this shot here. Maybe I need to give it a minute. Oh, off of the wall, off the backboard again. Slide it into the side. Demon Time ready with that goal. Goal 1 going over to Stinky.
Yeah, and that was, I mean, pressure. He missed the goal. He just had enough boost to get back to it and get a little pinch off the ground and get in the goal. But that pressure is definitely helping out. They didn't score as fast as they did last game, and it's definitely showing that they're putting that pressure out.
Oh, score 2 might be coming quick, though. It is low up here in front of the goal. The redirect going to hit the backboard instead. DFG able to save it. Crab come up the field, has control with the dribble. Eric's able to interrupt. Crab looking for a way to push this out to center to set up Justin. And just like that, that might just be it. Not quite, a little bit off center, but the pressure is here. DFG is coming online.
Yeah, and they're, like I said, that pressure that they're showing is great. They definitely are making Stinky think a little bit more about what they need to do before they do it, instead of just kind of going for these, tricky plays.
That pinch Crab just made to kind of like pinch it out of
pinch.
That lobster pinch from Crab Nation. There we go. That was really well set up.
Yeah, those pinches are called Cuxer pinches, and they're actually really hard to do. But if you get the pinch right, it can shoot almost 100 miles an hour over to the other team's goal, and people just aren't ready for it.
Oh, just
great
in time. Demon Time with the bump.
This is their pressure that they're grabbing, and it's working out in their favor. You can see that it's not just Stinky having full possession of the ball. They're actually getting decent pressure off on these guys.
Yeah, it looks like Crab maybe needed to rotate back for some boost there, which is going to give Stinky a chance to make another shot on goal here. They are going real high with it, trying to fake him out. Blocked by his teammate. That's unfortunate. That was perhaps one of those miscommunication moments there.
Yeah, it definitely looked like a little bit of miscommunication. Yeah, he looked like he was going for multiple flip resets, which, there you go, flip resets right there. One of those really hard mechanics that actually helped a lot.
Yeah, even with that little slip up that gave up a goal there, that Stinky was able to get back control of it. Eris able to set up that goal. 2-0 now, but yeah, this is definitely, I have faith that DFG could actually even this back out. They're gonna have to play really well to make this happen, but I can see the pieces are there. It's just the execution now. Like the thinking, the pattern of thought is there.
Yeah, and that was a great save right there. Like I said, that pressure. He literally went up, went for the pressure on him. Oh, he just
Oh,
the control. The control is beautiful.
yeah, DFG caught with nobody quite close enough to net to stop this from happening. Eris just going to air dribble, take full control of that ball, pushing it into the goal there
Yeah, that's
for
that
the third
beautiful
point.
control. It's the beautiful control that's going to set you, in a different area and show you kind of what you bring. Because that control right there can mean the difference
Oh, Justin
between
going up. Not quite.
almost. That was almost beautiful. It's that was nice. And there you go. That was a
Oh!
beautiful strike.
Crab had that on the ground. I feel like Stinky might have been watching Justin there. The way he was positioning the car in the air, had that angle to try to boost back in and redirect it, but Crab just right in position to get that perfect bounce off the hood of the car, redirected in, and first point's on the board. They'll have to be very aggressive from here to even this back up, but it's definitely doable, and DFG is looking for it. They want this to happen. The aggression, you're seeing the aggression just in their play here. Beautiful control back into the wall there. Going to put it into our inside's pocket. Stinky trying to set it back up and pass it back out. Justin Box just a little too short for that aerial to stop it. It's not going to give up the goal, but it does put them in a rough spot. Here comes High off the wall. Demon Time with that slow control, but just maybe a little too slow. Gave them DFG plenty of time to set up the block there. Crab off of the back wall.
Good redirect to get a good clear. That was what he needed to do. A 2v1 situation like that, you just want to kind of wait out and see if someone does something.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you're seeing this is getting so much tighter in the back half of this match. If DFG had been playing this well, like the whole match, this would be a much different game here. That you're really seeing, like, they have the capability. Maybe it's nervousness, maybe they just weren't quite warmed up yet, but they have the potential here. But they're going to need to try to find 2 scores in under 40 seconds, which is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, and it looks like Stinky's kind of coming back with that ball control and trying to control it to make sure that they don't have a chance to do anything, cool or productive with the ball. They're just trying to, waste time, which is how they needed to play this, and this is a good play from them.
Yeah, they don't even need goals anymore. They could go the whole rest of this without scoring a goal. They just need to play keep away, keep the ball somewhere where DFG cannot get to it. And Evo and Eris have been doing an excellent job with just these slow air juggles to keep that from being in range from the redirect. And they managed to run out the clock 2 goals ahead, so that will be game 2 as well, going over to Stinky.
Yeah, and they use the car control to their advantage. I'm kind of hoping we get to see later today Stinky and Ultra play, because I feel like these two teams against each other are gonna it's gonna be different. It's gonna be something that we don't see often, where these teams are just back and forth with these crazy shots and all these passing plays. And I think that could be a really good game to watch.
Absolutely. And Stinky, I believe, is a team that we might be seeing for the first time for DEL. I don't recall seeing them in previous brackets, so they'll definitely be playing hard, because they'll need something first or very close to it if they want to qualify to make it to Spring Summit on May 14th. So they expect to see them really going for it.
Yeah.
They're going to be playing their very best.
Yeah, and that's one of those teams that we're definitely going to need to watch throughout the tournament today, because they haven't. I'm pretty sure they haven't competed with us. And if they haven't, they really need to get a lot of points out. So they really need to get a top 4 finish to try and get themselves into a good place for Spring Summit, because they want to show that they belong there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it's because Spring Summit, man, that's where the magic happens. That's where they'll be battling out for that $1,000, which is it's big news.
Yeah, that's big stuff, and I'm excited to see, what teams we have coming up, what teams we see. Maybe if some of these teams come back from the lower bracket, if they have some vengeance, or if they want to get themselves to that level. Also, what they need to do. I want to see what they think that they can do and what they need to do to get to that next level at Spring Summit.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's going to be yeah, because that's going to be a different level of competition there. DEL for for the weekly tournaments, you got teams from anybody who wants to enter. So those first couple of rounds, some of them are real close, some of them not so much. But when you get to Spring Summit, it's going to be nothing but heavy hitters.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one thing, is these guys in these open bracket tournaments are kind of, all over the place. Their ranks vary. And I definitely think that we're going to see a specific, MMR and rank difference when we get up to that, different level up there because all of these good teams that have been, grinding and trying their hardest throughout these few weeks are going to be up there.
Absolutely, absolutely. It looks like we're gonna have Paper Bag Orphans versus Sag Esports for our next round here.
We love open bracket names. We do.
Yeah. I love open bracket names. So this would be for winners round 2 here, and this should be. I'm interested to see. I don't think I recognize either of these names as well, so these may be new contenders for us. Definitely new for the stream at least. So
Yeah, I'm definitely
basis.
excited to see, what these teams bring to the table because like we said, Stinky, we haven't seen before and they brought themselves out and obviously they won. They played smart, they played good, they had really great control and I just want to see if, one of these teams can, be up at the top because if we have two teams that haven't been here that are trying to compete for that first spot, it's going to turn out to be a really interesting tournament.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's without we haven't seen. I know Answer Esports is in the bracket today. They're going to be definitely a team to watch going into this. I want to say I don't see EOG this week.
I
Oh no, EOG's in here as
Yeah,
well. Yep,
Yep,
EOG
they made
definitely
it.
going
They
to be
made it to
another one.
that first. That's gonna be one of the ones that I'm gonna be watching. Definitely EOG or Ultra are I'm probably gonna say one of my favorites. I definitely like both of the teams.
They have been our top 3 pretty consistently so far, but I'm willing to bet with the way Stinky was playing that we might see an upset somewhere in that top 3.
Yeah, and I'm
They were
excited to
really
see who
playing.
ends up getting to the end because I think it's gonna be different, especially with these teams that are kind of coming out of nowhere. A lot of these teams like Ultra and EOG, they know how the other plays, but when you get these GC to SSL teams that are coming out to compete and they're not here to just sit around and do nothing. They're here to compete. So they're gonna show you as much as they got, as much as they need to, and they're gonna push themselves harder than some of the other teams might.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we'll have that match underway in just a moment. We're just waiting for players to get into the lobby and we can begin. But I want to take a moment while we're at it, while we're hanging out, to shout out our sponsors again. DEL is presented by Events DC. You can check them out with the chat command !Events DC or at eventsdc.com. And DEL is powered by the DC Department of Parks and Rec, which you can check out at dpr.dc.gov. Huge thanks to these guys. They're 100% huge part of the reason that we're able to do this. And big thanks to everyone watching in the chat right now as well, because we can't be here without you guys either. And I'm just thrilled to be here and watching some awesome Rocket League and getting to hang around and talk about it. It's been a great time so far. We got so much more to come.
Yeah, and these teams, this has been good. It's not one of those games where it's just let's casually watch. It's back and forth. These guys are showing what they have. They're doing cuxer pinches. They're doing musty flicks. They're doing all of these terms and all of these crazy mechanics that you won't see in a normal champ lobby.
Absolutely, and it looks like game 3 is underway here. We got Paper Bag Orphans versus Sag Esports. All right, kickoff exhibit set up to grab it, but not quite. Okay, looking like real close already. Misty trying to bring it up in front of the goal here, not quite going to get it. There's a lot going on here. This is a lot more aggressive than we saw even the previous two matches play.
Yeah, both of these teams are coming out swinging. You can definitely tell that it's not going to be one of those, oh, I scored 3 goals in back and forth game. This is going to be really close. This is going to be one team trying, the other team trying. This is going to be great, and I'm excited to see where these teams go.
Yeah, and a lot more ground control as opposed to that aerial control this game as well. Not seeing as much of the, throwing it up the wall and, clearing it with a big cross. Oh, Missy actually with that angle there, able to get set up, able to get the score.
That was a beautiful strike. That's going to be one of those harder to save goals. You see Angles' car up a little higher to try and get it either off the crossbar or up to the top, upper 90 areas, which was beautiful.
Yeah, the goal attempt there, real close to exhibit, almost had it, but just wasn't quite high enough. Point 1 going over to Sag Esports. Misty already with the redirect though.
I think he was trolling us. He's coming out even stronger than we even thought. This is great. This is beautiful. That was a great strike. See, going to those sides. Those sides right there are going to be hard to save, especially when you're sitting at the left side. You want to try and go for that right side, which Missy looks like they're doing.
Yeah, and by the way, Valentine, feel free to correct me if I'm using the terminology wrong. I am still learning the terminology. So I
It's all good.
apologize if I am, saying the wrong words here. I'm just kind of doing the best I can with what I'm seeing. But wow, okay, gonna bounce off of the angle there at the bottom of the wall. This Misty is just relentless. Just settling like a fog over the blue side of the board to keep this ball in play and look for that goal. Paper Bag needs to find some kind of way to break that control, break that pressure.
All right, so it looks like Missy doesn't have any boost, so they're going to need to just control it and make sure that they don't score. Yeah, here's this ground control that you were talking about earlier, which goes in their favor. That he played into Cal's hand, and that was gorgeous. If you see, he went over to the left because he knew he was going to try and bang it, and right there, that was a beautiful strike.
They had that calculated. Sag had that set up from any angle. If they left the ball alone, that was just going to get knocked straight in by Misty. If they didn't,
and a kickoff goal.
Wow.
Alrighty then.
All
they
right.
definitely came out to prove me wrong, I guess. I guess that's what they were doing. They're watching the stream and they heard me say that it wouldn't be one of those, 0-3, back to back, kind of games, but I guess they just wanted to prove me wrong.
Classic case of ye old commentator's curse. Wow. It was looking so close toward the beginning. Again, another goal off a kickoff.
They're watching the stream. 100% are watching the stream.
Yeah, they must be. They're trying to play with us at this point.
Oh, that's what they're doing. This is gorgeous though. They're playing it to their advantage. They're bouncing it off walls, sealing, hitting the crossbar, passing, control. This is what they need to do to get higher in the tournament.
Yeah, and Paper Bag Orphans, man, when you're 6 now down.
6.
Yeah, and not even 2 minutes have elapsed. That's got to shake you a little bit.
Yeah,
psychologically, that's hard to come back from.
That's one of those things that psychology it hurts you a little bit. They're sitting there, they're like, what do I do? 6 goals in under 2 minutes. That's pretty massive.
Yeah, it's just these shots too. Like a lot of these shots are just in the first time. You're not seeing a lot of missed shots happen. You're not seeing a lot of, try and try again, and one of them hits. Cal just trying to slowly bump it in if he can. Not quite gonna get it set up, but
was trying, and it was a good try. But Paper Bag just came in and just launched the ball, which was smart. They just needed to get it away and try and get it into their control.
Absolutely, and Exhibit trying to stay on top of this ball here and figure out how he can pressure to break this control. Misty gonna pop it up there, low and slow towards the corner of the goal. This might be another one, but Paper Bag able to knock it out of the way there, keep it clear for the moment. But man, it is just shot attempt after shot attempt. It is a machine gun of Rocket League shots here. Just I'm barely done talking about one, and the next shot is already happening. The impression is incredible.
They're just trying to get as many goals as they possibly can. And all right, we're gonna see a demo maybe. Okay, that right there was beautiful. What you saw happen was Cal controls the ball, and Misty actually went for the demo, and he had to or Paper had to avoid that and just wasn't there for the save because it was an awkward angle for them to get to.
Yeah, that's that demo attempt. When the demo works in that situation, you get somebody off goal. Cool. If the demo doesn't work because they moved out of the way, you still got him out of position. Off the backboard again, Misty setting up Cal, sending it in.
That was a beautiful pass. I'm not sure if he meant for a pass, but either way, it ended up working out. The pass off the backboard was great to Cal, and Cal got a beautiful redirect.
Yeah, and at this rate, we may be going to double digits here. Sag is intent to show, hey, we're also a contender. We're also going to be shaking up that top 3 you all have been seeing the last few weeks. We're going to make some things happen. It's going to be a totally different tournament of Rocket League.
That was absolutely gorgeous. I know you're talking during that, but I just couldn't let my excitement, burst out. That was gorgeous. That right there, just a little bit of control and then a redirect off of the sidewall. That was beautiful. And I'm hoping for double digits. I want to see it. They're trying. You can see them trying hard enough for it, and I want to see it.
Yeah, and I mean, we're sitting at, is that 9 already?
Yep, that'll be,
wow.
That's 9 goals already.
I was actually questioning it for a second. I was like, that's got to be a weird font or something. We're at 9 already. There it is.
Double digits. I told you, you just can't judge, these random teams that we haven't seen yet because they're going to do things like this where they come out and they're scoring the most goals we've seen in one game so far today.
Yeah, I don't have the stats in front of me, but this may end up being the most goals we've seen in DEL period in one game. It will certainly be a contender for that.
Maybe another? Oh, that was a good
Oh!
save. That was a good save.
Save.
All right, so we're going to see some control from Missy, it looks like, with that back pass. Kind of see what they can do in the air, because they've been doing a lot of ground control, but we'll see where we go from here.
Yeah, oh, wow. Good
That was a beautiful
there.
flip reset.
The
Oh,
save
good
with that
demo.
flip reset was nice.
That was a good demo to get them off the ball and kind of get the control back to paper bag. Looks like, oh, good.
Oh, they were
one
able
goal.
to make it. At least it's going to be a 10-point game, but it's not going to be 10-0. Paper bag says we are getting a point on the board. We're at least getting that.
At least they didn't get shut out. They can say they didn't get shut out. That's that, that little bit. It's a little different than getting shut out. At least you scored a few goals, right?
Exactly. And I want to bring it back to what you were saying as well about the ball control, because one thing that I'm seeing really impressing me from Sag right now is that when Paper Bag Orphans is able to get that clear and send it back towards Sag's side, they're not rushing to try to get back the goal towards blue side of the field. They're not, a lot of times they're pulling all the way back to their goal to get that ball set up. They're establishing the control first, because if you have the control and you can keep it away from the opponent, you can keep it out of the other car's grasp, It doesn't matter how far back you are when you start, because you're going to have control of it all the way through the field. And Misty knows that, Cal knows that, and they're not afraid to just take it easy, let off the aggression for a little bit when they need to, reestablish control, and then as soon as they have control back, the aggression kicks right back in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need to be doing. If you really need to go all the way back and get a back pass just to control the ball, then do it. You don't want to at any time really give the other team that opportunity to control it. Because if you give opportunity to control it, they're going to do things like they've been doing with the redirects and the passes. It's just not like right here. He has time to control it, and he's going to get. Oh, that was good defense off the wall. That was smart. But controlling it, especially with a team like Sag or Ultra, or really any of them we've been watching today, it's going to be scary to let them have control.
Yeah, and if you're sitting home, you're a Rocket League player, and you're like, man, I really wish I could do some of this stuff. I really wish I could do some of these, some of this off the wall stuff, some of this cool flying, this just, the flip resets. I'm telling you, it's an easy point to miss, because when you see the highlight reel, you only see the cool part. You see the ball go up, you see that flip reset, or you see that crazy redirect, or that crazy midair pass. But what you're not seeing, and the part that is setting that up and is just as crucial, is having the control to get the ball into that speed, that position, that angle. That is 75% of making that shot sometimes. It's just a matter of making sure you can, because if you can get the ball where you want it, you know how you have to fly, how you have to rotate to make that shot before you're even in the air.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm going to be honest with you, one of the most underrated things that, obviously we see in Pro League, but we don't really see a lot in, lower tournament play or, just in ranked play in general, is passing. You see a lot of these teams, doing passing, little passing drills. You know what I'm saying? Like right here, it's going to be open net already. 8 seconds in, as we're trying to explain something, they, of course, are scoring more. But passing is going to be a big thing.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. We try and explain something, and these guys are just, scoring one after another, and I'm hoping that this game's a little closer, so we can try and go to game 3. But it looks like it's gonna be another one of those back-to-back goals, and I'm excited to see how this is gonna play out.
Yeah, Sag really just not giving us time to even talk about it. Just goal after goal.
That's what I'm saying. Just back to back to back. I cursed them. I really cursed Paper Bag. It seems like that's what happened. I was like, this can be a really close game. They started off, made it really close looking, and then they're like, you know what? I changed my mind.
Yeah, but the beginning of the game was really close, and it's like, that potential is there. Oh, almost able to make it, not quite enough speed on that to prevent Sag from getting in the way.
There's that control again. Oh, that's that pressure that I've been trying to get these teams, to bring out. That pressure, if you pressure him when he's in the air like that, there's not a lot that he can do when he's controlling it just on his car.
Exhibit overcommitting a little bit there to try to keep the ball in play, and just instead is going to give up control to Cal, and there's one less player in the net to defend this. Was able to block it though. Sag looking for another shot. Cal setting it up.
Great save. That was a great save and a great clear. And you see he keeps on the wall instead of going right back down to the ground, he keeps on the wall and actually gets himself in a better position where they have the ball in mid and it's in their control.
Yeah, yeah, and you're seeing the defensive play come out here a little bit more. Lethal and Exhibit, overcommitting a little bit less here, focusing on just, trying to stop the bleeding. That's the first step. You got to stop this situation where they're able to just take shot after shot on your goal and keep racking up these points. And then once you have that, then you can start thinking about, okay, how do we score it? And just like that, we have our first, really promising attempt there. Wasn't quite able to make it. Misty was able to make the save, but Exhibit looking for an aerial here to get it in. Not going to happen, but it's getting closer. The strategy is there. The adaptation is happening.
Yeah, and it looked like Paper Bag was actually going for, it's going to be in. See, as I'm trying to explain something, another goal. They really are just trying to make it harder for me.
Yeah,
but no, it definitely, yeah, it's horrible. I was trying to talk about how Paper Bag was, if you saw how he was trying to, I forgot exactly who it was, but he tried to go up on the wall and get another flip. I'm pretty sure it was Exhibit, but he tried to get another flip so he could hit that ball after he got himself off of the ceiling, but he ended up not getting the flip reset and it messed him up.
Yeah.
Oh, great demo.
Trying to shut down that offense right on the spot.
See if they can get this in. That was a little bit of that miscommunication we were talking about where he ended up getting the bump off on his own teammate.
Yeah, Exhibit going real high, got that off the wall to keep it on Orange's side here, but just immediately handing control back over. And yeah, this is definitely, the control is a lot more contested now. You can definitely see where there's just a lot more back and forth. It's not just Misty, Cow, just flying around, ball practically glued to their car. There's a struggle here for control, and that is the first step.
Yeah, and it
looks for control.
It looks a lot better from Paper Bag at least. It looks like we're gonna have I'm not sure what is. That was almost the most awkward goal we've seen all day. I'm not sure if they were planning on something like that, but it looked like there was a little bit of miscommunication or the pass didn't get off properly like they wanted to. But here's what happens. Oh, I was about to say, here's what happens when you let them get control and get off that backboard. But he just missed it by the slightest bit.
Yep. Exhibit able to make the clear, though. I'm sorry, Lethal able to make the clear, though, and trying to get back into control of this ball, but they're just, part of it I feel like is just rotations. Rotations haven't been quite on point for Paper Bag Orphans. There's been a couple of times where both of them are just right up on the ball and nobody's back and ready for that clear, and there's nobody waiting for that pass. Like they're getting a good clear over here and there, and then just like that, even the bump, like you're seeing, there's definitely a little bit of a communication issue. When they get that worked out and they're firing on all cylinders, they look really strong. They look like they could even, they could compete here.
Yeah, and
you gotta keep it going.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of those things that like communication's playing into like a really big key. Is that they just need to use that communication to, say an advantage. Because look at this. If you would have gotten the flick, it would have been a beautiful play. Where Exhibit was up front and his teammate actually went a little further back to grab boost and kind of rotate himself back in. Oh, there's another demo. I feel like there's been a lot of demos this game.
Yeah, we've been people not afraid to demo today. Not just this game either. Like the demos have been coming out. It's the sports get a little more violent.
Yeah, you really wouldn't think that car soccer would get super violent, but it looks like they're going for a lot of demos, which actually gives them that advantage.
Yeah, and Exhibit there was able to set up a pretty nice shot off the wall there to go into the goal, but Sag is showing they can goal keep as well as they pressure goal, and that is going to keep Paper Bag from putting a point on the board this game. It's going to end up 5-0 going over, 3-0 going over to Sag.
Yeah, and this was, unless they could do something? No, guess not. I was all excited we get another goal out of nowhere, but this is definitely how they need to play. They're playing a lot better, and I think that this is going to a good place.
Absolutely, and we see another strong contender too that we're not familiar with. That's definitely looking like it's going to be a problem for our usual top three. So I'm excited for that because we're going to get to see some new faces really slug it out in some really strong games a little bit further into the bracket here, and that is That's always a good time. Seeing the best go against each other. That's what you're here for. That is the draw. But a couple of these teams too, though, that the Paper Bag Orphans and DGL before this, really showing that it's there. They have it some of the time. They're able to pull it off some of the time. They've the communication. They've got moments where they're communicating right. They're in control of the ball, but they need to be able to show they can keep that going a whole game. 5 minutes of Rocket League doesn't sound like a long time, but when you're actually in the driver's seat, it's a long time.
Yeah, and they definitely have that opportunity to actually get out there and score some goals, but they need to just push themselves just a little bit harder because they're not getting totally blown out, they're not getting completely shut out. They definitely have an opportunity to get up there. Even if these teams don't end up, maybe getting first place or something like that, those points can still benefit them to a deeper run in maybe Spring Summit or in the tournament today.
Yep. And we're going to have tons more great matches happening, but we are going to go to a little break here. First, we'll be back with some great matches right after that. And again, this DEL brought to you, presented by Events DC, which you can check out at !Events DC in the chat or events.dc.com, and powered by DC Department of Parks and Rec, which you can check out at dpr.dc.gov. But we will be back in just a minute with some more great games of Rocket League. Hey, we are back, Rocket League fans, with more DEL presented by Events DC. You can check them out at !Events DC in the chat or eventsdc.com, and powered by the DC Department of Parks and Rec, which you can check at DC. Hold on, so I lost it. dc.dpr.com. I'm fine. dpr.dc.gov. My apologies. A couple of acronyms in there threw me up, but yeah, we are about to be coming up to winners semis. Looking at EOG versus Sag Esports again, this is a match I am super excited for. Valentine, how are you feeling about this?
This is the match I was talking about. This is the one that I was excited to see. One of these, new edge teams that kind of just came out today and, kind of came out of the blue, where, we've seen EOG almost every single week, if not every single week, that want to compete. They're showing that they want to be the best and they want to go to Spring Summit.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is going to be I'm predicting a real close match. We're going to see a lot of back and forth here. This is one I've been looking forward to all day. Just seeing some of these teams that have already come out so strong in the beginning, in round one, go up against some of these teams that we know have been taking the tournament, week after week, is going to be. I'm hyped for this. Going to see a lot of really great aerial play, a lot of really great control, and it's going to be a good time. We'll have that lobby set up here in just a minute. And while we are, let's take a look at the. I'm going to take a look at the bracket here, which I need to refresh so it updates, but. I know we've got UMDRL, another team that we haven't seen yet, sitting in the other side of winners semis, waiting for Ultra Esports versus Stinky to finish up. So we'll be seeing one of those not too long from now. Ultra Esports, again, like another contender that has been here week after week. Stinky, another newcomer that's been coming out really strong. So we're going to definitely have some excitement and some shakeups going to the back end of this bracket.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see some things that we, haven't seen before in our normal tournaments. I genuinely think that one of these teams is gonna shock us. I think that one of these teams is gonna come out a little stronger than the other, and we're just not gonna expect it. We're gonna see them in, the winners finals, and I know from here on out, that they're going to be fighting really hard at the top of the bracket. But losers, I can tell you, is going to be a little bit more difficult, where these teams are fighting for those, last little bit of points, and that's their last chance down there. So they're trying really hard to get back up.
Yeah, they will be clawing tooth and nail to try to get into as many points as they can, just to try to make that qualifying window, buy a little bit more time to get up to where they can take on EOG, take on Stinky and the likes. And it looks like we have game one underway right now. Getting started. We got Misty and Cal already taking some early ball control, but you're seeing they're not just uncontested with the ball control now. EOG, a team that can absolutely pressure and can absolutely contest that control and stop them from just running the game.
Yeah, and this is gonna be closer. This is definitely one of those games, which of course, knock on wood, isn't gonna be, 10-1 game. I'm hoping that this is gonna be a lot closer, where these teams are, fighting for that goal. We're gonna see a lot of good saves, a lot of good control, and hopefully some really good plays.
Yeah, and some game threes.
I want to see a game 3 today. I want to see at least one. That's all I ask. I want to see one.
And we're already seeing a lot more just acrobatic play on both sides. Big aerials back and forth, just going all out to keep this ball on orange side of the field. Cal trying to find nice pop, going for that. Had it set right to goal, but Lovecraft ready for that redirect as well. Ready for that save. Nico following it up. It is really, it is so much more contested. The ball control is so much more back and forth than we've been seeing today. And that is just, it's beautiful to see.
Yeah, and this is a lot, in my opinion, more exciting, because I want to see these teams miscommunication. They just ran into each other. I thought that was a little funny. But one of these things is, they just need to communicate, and they need to really get themselves a little bit of an edge and hopefully just make opportunities. This game is going to be all about making opportunities for yourself, knowing that both of these teams are really, really good.
Yeah, Lovecraft opted for the bump there instead of going for the immediate rotate, and it almost put him out of position to make that save, but he was able to make it back and keep the ball in play. Nico holding back. Here comes Misty with the big aerial, gonna actually pop it, just tap it a little bit over.
A little tap, just a little bit. That was beautiful. That's that control. See that little tap right there, where EOG was just kind of a little bit out of position. They, Sag made that, play for themselves. They really put themselves into an opportunity where they could score a goal, and they took advantage of it.
Yeah, and kickoff going, Lovecraft going up to try to get control of this ball here. Gonna send it back. Not quite able to stay in control though. Sent to the orange side. EOG trying to apply whatever pressure they can, but the clear is going to happen. Misty popping it back up to keep it airborne as well. Just anything they can do. I feel like you're seeing Sag play a little bit more. You're seeing them play like they were playing against some of the teams earlier, where, okay, let's keep the ball high, and they won't be able to do anything about it. EOG, though, they can. Like, they'll be right up there, and they'll be able to return that right back. And that's going to... Sag is going to need to adapt that a little bit. They do have that point lead, though. So if they can do that and just buy time, they're already halfway in.
Yeah, right now, double demo, that's great. But I think right now one of the big issues from EOG is they're kind of just throwing the ball away. It seems like right now. Okay, so he's playing it smart. Right now he's controlling it. Should be some. Okay, they didn't end up getting a good play off of it unless he scores here, but. Now look at them. They're out of position again, and that's going to be another, open net. They overcommitted themselves just a little bit too much and just put themselves in a really, not preferred position, I would say.
Yeah, there was a big double commit there. And to be fair, there was a solid shot for that goal to be made, but the execution maybe just wasn't quite there. Ball didn't have quite enough speed on it to not get blocked, and then now you're both out of position. You get an open net, and that's just not where you want to be. Sag taking advantage of that.
Yeah, and that's what they did. EOG made that opportunity for themselves, but they just didn't, finish it off. They just didn't get to the end of that, beautiful play.
Yeah, Lovecraft went for the contest there, but it ended up being a pinch that just sent it further into blue territory. Not what you want to see when you're going for that, but able to recover it, didn't give up a goal for it.
See if they can contest it here. Looks like Sag is in the preferable position here because they have the boost, because they boost starve EOG, and they have control of the ball. So we're gonna see how Sag can put this into their favor.
And I just go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
I just gotta say, have we lost? Has Rocket League just lost all manners? I've seen so much bump play, so much just collision, knock people out of the way demos, more so than I usually see.
Yeah, and that may be the play style or the theme of today, because I know there's a lot of teams that use that to their advantage because it's a mechanic. Obviously, we see people get mad or toxic or not happy about this, but it's just a mechanic. It's just like flip resets. It's just like dribbling. It's just like anything else that you can do in the game. It's just how you use it to your advantage. And most of the teams today have been using it to a really good. That's gonna be another overcommit and get them back into a spot that's even better. 3 goals in, you know, this is great. This is what we need to see from Sag being one of the new teams. They need to show that they're, you know, they may be the new kid on the block, but they're definitely showing out and showing up.
Absolutely. And you know, now that we're seeing this in like a closer game where, you know, EOG has that ability to, they know how to make those contests in the air. They know how to make those blocks. You're seeing kind of a pattern start to establish, I think. Sag is playing really like far back and just a really control-y style. And they really are just waiting for that double commit to happen. Look at that off of the wall.
Beautiful own goal.
Control.
Oh, I'm kidding. But it was nice. That was one of those things where, you know, it was just unfortunate. He got hit and then Misty grabbed it. You know, it's just unfortunate plays. It was great though. That was really good from Misty.
You're seeing this style where like Misty and Cal are willing to hang back, play control, you know, just hold on to the ball, and they'll wait for that double commit. Even if it happens deep into their side of the field, they're okay with it because Misty is capable of hitting that big shot off the wall across the field of the goal. You know, Cal is capable of hitting that shot. They're just waiting for that rotational mistake.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do. Is they need to play off of the mistakes that you see EOG making. Maybe it's butterflies, maybe it's, you know, not knowing how this team plays, but I definitely think that, you know, EOG has a chance to take it to game 3. They just need to pressure and they just need to, you know, calm down, relax, and, you know, if they're gonna play passive, just, you know, be a little bit more aggressive. Just push them and pressure them into making plays that they don't want to make.
Yeah, and I think they just need to be a little more cognizant with the rotations as well. That's a big part of where you're seeing the goals get given up is EOG Lovecraft overcommitting just a little bit, and just, you know, the punish is there. Nico, you know, overcommitting a little bit, the punish is there. Another one.
Yeah, and that's just, you know, not what they needed. He needed to get some sort of defense out there because he didn't pressure early enough. So Cal just got that opportunity to just, you know, shoot it right in because there wasn't enough pressure.
Yeah, and I'm also noticing I don't see a whole lot of EOG in the net either, which is great if you go out to make that contest, you know, further up the field and you get it. But that's also, you know, when you miss, you're giving up the goal. It's a risky way to play, and I think they maybe just need to play it a little bit safer on that front.
Yeah, and so it looks like Sag is playing a little bit more passive and not playing as aggressive. So this is where EOG needs to, you know, kind of bring themselves to a more aggressive standpoint and bringing a little bit more pressure out.
Yeah, and we're starting to see, okay, big block here from Lovecraft's able to get up and get a touch on it. Ooh.
Yeah, this is that right there. No pressure. It was just, you know, a standstill, no pressure at all, and there was a good opportunity where there could have been some form of pressure, which good demo. See if they can capitalize with this. It looks like great save.
Nice save on Nico. Able to get just in front of that, keep it from being another goal going over Sag, and you're seeing the defensive play happen here this game. EOG definitely dialing it back a little bit, you know, not trying to commit as much, but Sag is still able to find those openings and still put points on the board.
And yeah, that just goes back to what I was talking about how they're grabbing those advantages by, you know, playing to, you know, their strong suits and watching just the little mistakes that the other team is making.
Oh, Nico going up for it though, off of the backboard. Is it going to set anything up? Lovecraft with the follow-up. That's what we need to see.
Off those mistakes, like I said, if you watch right here, it was a beautiful setup. They had a good chance to defend, but they kind of just both, hey, I'll go for it, you'll go for it, and obviously there was a little bit of miscommunication. Nobody went for it, and EOG took advantage of that.
Yep, those split-second communication mishaps will cost you points when the competition gets to this level.
Yeah, and as you see right here, they're playing more aggressive because Sag is playing a little bit more passive, it looks like.
Yep, Cal able to get that bump off the wall and has control, popping it up, looking for something off the aerial. Oh,
absolutely beautiful saves. Oh, see, he played it off of the rebound. That was a beautiful save originally, but he just didn't have enough boost to get that little second save, so he ended up capitalizing on it, but it was a beautiful try.
Lovecraft had the angle for that tip was set up and just didn't quite have enough boost to bring it high enough, and instead of hitting the wall, it just hit the goalpost there and spiked down. But just making that first save was some pretty nice thinking.
Yeah, that first save, He knows that he can use the crossbar to his advantage, which was a good play. What he did there is he bounces it off the crossbar, not realizing that Misty was there for the rebound, which kind of does suck. But he played it how he should have originally. It was just Sag, saw the opportunity, saw what was about to happen, and played it off really well.
Lovecraft, the big midair demo there, but still gonna pass up the point due to it. Nico just not quite able to stop that one just didn't have quite the angle there. It hit the roof. I'm sure it was meant to go into that corner there, and it just instead set up low and slow on the goal.
Yeah, that's just the weird angles of the Fennec, which is the car that he's using. Not a huge fan myself. I know that the angles are super preferable to some of the pros out there, but I feel like it always has those little mistakes where it has just like that or like that right there. Beautiful angles. This is what I'm talking about. People don't think that these cars matter, but if you watch this again, this redirect that he got, or even a pass, it just a little bit, just enough to get that little bit to get it into the goal.
Absolutely. We're definitely seeing EOG come back swinging here. They do not want to go to losers bracket. They're used to not going to losers bracket until winners finals. So they, if that. So they're definitely trying to stick to that schedule here, and they are coming out swinging to make it happen.
Yeah, they don't want to let the new kid on the block take them down to somewhere that they're not usually at.
Yeah, big aerial coming from Misty directly onto the goal, but Nico has the save, has control, taking it across the field. Big pop is going to come off the backboard. Follow up from Nico, and that's going to be 3-4. EOG might be able to tie this game up if they can keep the hits rolling like that.
Yeah, and this is their aggressive game that they needed to bring out. They're doing it perfectly. You can see that they're still down a little bit, but they're bringing it back, and they still have 2 minutes and 13 seconds to work with, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and by the way, Nico with the pink atomic goal explosion, I love it. I love it.
It's great. I used a different goal explosion. I was gonna say something earlier. One of the guys had a goal explosion that I really want, called Sub-Zero. It's basically an ice explosion, but it was fully black, and it was super cool looking.
Oh wow, Nico looking for it up the wall there, sending it back, able to keep Sag from getting back control of it with that touch.
Oh, see,
no.
Is it gonna go in? Yep, that's gonna be one of those fatal mistakes where he just ends up. If you watch, he got his half flip, but he didn't do it properly. He messed up a little bit, and it just gave an opportunity for Misty to hit the ball just right in open net.
Yeah, I love Nico just not in an area where he was able to make the defense there, and gonna be another point over for Sag. They're trying to pull whatever distance away that they can, and they're definitely Sag's taking this a little more seriously. You're not seeing that rapid fire offense like we saw in their earlier match. They're definitely taking their time a little bit more. They're not trying to relentlessly pressure as much. Nico just coming right out from the corner, going to get another score, keep it close, keep it within tying range.
Yeah, and that right there is beautiful. Watch, he just controls it, and then he sees that he's in an awkward angle and can't get up, so he just bangs it right into the goal, and that was a really great play from him.
Yeah, and that's the kind of plays that's the kind of plays you want to see when you're home too, right? Because that's a play I can make. Right there, like off that wall with that. Some of this high flying stuff, it's like I don't think I'll ever be able to do that. But when you see stuff like that, you're like, okay, there are things that the heavyweight players do that I can pull off. And it makes you feel a little better.
That was almost the tying score right there. That actually is really not good because they might
not quite didn't have enough height. No boost.
They got me all excited. I was super excited that we were gonna get to a point in a tying game. Oh, good save.
Big save.
See, there's just too much action in this game for me to even have a chance to analyze what's actually happening between these teams right now.
Yeah, they are pulling out all the stops here, and they're going as quick as they can with it. Good rebound off the wall. Nico's going to have another touch here, trying to keep it, not go over for the score there, just trying to keep control of it and trying to keep the clear from happening. But the clear does happen, and not only that, it goes right into the goal.
That might have been what shut down the game. We're gonna see. I feel like with 37 seconds they can bring themselves back, but I don't know. They need to play smart. I don't know if they can do it, but I want to see them do it. At least from my standpoint, I want to see them get to a point where we go to game 3 because of good plays that they made. This is an opportunity right here, but again, just not there. And I'm pretty sure, yep, this right here is gonna close it out. 3 goals in 28 seconds is almost impossible. With both of these teams being as good as they are. It's definitely possible. They have a chance, but they need to play and they need to not make any mistakes at all. Not the slightest bit of a mistake.
Yeah, it's going to be, they'll have to do it just about perfectly. But, you know, I mean, even if they do, you know, they're going towards the top of losers bracket. They're likely to get another chance at this. So as much information as you can get. But, you know, if you can avoid going there at all, that's what you want to be at. You know, 3 points in this short amount of time, unlikely. But, you know, we've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's going to close out the game right here. 5 seconds for 3 goals is virtually impossible, but it was definitely a good try. And all right, they just had to shut me up like that, I guess. But it was a good try from EOG. The new kids on the block, you know, Sag Esports, you know, really showing what they can bring to the table, and it was a really great series from them.
Valentine, Sag has it out for you.
They really do. Like... all day. All day. They're just trying to prove me wrong, I guess. And I'm really just not going to say anything, you know, of predicting scores or predicting teams anymore, because I think that they're just doing this on purpose.
They're just trying to make your life difficult, and it is it has been something. I can see my production chat in quotes. Even Consort can do that, and I'm like, look, I'm allowed to say that. You can't say that about me, all right? I want to think I'm good at Rocket League. Give me a break.
You just gotta grind it out. You know, these guys probably put all kinds of hours into this game, and they really are just trying to perfect, you know, little mechanics, little passing plays, and, you know, just playing together. You know, passing plays, which we saw throughout the day, has just been, you know, in my opinion, kind of what's been putting the teams up there.
Yeah, and you're seeing that more too as the matches get closer as well. There's less focus on this relentless offense, less focus on this, you know, crazy pressure, because the teams are a little bit more, you know, a little bit more balanced, and you're seeing a lot more go into that passing game. And that's something that I think a lot of people get into Rocket League when they start playing. They're like, I want to do all those crazy cool aerials, and I'm going to learn all of those. But it really is like, learn the ground game, learn the passing game first, learn control of the ball versus just, you know, smacking it as hard as you can.
Yeah, and that's one thing. Sorry to interrupt you, but that's one thing that you'll see a lot of in these, you know, end tournament, you know, where you're getting to a point that everyone's passing, everyone's up there, everyone's doing these crazy mechanics. You think you want to be there, but you really just you got to grind. You got to do the little things first. You got to make sure you get it on top of your car. Then you got to make sure you can do a flick and this and this and this. And there's a lot of build up, and you can tell that these guys have been working on that little build up for the longest time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it looks like the next match we're going to have coming up is UMDRL versus Ultra Esports. So we're going to see Ultra one more time. We haven't seen UMDRL yet today. Another newcomer that looks like they're doing pretty strong. So it should be it'll be interesting to see. I'm really hyped to see all these new teams and new faces in here come in and really just from game one swinging, just absolutely playing some off the wall Rocket League.
Yeah, and it's more exciting in my opinion to see it, you know, at the last week where these teams can get these little bit of points and actually get themselves up into a position where they can make it to Spring Summit. Because of how important Spring Summit is to some of these teams, they're going to try and, you know, be as, you know, challenging as they can to these other teams. Like I know EOG, I'm hoping to see them back up here in the winners side, because they are one of those really, really good teams that we have here. And I'm pretty sure they're one of the biggest contenders for Spring Summit at this point.
Yeah, and definitely keep an eye on these matches that are happening towards the top end of this bracket, because it is going to be a snapshot. It is going to be a preview of what you're going to see going into Spring Summit May 14th through 16th. And it's if that doesn't get you hype, I don't know what will, because these matches have been incredible. And towards the further we go in the bracket, the harder everyone's going to be fighting. I cannot wait for Spring Summit. It's going to be there's going to be just so much going on.
I'm stoked. So I can tell you, I'm super stoked, because if you like the action that we're seeing in these, you know, these games right here, these are just for points, right? These guys, when we get to Spring Summit and they're fighting for that money, they're gonna try even harder. You're gonna see a lot of, you know, preparing before we actually get to Spring Summit, because we do have a few weeks between that, and I can tell you right now, I bet a few of these teams that know that they're gonna make it are gonna already start preparing and practicing together.
Absolutely. And there's not going to be any surprises going into Spring Summit. You know, we're seeing some shakeups with some strong teams that we haven't seen before today. Not going to see that on Spring Summit. You're going to know who's going to be there ahead of time. But we have the first game of Ultra Esports versus UMDRL for winter semis going on right now. Thief going for this. Gonna get the pop there, trying to keep control of it, but Miles just absolutely struggling for control. There's so much more bump and grind going on. Spice actually going to take that first score already. We got another score out of the gate. That has been a recurring theme today.
Yeah, and I can definitely tell you that some of these teams are coming out strong, like you said that they would. That first game, they want to show, what they can bring to the table, and I think that they're doing a really good job at that. Bringing that first goal within 6 seconds, that already gives them an advantage where they can not, totally lay back and relax, but they can kind of do more, aggressive plays or, more things that they think they can use to their advantage and score.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it's. If we had any doubts that UMDRL was another, going to be another strong team coming out of the new teams this week, like just that first score coming out is evidence right there. That should put any doubts aside. Oh, but that might have been a little bit too much of a committal on UMDRL's side. Thief going to take advantage of that and just take a clean shot up the center of the field into the goal to tie the game up.
Yeah, so I did just look at some of the stats from the winter season and what we've kind of been seeing from these teams. So UMD might be one of those newer teams in the spring summit, but it does look like they were contenders for winter. So these guys are not new to the pressure, and they know what they're getting themselves into. And I think that this is going to be a little bit more difficult for Ultra, knowing that these guys have that I wouldn't say expertise, but they know what's coming.
Yeah, and I'm actually getting some information from production that's letting me know that Spice is in fact a former DEL contender and qualified for winter games in December. So that explains a lot of that strength we're seeing. I haven't seen these teams play yet. I haven't seen Spice on the field yet, but I'm seeing it now, and it's certainly impressive.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna try this one more time. I'm hoping that we do not see a crazy blowout game. But I think both of these teams can compete, and I'm pretty sure they're going to score again. Okay, I'm just going to stop talking about this blowout game stuff. Both of these teams are doing really good, but I think Ultra can come back. It's 2 goals. There's still, more than half of the game left. I think they can get to a point where it's even, and hopefully we get to a game 3 or Ultra just comes back. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we know Ultra can play some mean Rocket League. There's definitely they've got tricks up their sleeve they can pull out here. It's going to be a matter of getting it together and executing. Big clear across. It's going right up for the crossbar. Spice with the block though. Miles gonna take it back across the field, but gonna lose control of it there.
Yeah, and that comes back to just a little bit of control that they need to have. They need to just kind of keep it a little close to themselves, not really banging it across the field like you've seen some of these teams do. They need to use the control to their advantage, like we saw in the previous games that they were in.
Yeah, Thief with just a bump off of the wall there, but didn't really set it up for anything. Taking it across, Thief with the follow-up, still has control. Miles with the block, but next is ready for this shot attempt. It's going to pinch off the corner instead. Miles going to take it back across, has the dribble set up, looking for this goal here. Can Thief block it? Gonna get bamboozled here just a little bit. Miles going to take that score and bring it to 4-1.
This, today just really hasn't been going to my favor. I think I just need to stop predicting what's going to happen. Stop trying to pick favorites because it obviously has not been going my way. We can see that UMD has, again, proven me wrong, that they're just going to come out and score as many goals as they possibly can with that aggressive play style that you've seen them using.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But Thief, trying to keep it even there. Big shot towards the goal, almost had it, but both members of UMDRL in the net, ready to make the save. Next, trying to get it off the wall, but they just cannot seem to keep control of the ball for very long here.
Yeah, and I want to say, nope, they got a good save off. It by no means is Ultra out of this game. Even if they were to get another goal in it to be 1-5, this is one of those teams that we can see come back. They have the good mechanics, they have the good mentality, but can they use that to their advantage where they can come back 3 goals and either tie up or win the game?
Right. Thief, okay. Backflip for the momentum change there. Just trying to keep UMDRL off kilter as much as possible. Keep them off balance and try to maintain control there, but they are just struggling. Again, just kind of, okay, there's next. Able to get that follow-up though, even with 2 people contesting that control. Able to make it happen.
Yeah, and this right here, this is what I'm saying. You can't count Ultra out. They're going to come back. They're going to be relentless with trying to score these goals and trying to at least tie up the game.
Yeah, it is. Ultra definitely, taking their shots when they see them, and you're seeing some gaps in UMDRL's defense a little bit. Their control is great, but when they're forced to be on the purely defensive and trying to goal keep, they're struggling just a little bit here.
Yeah, and that's, you know, coming back to what, oh, let's see, maybe he can get there. Oh, just barely. But that comes back, like I said, of course, they're going to score when I'm trying to talk, which I'm pretty sure is the theme of the day. But one of the things that, you know, I keep coming back to is just, you know, taking the advantage when someone makes a mistake. That's going to be one of the ways that you get up 2 to 5. You're going to use those, you know, little advantages to your, you know, to yourself, basically, and score more goals to get inside their heads and hopefully get more, you know, opportunities in that field of, you know, messing up or, you know, not playing in the right area.
Absolutely. Next, gonna try to pop it up and over, not quite gonna make it there. Spice gonna, oh, actually Spice gonna get demoed. Miles taking over control of the ball instead. I believe it is Thief trying to make this hit. That's next W, not quite gonna make it. Big pop up towards the top of the goal there.
Yeah, and this is what they're doing. You see how he's controlling it a little bit, and Ultra just didn't play aggressive enough. They kind of were separated, and if you see that pressure coming out, especially when someone has a car, you can either bait out an early flick or get them to mess it up, and that's what they needed to do there and just didn't get the chance to.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, a lot of what I think UMDRL is catching the edge here against Ultra is just the passing game. You know, UMDRL is keeping in control of the game, in control of the ball because they're able to pass it off and send control from one player to the other. Ultra is struggling a little bit more to do that. You see one player gets the ball and they're trying to more or less hold on to it. Set it up on the backboard there, but not going to be the score. Thief trying to make it happen, but just the angle wasn't quite right. Miles is in position to make the block. Miles now trying to get control of the ball here. Thief and Next W, little committed, both going for the ball. Next W, the rotate though, is ready for that clear.
Yeah, and as you saw earlier, when Next had the ball, they pressured him. The one stayed back and one pressured Next, and he flicked it too high. That's exactly what they needed, or what Ultra should have been doing. And I think that this is going to go into the favor of UMD, and I'm going to hope that Ultra comes back next game and, you know, kind of gets a feel for how UMD is playing.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like Ultra just needs to work. They just need to implement that passing game a little bit more because that's the only way they're going to keep control of it. UMDRL is not a team that is going to let you 1v2 them. You know, they're just not going to give that up.
No, they're gonna play together. Exactly, and that's what's gonna happen is one's gonna pressure and the other is going to play off of either the mishap or the flick or, you know, whatever they need to get that little bit of advantage.
Exactly, or even just be ready if something goes wrong to have another clear. You know, get it out of their side of the field or maintain control, even if it means giving up some field possession to do it. They're just focusing on that, and they're able to pass that ball back and forth. And that's what we're going to need to see Ultra work on a little bit. Big aerial flip reset, but not quite going to be the goal. Demoed for his trouble too. That's just rude.
It was a good try. It really was, but it looked like there was either a little bit of miscommunication or they wanted to do some sort of pass. You could see that they both committed, and it almost worked, but Ultra ended up getting the advantage or the better off. Oh, what a save. That was gorgeous. You saw him rotating back and ended up Next tried to get a beautiful hit, but ended up not getting it into the goal.
Miles with a dunk out of the air there. Sending it back over to blue side. Thief trying to clear it if he can, but having trouble doing more than just keeping it into the pockets and not at center. Big launch across. Miles is going to have that save. Oh, the dunk again, but all right, we're seeing the Ultra. I feel like is starting to mix them up a little bit 1v1. It's just that there's always that other member from UMDRL ready when that happens.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about the scoreline, but I will say that this is definitely a closer game. You can see them, you know, putting themselves a little bit more out there instead of playing as passive as they are used to.
Absolutely. Well, it actually put Spice in an awkward situation there with the ball kind of following him and Miles not wanting to commit there. That actually going to lead to an excellent score from Thief as they got it back across. Next is able to punt it across here, send it in slow, and
yeah, it looks like it's beautiful pass. That right there is, like I said, passing game. It's beautiful. He got that. He was right in the right position, right in the middle, and split both of UMD's players because one got demoed and the other was in a kind of awkward position shadowing. I'm pretty sure was next with the ball.
Yes, exactly, and that's what we need to see. Like that's that passing game. That's how UMDRL has been getting an edge on them, and I think Ultra's starting to realize that, starting to implement that back into their play style here a little bit. Another good pass here to make the shot. Spice and Miles ready for the block. Do they have control?
You can definitely see the pressure coming out from Ultra, and you can see that there are definitely a few mistakes coming out from UMD where they're either double committing, they're not there in the appropriate area, or they just can't get there in time.
Miles there actually recognizing that shot wasn't going to get blocked regardless, jumped in the way, blocking it himself just to keep control set somewhere he knew where it was going to go and be ready for that angle so he could reestablish control. Thief going for that contest. It is just floating feet from the goal, and that is a stressful place to be in if you're UMDRL right now.
Yeah, one thing I have noticed is it does look like UMD's doing a little bit better on boost management, or they're boost stealing. I can't tell because it's been really back and forth, so you can't really tell who's been stealing, where they've been stealing, but the boost has definitely been on UMD's side this game.
Absolutely, yeah, that's given them a lot more leeway to work with those aerials, keep the ball up high, and just make Ultra really sweat and really use that last bit of boost. And even here, next W out of boost again, not able to really make a follow-up off of that, which is going to give control back to Miles, who's going to try to set up this shot here, able to redirect it as he's going by parallel to the goal, and that's going to be 1-1, tying up the game.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. Using that flip to his advantage to kind of pop himself back in to just a little bit tap it into the goal, because there was nobody in goal, so he had as much room and as much time as he really wanted.
Absolutely. So we got ourselves a tie game now, and it's coming down to the bottom minute and 30 of the match. On blue side, looking a little bit stressful here if they're able to get it back out. Miles gonna big clear, send it back to blue. Thief with a good flip there, trying to just dribble it in. Not gonna happen, but next W ready with the follow-up. Big pinch.
See if he controls it here. He should take his time instead of booting it downfield. It does look like he's gonna try and get a 50 off. Doesn't go in their favor. Let's see if they can capitalize. Doesn't look like it. Hopefully they can get back in time. Looks like they did, but again, Thief's in the air trying to go for the ball, no boost. If he had boost there, I definitely feel like he could have made some form of play. If it went in, awesome, but I definitely feel like he at least could have tried to get a 50 off, maybe kept it in their hand.
Yeah, and that you're seeing that boost management really start to hurt Ultra here, and it was passed over the score to UMDRL. Next actually had to move into the corner instead of going right to goal because he needed that boost in case there was a high shot coming into goal. But that took him out of the way, and he was not in position to make the save when the shot happened.
Yeah, and that was that exactly. Like I said, capitalizing on the mistakes. That right there was beautiful. They saw that he didn't have boost, and they just brought it to a position, and now they're just going to try and run away with it. This
Another one right off the kickoff.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we've actually seen some of the teams today actually be really good at, is just taking those kickoffs and using them to their advantage. They're seeing, hey, I'm gonna go right, you go right, grab the 100 boost, let's make a play, and it's been working out really well for some of the teams.
Yeah, these aggressive kickoff strategies have been resulting in points pretty consistently here. Nick's trying to get that redirect, but not quite there. The pass was set up, but Miles was in between and able to intercept.
Oh, what a 50. That was a great 50 from Spice. Ended up winning it because it looked like he was on top of the ball. If you see, he just uses his boost to carry himself and end up on the top. So the 50 ends up in a really awkward position for Ultra, and it looks like UMD's just going to run away with this game.
Yeah, at this point, unless Ultra pulls a Herculean effort here to pull 3 points in the bottom 20 seconds, it is going to be UMDRL's game, but you never know. And it's also, UMDRL gets a chance to ratchet up the points a little bit, make it a bigger win. It doesn't really get them anything tournament-wise, but it's, hey, DMV likes our bragging rights. We like our bragging rights.
100%. We definitely do, and I can tell you that even from my standpoint, not competing, but I definitely have that, oh, hey, I won the tournament, I'm super cool, that's bragging rights. I can tell you that's one of the most important things.
Absolutely, but when it comes to contesting for bragging rights, it's going to be tough to beat that 10-1 match that went down earlier.
It's one of my favorite matches of the day. That was super action-packed. It was crazy.
Yep, and so that'll be 2-0 going over to UMDRL for winners semis. That was winners semis, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So we'll be seeing winners finals next. So we're gonna get to see, wow, winners finals actually gonna be two totally new teams here with UMDRL versus Sag.
Yeah.
That's gonna be interesting.
And we'll see how it goes. We know that UMD have competed before. They competed in the winter. They were pretty good contenders, but it's just, how are they going to compete? How are they going to compete against one of these teams that's going to be newer? That's not going to be one of the oh, hey, we see these guys every week. They compete. They're really, really good. What can they bring to the table? They're new. No one's seen them. Are they good at passing? Are they good at solo plays? What can they do?
Yeah, and on that note as well, a lot of our more familiar teams we're used to seeing in the winners final side going to be battling out in losers bracket as well, where the stakes are going to be a little bit higher because that elimination is always a threat. But I will say, some of this, you could chalk some of this up to saying, hey, well, a bunch of these folks are new teams. We haven't got a chance to see how they play. If they had all this stream footage, they could have looked back and seen how, EOG or answer them play, through the VODs that are up. But that surprise, that mystery will be gone at Spring Summit. This is the only time, if that is what they're getting away with and that's how they're winning, which I don't think it is, but if you want to argue that it is, that will not be happening at Spring Summit because they will know everyone who's going to be there, and there will be footage for everybody, and they'll be able to see, okay, what can we do against this team? What do they do well? Where are their weak points? How do we find that gap in the armor?
Yeah, and that's the whole thing about Spring Summit and why it's so quote unquote prestige. It's when you get there and you have to show up. You really do. You have to show what you can do. You need to bring some new things because, like you said, everyone's going to know each other, right? These are all going to be teams that have competed against each other. They've all played against each other, but they're all really, really good. They all have that little edge that brings them to that Spring Summit. So I'm excited to see which teams go and what it's going to look like.
Exactly. Yeah, it is going to be an exciting set of matches for that. It's going to be an exciting set of matches for the back end of this bracket too. Again, a lot of these teams need to fight tooth and nail for that qualifier. To clinch that qualifying spot. A bunch of these teams we haven't seen till today, so they need every set of points they can get. Now you've got two new teams, to my knowledge, who both need those points to qualify, playing it out in winners finals. So they're going to be giving it everything. And it's going to be winners finals are going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see both of these teams play because we've seen both of these teams, just kind of, I wouldn't say rolling, but they've definitely been, putting up points. They've definitely been showing up and they've been, having really good plays. They have been doing great. I'm excited to see what these two teams, how they compete against each other because we've seen Ultra and EOG, we've seen all these guys, but these are two new teams to this bracket, and I think that it's going to be interesting. I think one of these teams is going to come out a little stronger than the other, and I'm excited to see which one that is.
Yeah, it's I was about to say, who do you think has it for finals?
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
I realize the second you say something.
I gotta say like the opposite or something because it's just all day has not been good in my favor, and I don't want to jinx somebody, because I guess my casting curse is just not helping at all. So we'll see. There you go. We'll see. Flip a coin.
We got Mr. Valentine here on commentary with the strongest caster's curse in the game.
It's a gift, sure. Whatever you want to call it.
A gift is that's certainly a way to phrase it.
Something like that, right?
Yeah, we will have that winners finals lobby starting in just a moment here. Just waiting on getting the players together and getting them in the lobby so we can get started. But yeah, it's going to be really, man, it really is hard to pinpoint. Like, both of these teams have been playing so strong throughout the day that it's hard to pinpoint like where their weaknesses might be. I think we're not really going to start to get an accurate picture of that until we see this game happen. So it's really hard to say how this is going to go. Both teams have been doing really, really fantastic with the passing game, maintaining control of the ball. I would say that overall, Sag has been playing a little bit more on the cautious side in the even matches, whereas UMDRL definitely seems, in my opinion, to have a little bit more of an aggressive focus. But let's see how that plays out here. Game 1, Sag Esports on blue versus UMDRL on orange. And Spice already going up high, trying to make a shot. Cal in position to block it. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I saw UMDRL on blue and Sads on orange. My bad. Cal going for the block there off of the wall over the goal there. Miles trying to redirect, set it up. I don't think that was the intended direction. Cal now gonna be able to pop it over towards blue side. And this is already no like immediate goal off of the first kickoff, right? Like that's a first for today, I think.
Yeah, that's definitely different. We've seen it a few times, but it's one of those manners that it's like, oh, maybe they'll get a goal off and then they end up don't. And now you're gonna see that they're gonna get that, aggression going. And I really am excited to see where they kind of take this aggression. And there we go.
Yep.
Sad. Cal is doing his normal thing, getting a little bit of the, popping the ball just a little bit, getting on his car, flicking it up, and then just taking it over, which is, you can see that Cal's control is great. And that's one of the things that we need to watch during these games and grand finals if he makes it, because that's going to be hard. That right there is going to be one of those things that you need to pay attention to, because that control is scary.
Yeah, and the estimation I made of how this is going to go down, I think definitely playing out here. You are seeing Sag with a little bit more of that defensive focus. UMDRL trying to make the offense happen. It did lead to them being a little overcommitted. That gave up that last goal, but that also means that they are able to put up a lot more pressure, and they're keeping the ball on Sag's side of the field a lot more of the game overall, which is, the longer it's over there, the more opportunities you're going to have.
Yeah, definitely. Which, from the possession in this game, I would honestly say that UMD has, quote unquote, more of the possession, but they're just not, okay, I was going to say not capitalizing on it, but there we just prove again that my caster's curse is horrible. But that was a great goal. He, messed up. He didn't hit the ball when he was going up for it. Misty misses it, and UMD just capitalizes on it.
Yep, just quick, straightforward shot right into the goal there. Tie the game up at 1-1. We're at 3 minutes, 23 seconds, and it is already looking like it's going to be. This is looking like it's going to go to a game 3. This is just so close already, the way they're playing. Spice, oh! Okay, Cal was in position. That was looking really bad. Spice had that 50-50 set up and just had it right towards the goal, but the defense was there on Sag's side. Sag playing some great defense today.
There is actually a lot of bumping this game. There's a lot of passing, a lot of bumping. This is crazy. I can tell you from watching this, this is going to be one of those violent games. I've already seen like 4 or 5 bumps just from, rotation. They're just trying to, either out-rotate somebody or try and mess up somebody's rotation. Because when you get into that, just that mindset of like, oh, our rotations are really great, they're perfect, we're doing great, and then someone launches you halfway across the field, it messes you up a little bit.
Yeah, it'll get in your head a little bit because it will frustrate you. You're like, man, I was set up, I was perfect, and he just ran into me like a caveman. But that's a strategy, Sometimes you got to throw somebody off their rhythm to get back in control of the game. Miles,
absolutely gorgeous goal. I was not really expecting that. They got a beautiful pop-up and just that little contest. I feel like we've seen a bunch of those, spike down, hitting the enemy team and still going in. And I want to see more. Those are great. Those are beautiful goals.
Yeah, those spikes have been. UMDRL had an excellent setup on that. I didn't even think the goal was happening. I thought it was going to be just, it looked like the opportunity had passed. Miles already going for another one, keeping it in the air and able to maneuver his car in midair to block the save while he's at it. Watch this happen. Look, pulls around to the side, gets the redirect, and then bumps Cal.
It's beautiful. That right there is great. That's what I'm talking about. That little bit of air control where you can just get a little bit of a hit. It's great. And of course, yet again, they're proving me wrong that they're just going to try and walk away any chance that they can. This is what they need to do to try and get, up. UMD is they're playing how they normally do, which is, I wouldn't say not ironic that they're doing this in, finals. This is what they need to be doing, and they're doing it just like this is some other team.
Yeah, it's the mentality here is fantastic. They're not letting anything get to them. Another demo coming out. Cal taking that demo. It's one less on defense for just a little bit here. Missy trying to find the redirect in, able to angle it into the goal and make it 3-2. UMDRL taking that lead.
That was a very, very, I would say, awkward goal. Because if you saw, Spice was on the other side and the wrong side of Misty, and he just ended up just a little bit of tap because he couldn't get there because he was boxing him out.
Yeah, it was awkward, but the demo set it up because even though it was awkward, there was only one defender at that point. You know, like the demo play is really coming out today.
I told you it was going to be a violent game. Maybe this will be the first thing that I actually got right.
Yeah. Gonna bounce off the goalpost there. Misty now in control of it, trying to keep the momentum as hard to read as possible
great
here.
Save. That right there was a great save. So,
Oh!
Split the defenders. That was great. See, that's that positioning of the ball. When you shoot, you just need to get the right angle. Because if you saw, look, he's too far, and Miles is you know, or Spice was too close to it, just a little too far, and the other player just didn't get there in time, which was great. The positioning of the shot was gorgeous.
Yeah, that was such a clean setup. Just had them looking one way and then scored from another. Cal got that dribble going, trying to take it down the field again. That dribble game has been strong for Sag to carry that ball back across the field there. It feels like every time they're in control of it on their side of the field, they're able to set that up and get all of that field space back almost immediately off of the dribble. Cal,
yeah, definitely.
Redirect.
Right back in. They're right back into this game. And that's one thing you got to watch with both of these teams is they're just going to get themselves back in. Oh, double commit. Oh, they ended up getting a good play off of it, which is good. But yeah, look at that control, bringing it all the way out to midfield. Obviously, they're just going to come back because these teams are just fighting for possession back and back and back. But that little bit, if they got a little mistake, could have changed the whole game.
Yeah, and it's nice spike. Cal, the save was there from Miles. Cal with the follow-up. It's not quite going to go in though, so we give possession back to Miles. We might be going to overtime here, but hold on. I don't want to say that just yet. Miles trying to set something up here. It is high and slow, and it is just floating out there.
Yeah, I was about to say, if I was Sag Esports and where the ball was at, I would just drop the ball. Just let it drop and, you know, get a little fresh restart in overtime.
Absolutely, absolutely. Get yourself in a position where you can have a little more control of it. Not going to get that 50-50. Miles taking control there. Spice looking to... Oh, he's actually going for the shot. He's trying to put it in. Not quite going to happen, but it was
That was almost a beautiful angle. That was almost a really, really nice angle. Yeah, it looks like the air control is definitely... Both of these teams are very strong in, you know, air control. But I feel like one of the most... one of the strongest players that we have today when it comes to solo plays would be Cal. If he gets that, you know, ball on his card, something's going to happen. It may be, you know, getting it downfield or, you know, a post shot or something like that. And as we speak, they take control after a misrotation and score and win in overtime.
Cal able to bank it off of the wall there, set it up for Misty. No one in goal. UMDRL just didn't have anyone ready to defend for that shot, and that's going to be 4-3 going over for Orange. And you're definitely seeing the styles clash here a little bit. Sag, again, like I was saying, playing a little bit more of a defensive game, and when you're seeing the shots happen, it's less any kind of crazy play. They're almost pulling more shots where you're sitting at home, you're like, I could set that up. Like, I could make that happen. But they're doing so much work to make that happen, to get into that position in the first place. You know, there's just that control of the ball, dribbling across the field. UMDRL, on the other hand, having a little bit more trouble maintaining control. But some of the angles they're hitting these shots at and some of the shots they're making have just been out of nowhere, and that's keeping them in the game. So it really is. It's a battle of just – it feels like a battle of defensive fundamentals versus just excellent shot control.
Yeah, and as you see, you know, Sag, you know, just trying to pull out like little plays. Their playmaking has been really good all day. They've set themselves up for really good plays, but it's the same thing. UMD is really, really good at that. It's just the difference in how they set their plays up. Oh, it looks like there's a little bit of a double commit from there. Both of them wanting to try something off the wall, and it ended up just being super awkward. Hopefully they can turn this into something. Doesn't look like they will, though.
Yeah, definitely like in a little bit of an awkward spot. It's really funny because you're used to, if you're playing Rocket League at home, you're probably used to situations where the ball slows down like that. But in top level Rocket League play, you don't see it very often. Misty able to get that shot off of the wall.
That was beautiful. I'm pretty sure he got a flip reset. Yeah, look at that flip reset. Hopping on the ball and just barely beat him. And it looked like UMD Miles was going to actually contest it, but just that little bit just made it perfect for Sag.
And once again, Sag going out of their way to just spite the commentary. Me this time, I'm talking about how they're playing defensive. They're not making those like really flashy shots. They're just playing the fundamentals. And then Misty comes out and does like that high-speed flip reset to make the goal, and they're already setting up another one off of the goalpost here. Misty in position. Can he get it?
Oh,
yes!
Oh no! That was almost a save from UMD. That was really close. That was almost really tragic for Sag, hitting the crossbar right there. It looked like that little bump from Spice right there helped a little bit, but it still ended up going in and giving Sag the 2-0 lead.
There was that moment of doubt where it's like, this might be savable, you know, like just maybe, but no, it had just enough momentum to slowly bounce the rest of the way into the goal. Spice, though, coming out off of the kickoff to put a point on the board for UMDRL.
It's these kickoff goals. I'm telling you, we didn't see one right at the start in either of the games, but now they're just using those kickoffs, and that right there was beautiful. That was a great way to come back and only have a a 1-goal deficit.
The kickoff meta has been wild today. It really has.
That and demos.
Yeah. Cal going for another flip reset to set it up. Saw what Misty did with the high-speed flip reset a goal ago, 2 goals ago. Was like, hey, guess what? I can do it too.
That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure that, in my opinion, Cal is one of the best solo players that we've seen. Just taking, the little bit of room that Cal has and just moving it to his advantage, and it's great.
Absolutely, yeah. We are seeing, like, I keep thinking Sag is like playing at full strength, and then they do something new, something they haven't been doing all day.
It's like I said, bringing new things in.
Yeah, holding on to some of those secrets for the back end of the bracket, holding on to some of those little tricks, and paying off for them here in winners finals.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what else they can bring, or what UMD can bring out to, take an advantage. That was a good defensive play. See if Spice can capitalize. Doesn't look like it. I was about to say, if that random team pinch went in, that would have been pretty awesome. Okay, this could turn into something really good. Oh, just barely didn't get it off. That was a really great pass from Spice to Miles, though. Miles just didn't get it on the right part of his car.
Yeah, and then to make it worse, Cal able to just completely halt the momentum with that pinch, like on the ground too, to get back control of the ball. So weren't even able. Oh, Spice though, the block was there, but Spice was in position for the follow-up, bounced it right over.
Yeah, and that right there, the little mistakes, instead of clearing it further, taking up the wall, shooting it down the field, whatever you want to do with it, they just accidentally got a little pass, and Spice was like, hey, let me take advantage of this, and now it's again 1-goal deficit.
Yeah, and you're seeing the adaptation, because not only, like we were saying, not only are you seeing Sag, oh wow, just right off of almost,
or not a 1-goal deficit again. Guess
yeah.
they're just doing this to hate me. They're watching the stream, and this is all rigged, that's what it is. They're just going after me, I guess. That's what today's been about.
But you're seeing the adaptation, you're seeing the mix-up in the play style, because it's almost totally flip side. Sag now actually being a lot more aggressive with these shots, going for these, goals off the kickoff, and UMDRL playing a little bit slower and playing that passing game a little more thoroughly. Like, they're almost have switched sides as far as like how they're playing the tactics of the game.
Yeah, and they just look a little bit more meticulous with their play style. Looks like they're gonna go for a bump. Did it work?
To the side.
It did. That was absolutely beautiful. Yeah, and if you watch, Spice just goes way ahead and tries to do some form of bump, making Sag a little bit out of place and a little bit awkward, and it ended up working out in their favor.
I want to say it was a demo attempt. It didn't quite go out, but I said earlier today too, like, you don't always have to get the demo. If you just bump them or just force them to move out of position.
You gotta look scary. That's all you gotta do. You just gotta, and this is just a back and forth game, but Sag just got 1 goal a little ahead. But I'm telling you, you were right. That you just have to look scary. That's all you gotta do. Those, if you're trying to go for a demo, they can't just stop or you're gonna go somewhere. You have to juke them in some form or another, and that can turn you to either like Narnia or in a perfect position. You could literally go anywhere.
Yeah, you could end up in all kinds of weird and or beneficial positions off of that. Big bump, Cal to redirect with Miles in position for the block. Spice gonna try to get control of this here. He's taking it up. Misty contesting, gonna keep it towards that midfield. It is just a struggle to try to get out of the blue side here. Miles able to clear it though, trying to make the follow-up. Cal didn't quite block it the right way to stop it from rolling out towards the goal. Bumped it back out to Miles instead, and Miles absolutely ready for that.
Yeah, this is really back and forth, and this is what both of us wanted to see. This is actually really good. It's not just, crazy blowout, 10-1, 4-1, whatever it is. This is a really close game, and there are actually a lot of goals being scored.
Yeah, you got to respect this kickoff, though. They've been doing this every time it gets close to tying, and they do it again. I'm telling you, when you like UMDRL, they need to get another goal. They need to get it to 5-6, and then they need to watch that kickoff, because I swear, Sag has been doing it if you go back and watch, go back and watch the earlier part of the match. They've done it every time there's been a 1-point gap. There's a lethal kickoff right behind it to expand that point gap a little further. You got to be ready for it.
Yeah, and if we're following the path that we're on, we're gonna see another goal come out from hopefully. I was about to say, if we ended up seeing another goal come out and it's just this, oh my goodness, we're following the same path.
Miles going the mile all the way across the field with the dribble, set it up on the crossbar. Didn't get it the first time, but just slammed the e-brake, turned the car around, and said, I'm going again. We're getting this goal. We're back. Okay, but they need to watch this kickoff. I'm telling you. Sag is going to go for this aggressive kickoff. Be ready for it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, we'll see how they play it off.
They're in goal this time, though. They're in goal, but it wasn't enough.
It's the same pattern. This game is following the same pattern. This is wild, though. I'm pretty sure this is the most goals we've had in a game today, but
yeah,
it's not a blowout. It's back and forth. It's this fight to stay that 1-goal difference and hopefully take an advantage to get back up.
This is some high-scoring, aggressive Rocket League we're seeing right now. We have developed into just full-on aggression on both sides. Both teams just taking every shot they can get with 1 minute left on the clock. It's kind of how it needs to be. UMDRL needs these 2 points.
Yeah, and it's definitely possible. They're playing great, and as I speak of it, another goal and going to be 3-goal deficit, which is still possible. There's 49 seconds, and how this game has been going, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, and you can see it with the way that save was attempted. It just the timer restriction right now, really putting UMDRL in the hot seat, and they're starting to just maybe get a little nervous and starting to slip up a little bit, which is giving Sag an opportunity to run away a little bit further with this game. But yeah, there is still a chance. They have to really come out swinging here, but they could even it back up, and I think you're going to see Sag start playing a little bit slower, a little bit more defensively, just to try to block out and prevent that opportunity.
That was almost a really beautiful goal from Spice, but they still have it in their hands. Hopefully they can use this to their advantage and pull a goal out.
Nice. Going for it. The angle wasn't quite right. Almost had it on the pinch on landing to follow it to save it, but
yeah, Miles with the interception. Hopefully they can turn this into something. Doesn't look like this, and it looks like this is gonna be game. Another goal? Yep, that's gonna be game right there. This was the highest scoring game this whole tournament, and I'm wondering what the highest score game for DEL in general is, but this was a beautiful game. This was actually really strong performance from Sag.
It's a 14-point game.
This is crazy.
It's a 14-point game of Rocket League. Hold on, did I speak too soon? All right.
About to say 15. Are we going 15? We can go 15 if you want to.
That's a lot of points for a game of Rocket League. They really just got in there. They're like, we're scoring goals. We're slugging it out. We're gonna make this as flashy as possible. That was incredible to watch.
That was gorgeous.
Feel each other out.
Yeah, that was beautiful, and you saw the adapting play style, and that's one of those things that could be new. Is that they're using that play style, and they're like, hey, what if we changed it up a little bit? And when they change it up, it results to things like that, where there's a 14-point game.
Yeah, just absolutely an incredible amount of points for Rocket League game. And that means that Sag Esports will be going to the winner side of Grand Finals, while UMDRL will have to fight back through losers bracket. But since they're in winners finals for that, they only have to win losers finals to get another shot at this. They got a really strong chance of coming back and taking another attempt to take Sag Esports down. And there's so many strong teams in losers bracket too right now. So it is going to be just some incredible games from here on out. So stay tuned. And again, this is brought to you by Events DC, which you can check out at !Events DC in the chat or at eventsdc.com, and the DC Department of Parks and Recreation, which you can check out at dpr.dc.gov. And we're going to take a quick break before we get into losers bracket. So hang on, stay tuned in, because these next couple of matches are going to get wild. There's a lot of powerful teams sitting around, but we will be back to you with that in just a moment. Hey, Rocket League fans, we are back again with DEL, presented by Events DC. You can check them out at !Events DC in the chat or at eventsdc.com, and the DC Department of Parks and Recreation, which you can find at dpr.dc.gov. Winners finals just finished up with Sag Esports taking the win. They're sitting pretty in grand finals, waiting for who their ultimate challenger is going to be. So we're going to be taking a look at losers bracket here. And first up, we've got EOG versus Stinky for losers quarterfinals. This is another matchup of a new team that's come out swinging real hard today versus a team that we've seen be at the top of the bracket consistently throughout the league. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup. We'll have to see how this plays out. Without any further ado, here we go for game one. EOG on blue side versus Stinky on orange. And already EOG coming out with a big shot off of the wall. The aggression is already on. I'm sorry, Stinky on blue side, EOG on orange. Stinky getting aggressive off of the start.
Yeah, and both of these teams we know are really good, so it's just a matter of, who can use these, little things to their advantage and score first.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, already with the demo setting it up, so Evo's only, Demon Time's got one less defender there, but one defender was enough. Nico able to save the ball, trying to maintain some control there, but Stinky just really playing some solid ground control right now and just keeping the ball in their possession as much as possible.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to need to play a little bit more aggressive, knowing that this team is better. But I definitely think that, Stinky or EOG, whoever gets the first goal, in my opinion, is going to come out swing in and get that little advantage that's probably going to take them up a little higher.
Yeah, Demon Time trying to get that redirect off the wall. Evo, oh, okay, hold on. Nico with a big shot off the wall towards there. Just going to hit the goal post instead. Not quite going to be the goal, but it was real close. That's the kind of thing that gets you sweating. Get that first, shot pressure, that first near miss. That gets you, really gets you on edge.
Yeah, definitely. And that was a good pass. Doesn't look like Demon was there in time, which does kind of suck because it was a good, passing opportunity. It was a good start. But honestly, I feel like we've been in EOG's half most of this game, if not, all of it. I feel like the pressure is definitely coming from Stinky. Oh, barely missed.
Had just enough momentum to save it too. I was worried for a moment there that was just going to push right through the defender and go in. Lovecraft able to get that pop to keep the ball from heading goal side. Eris though, big aerial, just able to keep it, keep it slow and keep it on EOG's side of the field, which is just a terrifying place to be. Evo ready to take that right off the wall as it came towards him, and he's just keeping as much control as possible there. But Lovecraft is now set up.
A little bit of a fake. We'll see. Oh, the defense came in, but honestly, Demon's movement and ability to just stay mobile and not really have a standstill moment has definitely given them that advantage to stay up top. And there's that bumping, that bumping meta again, where they see that he has that opportunity to do some cool plays, take advantage of just the little things, and they just came in and bumped him. They just launched him, which is it's a great play.
Yeah, I mean, anything you need to do to just interrupt that control. EOG taking the demo there even. You just need to interrupt that control that Stinky has been able to establish, and you're starting to see it pay off. Lovecraft able to toss that ball over the blue side. Nico is ready to defend. That's a real slow dribble. That was an interestingly slow dribble. There was some kind of mind game that was trying to happen there. It just didn't quite coalesce, but there was something going on.
Yeah, no, so what they were trying to do is they were trying to get someone to either overcommit or commit to the ball really hard. Oh my goodness, again. But yeah, so what they were trying to do is they were just trying to get someone, kind of in their head. They really just wanted to be like, hey, maybe he'll commit to the ball. Because if he commits to the ball 2v1, just do a little, passing play, boom, pow, bang, there's a goal, and there's your advantage.
Absolutely. The goalpost out for blood right now. It's just merciless, not letting balls through. But Evo with that perfect angle on that aerial, not going to let the goalpost even come into play for that shot. Look at that. Up, pulling around to the side, has that perfect shot. Spikes it right in.
Yeah, and that was absolutely beautiful. Seeing the opportunity that was presented to him and using the angle of his car to get a little bit of a harder shot than you would normally see.
Oh, with nearly an open net, not quite going to be the score. No follow-up to get the goal, but does get the demo. It's one defender down for just a little bit and not a whole lot of boost. Big aerial from Nico off the backboard. Redirects it back in. That's going to tie it up 1-1. EOG wants to be the one that says, no, we're the old guard, the old DEL guard can stick around. We can slug it out. We can win these games.
Yeah, and as we see again, Nico doing some crazy stuff that you're not going to really see all day every day, and there you go, Stinky answering right back.
The lethal kickoff, it has been a staple today. Every time the game starts to get close, somebody has a lethal kickoff immediately, and the other team is just back on the back foot.
That's one thing that I mean, I can say from my end that I didn't think we'd see a lot of. I really thought that these teams would come out and really have an advantage, not getting those kickoffs. That advantage of, oh, we've been playing for a little bit. We're higher ranks. Hopefully we can keep the kickoffs. Not what they would be in the lower ranks where it's just boom pow bang scored, boom pow bang scored. It's just goal after goal, and using the crossbar to his advantage. That was absolutely beautiful. Bar down, nice shot from Lovecraft.
And scored from the grave too. Demoed seconds after contact, not even milliseconds after contact with that ball. Just that last little bit of boost, that last little bit of contact, but it was enough to make the goal and tie it up. And no lethal kickoff this time. It is going to be. I think that people are starting to catch on. EOG is starting to see. All right, we can't sleep now that we're even up. We got to make sure that they don't just try to send it in immediately.
Yeah, and that's that bumping again. Oh, looks like Evo's going to be there. That could have been really...
Oh, this might be the chance to not take it to overtime. Can Stinky make this shot happen? No.
That right there was great defense. Is this the first overtime we've seen?
No, this is second. This is
because the other one, because that was, I want to say, semifinals. I'm blanking now. I totally forgot who it was. I know it was...
It might have been finals that just now, the UMDRL.
Yeah.
Might have been.
I mean,
one.
Hey.
Oh, okay, hold on. Evo's got a great angle on this. The defenders just aren't quite there. Oh, but it's a little too high. Not going to be the goal. Lovecraft now has a chance to make a shot here. Evo going up, trying to make the block. Isn't going to make it, though, and EOG is going to take game one. No boost there.
Just didn't have enough boost. That right there was a nice little bump off the wall. It looked like Lovecraft was kind of going up. Maybe there was a little bit of mind games, and he just didn't end up either having enough boost or just, kind of, had those mind games. If you don't have boost, one of the best things you can do is make it seem like you do. Because right there, that could have been one of those situations where you see someone, not having boost and still, looking like they do in just mind games.
Faking is an option in the quick chat for a reason.
Exactly.
It's a strategy. It is.
So is calculated, and we've definitely seen some interesting calculated plays all day long. I can tell you that much.
I'm really interested to see how this game 2 goes. We have not seen one of these newer teams play on the back foot, be down a game, except against another one of the newer teams. So it's be interesting to see how that dynamic works out. See, I've got the kickoff going there. Going to go over to EOG's side immediately. Nico setting up a position to get the ball out of there if possible. Able to take it over to blue side. Evo trying to just interrupt the control as much as possible, but they're actually, EOG doing some pretty clean control here. Eris able to break away with it, though. Maybe just a little too aggressive on EOG's side. Eris able to break away and just carry the ball into the goal.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful dribble. Getting past one, getting past the other, and just, not trying to do something fancy to get in the goal, just knowing that you need that you need that goal in, the bottom end of this tournament where everything matters. Just every little bit of, a hit or a touch or a demo can mean you lose the tournament and don't end up in Spring Summit.
Absolutely. And already wrestling for control of the ball again. Evo with a huge save there, able to prevent that from going in. Actually turtles the ball on the landing off of the wall there. I don't know if that was intentional, but if it was, that was some kind of mix-up.
Yeah, it looks like there was a little bit of miscommunication from Stinky, but we'll see if they can come back from that little miscommunication error and see what they can do now.
Evo trying to set something up here off of the wall, just trying to keep the ball moving erratically and not give Evo a chance to make that hit. Gonna pass it off to Eris there. Eris trying to pass it back towards the center, but Nico has the save, has the control of the ball now, able to bring it back across.
Yeah, and he looks like he missed the boost, and instead of using, his forward momentum to do something with it, he just stopped and grabbed the boost. Looks like it still ended up in his favor, which is good. Not something you normally see when you stop for boost, but we'll see kind of where the ball's going now. It looks like it's going to stay in Blue's half, but they're going to get control. Let's see what they can do now.
Eris had an excellent glancing touch there just to keep the ball, the momentum heading towards Orange, set him up to have enough time to hit the ground and take another touch on it as they tried to clear it. Maybe, not quite able to get that flip the way Eris wanted it there, off of the corner. Gonna back pass it over to Evo though, who sends it way into Orange's side in the corner. It's just, I think there might just be too much gridlock here for a goal to happen.
Yeah, that was a lot of clutter. Just everyone was there. Everyone was, in the same spot, which, can they capitalize on this? Let's see what happens here. Oh, what an absolute save. That was great. Saw that the pass was coming and just tried to get it off. He doesn't have any boost, so he should just, I was going to say, just boot it downfield a little bit and see what he can do with no boost.
Oh, both players missing the ball there. Nico trying to find the read, but the faking game is strong here today.
The faking is strong with this one, I can tell you that much. This is, looks like the control is going to go back to Orange. Looks like this has been a very aggressive game from both sides and both teams, and a lot of demoing and little plays.
Yeah, there's definitely, it has been, it's been a very back and forth. Oh,
that would have been absolutely beautiful.
Looking for that rebound off of the backboard, not quite. But for every couple of those shots that you miss like that, you end up hitting one. Eris
make one in
instead.
As you're talking about it.
Yeah, just this time just went right up. Eris perfectly in position to make the shot. Nobody ready in goal. Nico had the touch, was able to change the momentum there a little bit, but just not by enough to prevent it from being the goal. Stinky now up 2-0.
Yeah, and this is one of those games that, and a demo, this might be another goal. Looked like he was trying to steal it.
There's the kickoffs again. There's kickoffs.
Yeah, it's the kickoffs, and he got the demo. It looked like he missed the ball on purpose to go and get a demo, and it ended up actually working out in their favor just exactly how they wanted to.
Yeah, and that's why, man, even if you're not the one that's going after the ball first on kickoff, you cannot be asleep. Because somebody, something like that could happen. Somebody could just decide to run it right down at you, go for the demo, so you're not there to make the defense.
Yeah, and this just shows.
Lovecraft, though.
Back and forth. This is how the series and how this game is just gonna go. If they need to use the I wouldn't say pressure that they have, but they need to use their mechanics to just get a few more goals and get back up there. If they take them to another overtime, or at least tie it up, maybe they can end the series here.
Oh, we were looking for that. Was looking for another looking to be another lethal goal attempt there. Does not happen, or lethal kickoff. Instead, we've got it kind of stalled momentum-wise on blue side. Evo taking it way up, looking for this big aerial centered in towards goal. But Nico is ready for it, has the save, and sends it right back across. There's no one in goal. Is it in? It is!
Ooh, absolutely beautiful. That was, see, that right there, mechanics. You see how he got up there before him, using his directional arrow to get up there just a little bit faster. Got that little touch past him, and there you go. One goal difference.
Mechanics and punishing the fundamentals too. You know, Stinky was just a little overcommitted to make that happen. And I think you're seeing EOG is recognizing that slowing the game down just a little bit, it's kind of working in their favor. We saw that with that goal Lovecraft made a little bit earlier, and I think that that might be the strategy you start to see here. Oh, but that perfect setup.
That was beautiful. You saw how Irish just sat there and, you know, controlled the ball, got a nice 50 off, and Evo was just there to score it.
Yeah, and just sent it out low and slow towards the middle, open net. All right, here we go. 4-2, a minute left. There's still time. And EOG has the first game, so even if they can't pull this off, they still have game 3. But, you know, it's always better to not have to go to game 3 if you don't have to. If you can pull that off.
It will be the first game 3 that we've seen on stream, though.
This is true. Wow, we actually have had a game 3 all day today.
We've had a lot of, I wouldn't say blowouts, but a lot of, oh no, open net. Can they capitalize on it? They did. I was about to say, they had a chance to not. He posted the ball and almost didn't score that. And that right there is probably going to shut the game out and take us to a game 3.
Yeah, it's looking like, you know, we're definitely going to game 3 here. But EOG, I think, has already started to identify that slowing things down a little is working in their favor. It's just a matter of being able to consistently do it. And again, I feel like it cannot be stressed enough that, like, these teams need to be, oh, what a shot is going to be off.
That was an absolutely beautiful save. I was yawning. I looked away for 2 seconds, and I saw that beautiful save.
The shot's all away.
May chip in.
Cross. There we go. At least, hey, 3-5. Every little point you get on the board, you know, it may not be enough to pull this game around, but you can at least test things. You can figure out, hey, did this work? It did. Cool. Let's work on that game 3. Let's try to utilize that game 3.
And it also helps with, you know, mentality. If you lose by 4 or 5 goals, that's going to hurt you a little bit more than just one because of a little mistake that you had. You know, that little mistake that you have, you're going to be like, oh, okay, you know, I messed up because I did X, Y, and Z instead of doing, you know, A, B, C. And that's going to kind of be the thing where that little goal may help, because what if it's a really sweet goal and that's like, that hypes you guys up. You're like, oh, let's do that again. Let's get in there. You know, it's also a big, you know, mental factor.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, we'll be going to our first game 3 of the day. It's crazy that we've had so many like close matches throughout the last few, going through winners semis, winners finals, and now this. But this is our first game 3.
Yeah, and it's kind of shocking that this is our first game 3, because a lot of these teams are really close in skill level, mechanics, and all that, but you just see that one play that brings them up 2 goals. Like when we saw that game that ended up scoring 14 goals, it was back to back to back to back, but they always had that upper advantage with either 1 or 2 goals.
Exactly. Yeah, that was still incredible. 14-point game that game was.
That's got to be my favorite game of the day now.
Yeah. Oh,
I loved it.
Game 3. This is going to be for the elimination. Whichever team can't pull this off is out.
No. Kickoff goals. That's what it is. That's going to be the theme of our day. Is going to be kickoff goals. Who can do better? I guess.
That's what I've been saying. Like, you cannot be sleeping on these kickoffs, because that has been such a huge tool in the arsenal of these teams this tournament. They have.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it hurts. The mental game. You know, like 4 seconds in and you're already scored on. Like that hurts the mental a little bit.
Yeah, because you're already like, oh man, we're already in an uphill battle because we just weren't ready for the first 15 seconds of the match. Evo almost has that redirect off of the backboard to make the goal, but it isn't quite going to happen.
Out of nowhere. That was beautiful. They're going to have control now. Blue just needs to use this to their advantage. Let's see what Nico can do here. Some form of setup. Let's see what, hopefully. Oh, that was a good 50, but it looks like Nico rotated back for boost and wasn't in the right position.
Oh, that was...
Oh, no! What a save! That was beautiful.
Miss on the follow-up for the shot, too. That hurts. That is one of those things that will get in your head for the rest of the game, too. That is tough.
The spikes! That was actually gorgeous. Watch, he goes up, realizes he can't get the flip reset, gets a reset on the flip on the ceiling instead of the ball, gets that flip and spikes it right down.
That was incredible. That's psychological damage right there. Between that miss, like with the ball an inch from scoring, and then Stinky takes it right back across and just pulls that beautiful shot to put it in. That's gonna be tough to recover from.
And we see another beautiful goal coming out, or another beautiful save, coming out from Stinky. Looks like their defensive play has actually gotten better in the last few games that we've seen them in, which is really good, especially if they're going to make it a little further in this bracket.
Yeah.
It's like another scoring opportunity. Doesn't look like they can capitalize unless they prove me wrong again.
I have it.
Oh
no.
That was almost a really good scoring opportunity. Demo comes out. It's going to be a 1v1. Looks like he's going to go to his strong suit. Oh, misses it a little bit. You see Stinky going a lot for the backboard plays in what they can kind of do on the wall, and it looks like it's benefiting them a lot.
Yeah. On the other hand, EOG feels like is maybe rushing some of their shots when they have that scoring opportunity on the board there, and that's those rush shots are resulting in a little bit less accuracy than you would like.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the pressure. I feel like that's the pressure of them knowing that, their spot, maybe jeopardized for Spring Summit if they end up, losing and all of these teams win. I don't think they do because they have been here for most of the tournaments. But that's also just, a mental thing that like, we're used to being at the top. What's going to happen now in Spring Summit? So if they ended up losing, they're going to really need to, focus in the pre-weeks to Spring Summit and see what they can change to compete with these guys.
Absolutely. And yeah, just Eris and Evo going bumper to bumper. I feel like we saw that earlier too, and I'm still not sure what they're trying to set up there, but when we finally see it happen, it's going to be real interesting. I
want to see because being a Rocket League player and seeing all these random he got the demo on the save.
That demo was actually brilliant. It was the only option he had to do anything about that, but it just wasn't there in time. Lovecraft not able to get the car facing the right way to knock the ball back out.
Yeah, and like I said, just those little, the little things. And looks like Stinky's going to run away with this. There is still, I think they're going to try a passing play. Didn't end up working out, but, there is still a minute and 45 left. And there's still a good chance, but they really just need to calm down, slow it down, and play a little bit more meticulous to try and score, some... Okay, well, now that I speak of that, they're going to do some really interesting team play, I guess I'd call it, and they're just going to keep running away with it. Did they pinch? Oh, I thought they pinched it. That would have been gorgeous if they pinched it. That was a nice spike, though. Yeah,
just came off the wall spinning. Like 30, 40 RPM there. corrected that spin, got angled and got that spike to get the goal. That is some fancy flying.
Yeah, and honestly, in my own opinion, I think that Stinky has been one of our most creative teams with how they make their plays and just kind of how they do team plays. Like this right here, I don't even know what because they're in the air, they're pre-jumping each other, but then he drops and gets demoed to kind of block him off, which was a smart play. See, he tries to block him out, and that was good plays from him.
Yeah, anything you can do to slow down that defender a little bit, keep that goal from happening. Stinky now just putting points on the board. I think that the reality of the situation may just starting to be setting in, and it's just causing EOG maybe just not putting up their best game here. You really should be seeing them trying to fight even harder, even if the match is a lost cause. It isn't necessarily, but even if
there's a minute left,
you want to know what you can do.
Exactly, and that's the thing is that it looks like they're going to run away with this. I obviously don't want to jinx them, but one thing that they need to work on is they just need to watch back the VODs and see kind of what they can go and work on in this 2 weeks that we have until Spring Summit if they end up making it.
They are able to get a point on the board, though. That ball coming out at a angle I don't think Stinky predicted off of that pinch. Lovecraft just happened to be middle of the field waiting for the ball to come that direction, and just takes the straight shot right on through.
Yeah, and that's gonna be one goal towards their goal difference that they're trying to work at. Doesn't look like they're giving up, which is very, very good. And They just need to fight harder. 45 seconds, it's going to be hard, but it is possible.
Absolutely, absolutely. And can at least get a few more points in the go here. Airs and even time, both in the air. This time, bumper to bumper in the air. I feel like there's some kind of trickery afoot there that's intended. I just don't know what it is. We haven't seen it actually coalesce yet.
Yeah, so from that one, from what I saw, they were definitely messing with each other, knowing that they're kind of running away with this game, so they bumped each other just as, like, for fun. But that kind of thing, that could be brutal. Okay, bumps. Again, bumps them out of the way, and that's another goal, and they're actually going to get the Brazil 7-1.
These bumps, like, we got some bumper cars Rocket League going on. Like,
yeah, it's been all demos. Demo and kickoff meta today, I guess.
Yeah, actually. I think that's going to be the number one thing you need to be looking at going into Spring Summit if these teams are going to be there. Is like, okay, we need to be ready for the demo. Be ready to, make the dodge if we need to, or just be out of the way. Big demo coming in from Nico, just firing back. You blow up my car, I'm going to blow up yours. But yeah, the demo game and the kickoff game, it's just been huge. Stinky able to take game 3. And a big part of it being a combination of those two things. So many shots set up just from like a beautiful bump to pull a defender out of the way, disrupt the defensive positioning, and give the other player an opportunity to make the score.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see where these teams are going to go, because there is a lot of potential with the teams that are still left in this bracket, and I think that we're going to see a pretty good grand finals. I'm excited to see who's going to end up there, but in my opinion, Stinky's looking pretty good right now.
Yep, and for the next match here, we're going to be going into losers semifinals. We're going to have Stinky versus Ultra Esports, which, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm going to double check before I make a fool of myself. Yes, we did have this match already go down, and in fact, Ultra was the team that sent Stinky to losers bracket in the first place. So
Little bit of revenge, like I was talking about earlier. I was wanting to see a game like this. I wanted to see some form of revenge, and I'm excited to see how this goes.
yeah, it looks like Stinky ended up losing 1-2 versus Ultra Esports on the winner side of the bracket. So they're going to have to play even harder now to stay in and keep it going. And of course, UMDRL waiting in the losers final spot for whoever wins this match. So it's going to be. I want to see this grudge match happen. This revenge happen. Like, can Stinky bring it back? Can they find the win? Can they redeem themselves? Or is Ultra going to take the second set versus this team and get another shot at maybe going to the Grands? We will have to see how it works out with the players in the lobby in just a moment and be ready to play that match out. And I'm telling you, I know I must be sounding like a broken record today, but it's that the kickoff game has just been like, okay, realistically, I don't even think I'm exaggerating by saying there has been easily 4 to 5 points on average a set that we've seen on stream that have been from like some kind of lethal kickoff setup.
Oh, definitely, 100%. And the kickoffs have been really good, to be honest with you. They're using them to their advantage, where it's not just like a, hey, let's kick it off to the side. It's let's control this kickoff in the best manner we possibly can, and get to a point where we can score.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's just like that is going to have to be something a lot of these teams are going to need to really iron out and really lock down, because the kickoff goals, they only take 3 or 4 seconds, and nothing is worse than psychologically than playing hard, neck and neck Rocket League for 3 minutes, getting yourself at, even scores or just behind by 1 where you're just within striking range, and then just some kickoff setup takes it away in 4 seconds. Like, it's demoralizing. You need to prevent it, not just for the points on the board, but to preserve your sanity going into the game too. Preserve your mentality.
That's the thing though, is it's even worse when it's right at the start of the game, and it's like 3 seconds in, and it's like, oh no, they've already scored, we're already down. How can we, bring ourselves back into that? Because 1 goal down, 4 or 5 seconds in is pretty hard to, kind of deal with, unless you guys, come back and do a kickoff goal, right? Right away.
Right. Yeah, and you're always kicking yourself too. You're like, I could have prevented that. I shouldn't have gone for the boost, or I shouldn't have done this or that. And it's just it'll get in your head. It really will.
Especially being the last week, this is going to be a super mental game. So something like that could, set the advantage. You're already a little bit stressed out because it's the last week or the week to get points, and the big prize is going to be in that spring summit. So you need to, kind of calm down, breathe. But some of these teams, when you get demoed, I can tell you from my experience, it does not help. Right. It gets you mad. It gets you annoyed. You're like, oh my goodness. And we all don't realize, it's just this, like little mechanic that is in the game for a reason. We're like, oh, this is horrible. This sucks. And it definitely gets in your head, especially when you're demoed and demoed and demoed and demoed.
Yeah, you start taking it personally. You're
Oh
like,
yeah,
why
definitely.
me? Why are they coming after me? And it's like, well, they're going after you because you're in the right place, and they don't want you in the right place.
Turns out to be a grudge match now.
Yeah, yeah, it's going to be an interesting meta going into Spring Summit, which is going to be May 14th through the 16th, and there's going to be some wild Rocket League going on. I am absolutely willing to bet we're going to see a whole lot more of this demo and kickoff play because it seems to be a staple for some of these teams.
Oh yeah, I'm stoked. I'm excited, and I want to see some more. I want to see some more crazy plays. I want to see some guys, pull out some crazy flicks. Some spikes, maybe some flip resets. I want to see some things that we haven't seen. I know there's a few mechanics that some of these guys are definitely capable of. Like breezy flicks and musty flicks, which are different kinds of flicks, which hopefully we can see, so I can explain to those out there, what those are, because they're pretty cool to see. They're exciting because it's one of those things where it's like, who just randomly did that? And now it's a mechanic and everyone uses it. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, some of the more intense aerial tech is just so like beautiful to watch. Looks like we got game one kicking off here for loser semifinals. Stinky on blue side versus, EOG on blue side versus Stinky on orange.
Yeah, and oh yeah, this is from last game. We're changing it right now. It looks like we are gonna have, I will get in a second, but it's gonna be Stinky versus Ultra. We didn't get that changed in time, but blue is gonna be Ultra, which we haven't seen in a little bit, and then orange is gonna be Stinky.
Yeah, my apologies there. I was got myself a little bit mixed up. We have the titles corrected, and yeah, I want to see how Ultra comes into this. We didn't get to see their match earlier, where Ultra was able to pull off the win, I don't think, but we definitely we've seen a bunch of Stinky today, and they have been very strong. And Ultra, we know, very strong from previous DEL tournament sets, so it's going to be a close match, I think. I'm willing to bet this one goes to game 3 as well.
Yeah, and one thing that I do want to point out, that maybe to the viewers isn't as major of a thing. That was beautiful from Stinky, just a launch downfield. Of course, again, as I'm trying to explain something to the viewers, they just love to cut me off with a beautiful goal. But what I was trying to say was Ultra Esports, actually both of them are using different cars, which is going to be pretty different because they have different hitboxes, which definitely puts them in either a more favorable or a tougher position.
Yeah. It's gonna be, changing that up changes your angles a little bit there, makes things a little bit different on the setup. We're kind of nearly into the goal there, but Evo was in position for the goal, in position again for the block, just not letting this through. Really playing the defense game here. Going way up for it though. Here comes the aerial, got the flip, and that's gonna be 2-0 for Stinky.
Yeah, this right here is where they run away with it, because they'll get one goal and then they'll use that to their advantage and start getting flip resets or beautiful goals, and that kind of hurts the mentality of Ultra. And Stinky's doing it properly. They're doing it how they need to, and they're playing smart.
Yeah, and the way that flip reset to make that aerial happen was very well executed. Thief now trying to get control of the ball here, able to bring it across. Good pop, gonna bring it. Oh, not quite gonna get it past Evo though. Evo really putting in overtime on goal defense this game.
Yeah, and that's another thing, is it looks like there's been a pretty good keeps getting bumped. Looks like there's another goal. He's just showing off now.
That was unnecessary.
He's just showing off.
It was cool.
He fakes him out, and then he backwards hit. Hey, I'm betting they're watching, and they heard me say I wanted to see something new, and they did it for me. That was beautiful. Although unnecessary, was beautiful.
I just want to be clear for the viewers too. The turning the car around like that, There was no, I don't think there was any strategic value to that. It was just for psychological damage. And it may have backfired because instead, Next W just taking the immediate rebound off of the kickoff, off of the wall, and getting the score.
Kickoffs, I'm telling you.
That is the double-edged sword that you play when it comes to psychological game. And the psychological damage is like, some people, you do that, they get demoralized. Some people, you do that, and the other team's like, oh, okay, you think you're cool? Let me show you some stuff. Let me, you know what I mean? It is a razor's edge to walk.
Oh, not enough boost to finish it off. Yeah, and that's really the big thing is some of these teams are like, oh, so you demoed me. Okay, let's have some fun. Let me show you what that brings you. And then they start scoring all these crazy goals and, ended up coming back. But I definitely feel like this could be a close game. It has the potential to go to game 3. If Ultra just slows it down a little bit, controls it a little bit more, and maybe does stuff like this. Oh, barely. He barely got the touch off, and it was a great clear.
Ooh, that was looking to be a spooky spot there for a minute. If they were able to get the clear. Evo throwing it way out, but now it's headed towards orange goal side. It's going to come off the backboard here. Evo going to try to clear it back out in the air. Thief going up to contest, though. Pinches it out towards the side where Next W is waiting to send it out.
See if they can capitalize on the demo and the bump. Double demo.
Oh, wait, they both? That can happen.
They demoed each other. Yeah, so if they're both going supersonic and hit each other head on, they will both demo each other.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen till just now. That was a really, really interesting decision on both sides there. Ultimately ends up handing the goal over to Stinky. Eris able to get control of that ball, bounce it off of the corner, and send it right in.
Yeah, and that was good plays. That's beautiful. They're capitalizing on those mistakes I was talking about.
Yeah,
they had a splice. Was that a splice decal I saw there?
I think it might have been, yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen one of those, but we maybe
trying to bully it through, not quite.
Got me all excited. I was hoping for another goal. That was a beautiful pass, but looks like they just can't capitalize. Oh, barely just met the boost at the perfect time. See if you can do something cool. Wow. I don't know what that was, but that was gorgeous.
No, I think that was entirely just to keep the ball a little more airborne. Because look, Thief was in position here. If it kept going down, Thief had the block, but Stinky Evo just got the tires on it and just changed that angle just a little bit to pull it away from where Thief was sitting and denied that block, got the goal.
Yeah, he was definitely going for some form of flip reset. I'm not sure if he ended up getting the flip off. It kind of looked like he did, but he got that demo off, which ended up helping in his benefit because it gave him a little bit more boost.
Next catching on landing, has the dribble, going for the goal. Not going to get it down. Evo's ready on goal. Evo really playing that goal game right now. I feel like every major save I've seen so far has been Evo making that save. Just really keeping an eye on that goal and making sure that Ultra does not get points on the board.
Yeah, Evo's save potential and what a beautiful angle. But as we're talking, they're just scoring these beautiful goals. But Evo definitely has the potential to get really good saves off.
What a shot! Just had that flip just to slam that just the right angle. That is when you start being able to play those angles like that and hit those from those that lineup, you start really being able to play some real offense.
Oh, that was almost beautiful. That was almost really great. It looks like maybe Ultra can get one more goal off. Let's see if they get it. It doesn't look like they will. Barely dropping it.
If it wasn't for the timer right there, they had it. There's nobody between that ball and the net. All it was going to take is a little turn to the left, and that was going in. But the timer did run out, and even so, it would have only made it 6-2. So Stinky going to get that first game, and Stinky definitely looking like they want redemption for the winner side of the bracket.
Yeah, they want to come back, and they want to try and get that win, and we'll kind of see how they go. They obviously still have one more game to win, and then they also have to go through finals, so we'll see how it goes from Stinky's side.
Yeah, and by the way, just to take a moment, let's just all take a moment to appreciate the team name Stinky. Let's just what a choice for a team name. I love it. Yeah,
we've been casting it like it's nothing, but it's one of those things where it's like why is that your name? You know, it's like, but it's all good. Hey, if that's your name, right?
Yeah, I am definitely chuckling on the inside every time I have to say it, but
Oh, definitely.
tell you
Oh,
what, the
100%.
aerial is not looking stinky. It's looking really clean, but next W there to contest it, interrupt it, and now Thief trying to pull mostly the same shot. They really saw that coming and said, no, that's not how you do this shot. Let me show you how you set that up, and just knocked it in perfectly.
Yeah, Evo was just in an awkward area on that sidewall. You know, not being able to, you know, get a decent enough, you know, contest off. Let's see what they're doing. It looks like they did another fake kickoff, which Stinky's been known for. They've been doing a lot of those. Kind of see where they go from there with those.
Yeah, and you know, I really think that fake kickoff is one of those things that, like, it's working. It's been working a lot of today because I think just a lot of the teams just aren't looking for it. But it is one of those things that, like, once the teams are like, okay, like, keep in mind they might try to fake kickoff, you know, keep that in mind as an option, keep the counterplay going. Oh no!
Oh, what a save! That was a great save from Ultra. Keep it not a tied game. Kind of see where they go from here. They're up, so they need to keep this advantage. See if they score again. Another great save. They're just going save for save. And of course it was Evo with the beautiful saves all day.
What happened to Ultra Esports between last game and this one? They're like on a different level right now. They are just really trying to make these shots happen. No boost there though. Maybe just a little too aggressive. Evo now has full boost and a chance to make whatever aerial he wants to make, and not gonna happen.
Oh, it's barely gonna be wide unless he can put it in there. Now they're up 2-0. They're coming. See, they're coming back. They won a game 3. They heard you say game 3, and they said, "Let's do it."
Yeah, wow, dude. Ultra really just, you know, like you think you go out of a game 6-2, 6-1, and you're a little demoralized. Ultra is like just fired up. They want to bring this back, and I am loving it.
Yeah, I'm all for it. It looks like they. Oh, see, he should have turned there. I should have turned there and maybe shut me up. Never mind. I guess it worked out in the long run. But that was one of the situations where he could have turned. It worked out in the long run. He got a backboard play, which again, Stinky being one of the most creative with how they're using the backboards and how they're using their aerials, and it looks like it's working out for them. They don't want a game 3. It looks like.
Yeah, no, but you know, points on the board now for Stinky as well. Only a 1-point gap here, so Ultra's gonna have to really play clean. They're playing some real fast and some real risky Rocket League to make these happen. But it's there's a certain point where, you know, if they can't keep that mechanical prowess going, it could start to backfire on them here.
Yeah, definitely, and that was a beautiful fake. Wasn't able to capitalize on it. See if they don't end up scoring there, but. Looks like Ultra's going for a little bit more of ground play. They're going for almost, but they looks like they're going for, you know, this ground play where they just kind of, you know, try and 50 the ball, or they just try and, you know, contest the ball.
Yeah, and Nex has been playing out of his mind this game. Has had some just huge contests, some huge, you know, shots on the goal there. Look at that. Able to get that flick to send that out. Next with the follow-up, gonna send it forward. No angle for Thief to get it in, but Next has the angle instead.
That was beautiful. See, this is the, you know, plays he said, okay, I can hit it off the wall, and then there'd be no one in there, and that was beautiful. It passed to himself. Use the wall to your advantage. You know, if you need to, think of it as a third teammate and use it to your advantage.
Yeah, make the pass. Make the pass from me to me. You know.
Exactly. Yeah. No. I mean, you know. It's the same thing, you know, you compare this game to soccer, but, you know, indoor soccer is the same thing. You want to use that, you know, wall to your advantage, and that's something, you know, you don't really see a lot of people do, which they should do more. Obviously, you see, you know, double touches and stuff, but in the midfield, if you can use that wall to your advantage and benefit you, you know, all for it.
And Next cut a 180 on that wall to turn around and said, actually, you know what, I can bump that, I can pop that back out, and like just has really the maneuvering. I think they just demoed him. They're tired. Stinky's tired of it. They're like, we're tired.
They're tired of him.
We're going for the demo. You know, and Thief has just been playing solid support here too. Keep an eye on that goal, making sure. Ooh, that could have been dangerous, but it worked.
That was a good fake. Let's see. He has control now. Has good possession. Oh, he ended up getting a good defensive play on it. Let's see where they can take it from here. Should be able to do something with it.
Oh,
looks like it should be in. That hit right there just made it not go in unless he gets it there. This may be a goal. With the bumps.
There. Oh, hello. Lower forward, it is floating. It is floating right there in center. Next, taking it to the corner, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, just trying to get, so he didn't have enough boost to make a play, so he was just trying to get a 50 in an absolutely gorgeous angle.
Wow.
Now they're running away with it. I guess we're just not going to have one of those back-to-back games unless we get to a game 3 and they prove us wrong again.
Wow.
That was beautiful.
I really thought, in my head, I saw that slowdown and trying to just contest the ball there in the corner at that speed is like, I was skeptical.
It worked?
But it worked out. It did.
I thought so too, but he ended up working it out, and it was just a gorgeous, angle, which is another reason that I used it. Oh, what a save!
Oh my God, Thief! Wow, that was incredible. Like, just, I think actually hitting that wall of the inside of the goal at the time that he hit, the same moment he hit the ball too, provided just enough stability to not get bumped back into the goal with the ball as well, because that ball had some spice on it. There was some speed on that.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I love the Dominus so much. The angle of it being such a long car just provides, a good, area to do some cool things and, not just feel like you need to be super close to the ball, but you can kind of at any time do something with it.
Yeah, and with 10 seconds left, it's looking like it's going to be Ultra Esports game. They might try to make one more score here. Thief with a big pop. It's going out. Going to come off the backboard next. White.
That would have been gorgeous to finish the game off, but it looks like we're going to, of course, now that we haven't seen a single game 3, we're just going to keep going to game 3s. Now we're going to see, Ultra Esports with the dub there and kind of see if they can, ride this excitement of winning the game and what they can really do with it.
Hey, I am all about game 3s. Give me as many as you got. Like, more Rocket League to watch, more Rocket League to commentate. Sign me up.
I'm down for it, especially with all these good teams going. These guys are all good. They're all fighting really hard for that, spot in Spring Summit, and they're doing a good job. They're putting out all these kind of plays that we haven't seen before, and I'm excited to see where we can kind of go going into, losers finals and grand finals.
Absolutely. Thief got the shot off of the kickoff.
4 seconds. Kickoff goals. You were right. You called it at the start of the day. It's going to be kickoffs, and this right here, that right there, especially after losing 4-1, that's going to get into your head pretty hard.
I'm telling you, these teams are trying to catch you going for the corner boost off the start. They want you to do it. They are just looking for that.
Yeah, and both teams are doing it. It's not even just like one team it's both of them. Looks like both of them missed the ball. Okay, they got the save. It's all good. Scared me for a second.
Yeah, it's in a tough spot here. Thief able to get the clear, sending it way out. It's going to alleviate a little bit of pressure, but it's not going to give them back control just yet. Eris looking for another shot here.
Ooh. Woo! Let's see if they can capitalize on this. Doesn't look like it's going to go too far to the corner, but they actually got a beautiful save. See what they can do with this. Yeah, I was going to say pop it up. Hopefully, I guess they're just giving him control. Oh, he baited out the flip. Let's see what they can do from here now.
Yeah, Thief saw that the tires touched on that ball and was like, I'm not committing to this. I'm not getting bamboozled. I will wait. You've got limited time before you hit the ground that you can use that flip in. I've got all the time in the world.
Yeah, definitely. And that was smart.
Oh no, that miss might be a problem though. Can Nex get it instead? Just barely able to turn the car around and get that out of the way. It's going back towards goal though, off the crossbar. Nex able to get it out, but the pressure is alleviated just a little bit here momentarily. But
they should capitalize on. Oh, another save. I'm telling you, it's Thief and Evo going for these beautiful saves. I feel like both of them are just trying to get that highlight of the day of the beautiful save.
Yeah, but the pressure Stinky is putting out right now. I mean, that was 4 or 5 attempts on goal in maybe 15 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get another one here, and I think they may be able to Never mind. I thought they were going to capitalize on it and just hit the crossbar. Looks like they're going to go for some passing plays. Absolute strike. Barely. What a save. And, of course, it's Evo.
There's so much power on that shot. So much power on that shot out of nowhere. That is jarring.
Looked like Evo was going for a bunch of demos. Ended up getting the save. See what they can do from here. Another save. Absolutely beautiful.
This goal play is incredible. And that's the thing. Ultra knows. Like, they've got the lead. Oh, no! As I was saying Ultra's got the lead. They know they can just slow it down. They can play defensive and just, ride it out. But that, I just don't...
just wasn't there.
Expecting that angle. They weren't expecting the ball to go out that way, and Eris just was in the perfect position to hit that full speed.
Yeah, no, definitely. And let's see what they can do from here. A good demo. I'm hoping that they can capitalize on this because they set themselves up for a beautiful. Oh, it looks like
soccer or deathmatch.
Exactly. And again, they're just going back and back for demos. Don't mind goals. We're just going for demos.
I hope they have insurance.
That's what I'm saying. When is this going to become a real thing? I'm super down for Rocket League in real life, you know.
Right. As soon as they can make the cars fly like that in real life.
I'm so down. Rockets, let's do it.
Yeah,
oh, it looks like there was a mistake. That was almost a really bad redirect into an own goal.
Okay, off the top. It's getting spooky. A little spaghetti here. Hold on.
See what they can do. Oh, another save. It looks like, I mean, obviously now that they're going out, and I was gonna say that, you know, Stinky just had control in the blue half, but they're playing smart. It's just that Stinky just has the advantage over him because of the control. And there you go. Nice little fake out over there. Absolutely beautiful to grab the heads up.
Yeah, and now it's Stinky that has the lead and can decide to play it slow if they want. Ultra has just, both these teams have just been swinging this game. The demos,
Toe for toe.
There were like, what, 5 demos that goal?
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty funny if we saw someone get a extermination, which is 7 demos for just you getting 7 demos, and that'd be pretty funny. And we can see the stats at the end to see how many demos they got, because usually they give a stat if you get a certain number. So we can see that, but it's definitely been a decent number, and they've all played into like a decent advantage for the other team.
Yeah, the control that Thief just put on that dribble to kind of slide that around the top of his car was pretty incredible. Stinky was able to redirect it. Nice tap on that to move the momentum of the ball. It's not going to get it in now. No boost here, but Thief able to set it to the corner where he can pick up a little extra work with. Tries to get it off the ceiling, but no luck there. Wasn't quite able to make it. Evo now going up, trying to make this shot. Going to try to tap the ceiling for the flip. Not going to quite be able to redirect and get towards that ball, though. Just wasn't able to get the momentum to make it happen. Thief with the dribble now. Sending it downfield over to Orange's side. Evo trying to contest. Eris was... I'm not sure what Eris is going for there in the air there. But
yeah, don't know what that was. It looked like he was going to go for a redirect. He might have been called off by his teammate. I mean, they're playing smart. They're playing how they need to. They just need to waste time at this rate. Kind of keep the ball to themselves and not... make a mistake. Don't overcommit into, any way that could, jeopardize how you're playing.
Yeah, and Thief kind of going for that pop there, also kind of slowing the game down, which I think would be the opposite of what Ultra wants. They got 14 seconds to score. They really need to make it happen right about now. They need to basically get possession of the ball now and just take it down the field. Eris knows
that right there is gonna close the game off. Another one of those little dish shots, and that was gorgeous from Iris.
Unless
kickoff goals.
Kickoff goals. It could happen.
Fair. We've seen it. I wouldn't be shocked. With what's happening today with 14 goals, a 10-1, all these kickoff goals and demos. I wouldn't be surprised.
Happen. If it did, though, I wouldn't have blinked. I'll be honest with you. After how today's been, okay, hold on, got the dribble, got control.
Oh,
that's gonna be it.
That right there is BM.
You
just let him have it. You're already winning, right? You might as well just let him have it.
You see that dribble though, and you want to believe. You want to believe, but you also know like it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, and that was good plays. Everybody in that game, they all played smart. It wasn't like a blowout. Obviously, they got 2 goals ahead, just from little advantages. Nothing too major. But I think we're gonna see Stinky go all the way if they keep playing how they do. I really do.
Yeah, it's they definitely have a really strong shot against UMDRL and against up in the grand finals. I think they've definitely got what it takes to make it there, but they got to play UMDRL next for losers finals. So they will have to break down that barrier first. UMDRL was playing some real solid Rocket League, in winners semis, winners finals. So this is going to be again a really tight match. I think UMDRL might have the edge here. Just watching the 2 teams play so far, but who knows? I mean, this late in the bracket, anything could happen. It is 100% up in the air, and we're gonna have that lobby running in just a moment. As soon as we get the players in the lobby and good to go, we will be kicking that off. But yeah, the demos that game, at the end of that game, like they just started blowing up left and right.
Yeah, they were just rolling out the demos that ended up working out in Stinky's favor. The demos, honestly, I'm gonna bet we're gonna see a lot in the spring summit. I think we're gonna see a lot, and it's actually gonna benefit one casting because pretty exciting to cast a death match it looks like. But I also think it's gonna benefit the teams in how their play styles are working, especially if they're playing some form of defensive, and they get a demo off, and that's that could manage to be an open goal or maybe a 2-on-1 situation where you just get a little pass playoff.
Exactly, and it's the I do feel though that the kickoff meta is starting.
It's real.
Yeah, the teams are. But I think the teams this late in the bracket now, they're finally starting to keep an eye on it. We haven't seen as many get given up that last set, and I think we're going to see that again going into this one too. I think UMDRL is going to be particularly cautious about that because they got hit with that quite a few times in the last couple of matches they played. They don't want to give up any more goals to that. So we may see less of that. But hey, on the upside, that means we're going to see a lot more of this, this bump and shove Rocket League we've been seeing. We're going to see a lot more of this demo play. We're going to see a lot more of this, just classic passing play and redirecting it, bouncing it off of the walls. The good old-fashioned Rocket League we're all showing up for. So it's going to be I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, I'm excited. I want to see how these teams go against each other because both of the play styles are somewhat similar, where they're not playing too aggressive, but they're also not playing too passive. They got that beautiful medium where it's working out in their favor, and they take advantage of others' mistakes. So I think that this is gonna hopefully knock on wood again. I don't jinx it, but I'm hoping to see a toe-to-toe game this losing final.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised if we see game threes from here on out. It's just we're at that point where the competition is just neck and neck. It has been so close each time, and it looks like we've got ourselves underway here. UMDRL on blue side versus Stinky on orange.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes. Oh, that was a interesting kickoff. Literally just stayed still. Let's see what they can do here. Oh, the bump plays. As we're talking, Stinky's just going up, and they're already doing all the bumps, it looks like. Let's see where they go.
Grabbing that flip reset, trying to set something up on goal, wasn't able to angle it in towards, but keeping it on blue side of the field, though. Miles has another demo. All right.
This is going to be a very violent game. I have a feeling.
Yeah, neither of these teams are afraid to just blow something up if they need to. If that's going to get them the advantage, that's what they're going to go for.
Oh my goodness. That was a really awkward 50, which we'll see again right here. Watch what happens. It shoots all the way down, and he just gets that advantage because of his forward momentum and just scores because both of them are behind him.
Yeah, he just had that speed already built up, and the way that the angle they were going at, I don't think that UMDRL was able to see.
I just don't think they were ready for something like that to happen. Speaking of that, really weird 50 pinches all the way to the top. Now they're gonna give control over to Iris. See if they can do something with. Oh, a beautiful save. All right, let's see if they can reverse the field and see what happens here. Great little clear. See if they can just get it out. It's been like I said, very back and forth. See if they can get another goal and get their advantage up.
That save on Spice's side, drove in, got himself flipped around in midair, hit the boost to stabilize, and was just in the way to block. What a save to set up there. That was a clutch moment, and it's keeping them from falling further behind here, given that they got a shot now, potentially on goal, not quite gonna be able to take it. Spice out of boost, gonna need to rotate back.
Yeah, 2 bumps. Oh, I would have been a beautiful redirect, but as you saw, Spice didn't have boost, so instead of giving up and getting out of the play and just rotating out originally, he just bumps both of them. It gives him a little bit more time to go and grab boost and try and make a play.
Yeah, just get disrupt a little bit first, mess with the enemy formation, give yourself a little bit more time to get the boost you need. Evo now out of boost, probably gonna need to rotate back.
There's them bumping each other again. Sometime it's got to work, right? It has to.
Yeah. Oh, Miles gonna pop it a little bit too high there.
That was a beautiful flick and almost went in upper 90. It would have been beautiful and a really hard shot to save. There we go.
I was watching Spice make that happen, and I wasn't sure what the end goal was, but now I see it. Now I see it. That was a
beautiful
really
pass.
Nice setup.
Hey, drop calculated in the chat. That was a great pass right there. That was beautifully calculated to drop right on his car and just barely needle, just needle, smallest bit of area, and it still went through.
Wow. Spice clearing it way out to Orange's side of the field. Stinky, though, in control and possession of the ball, bringing it back down the field. Passes it off to Evo. Evo sends it up way high. It's going to float down very slowly here with Miles, pushing it out just a bit. The pressure, though, from Evo. Evo doing like the pressuring almost solo here. Eris just sitting back and waiting for a moment to make the follow-up, make the score, but it's not going to happen. Miles able to push that ball out a little bit. I may have spoke too soon. Eris going up. Has a big aerial, has a nice angle on the ball. Ooh.
He stole it from his teammate, got a beautiful second touch off of the backboard. It was a beautiful backboard read.
I really thought that when that happened, I was about to be like, okay, the miscommunication dropped the score there, but no, it was just stealing the goal.
I don't know. I mean, but it looks like this game's theme is the kickoff just not going anywhere. They're both doing a really good job at just holding it into the center field and not, directionalizing it to give one team an advantage. Yeah, it's I think both teams, they just don't want to give up that kickoff goal anymore, and they're willing to just make it a stalemate instead if they need to. A demo coming out from Eris. That's going to give them a little bit of time to take a shot on this goal with one less defender. Miles, though, able to get back. Bounce it back into the corner. Spice has the ball for now, but no boost, so it won't be for long. Eris contesting it. Able to set off a shot off of the wall after stealing the ball from the dribble. Beautiful shot. Now, this right here is gorgeous. This is what I'm telling you. These guys have to be one of the most creative teams that we've seen all day. Like, that was gorgeous. He sees the little opportunity, uses his air roll, brings himself to a good advantage. Not sure what that was, but that was, like I said, Stinky's got to be one of our most creative teams that we have here in DEL.
Yeah, they have been making shots from angles that I just didn't even think were makeable. It's been, the way that they're setting up these shots is pretty incredible. Spice now, though, has control of the ball, going to send it way deep into I spoke too soon. Evo catching it, sending it right back, sending it towards goal. Demo coming out too. Miles is going to have to take a second to respawn here. Eris has control, looking for those flip resets. Not going to be the score.
That was almost beautiful. And like I said, more demos. This has been a brutal game so far with all of the demos that have been.
Spice, though, excellent angle off of the wall there. Stinky was in position to make the block, but it was a really well-placed shot. Miles trying to replicate it. Not going to hit it this time, though. It gives Evo a little bit of time, trying to fake out the ball up to maintain control versus just clearing it.
Good 50 from Stinky's side, getting it downfield. Looks like both UMD's players are pretty boost starved. See if they can take an advantage from that. Beautiful save. Let's see if he can get the second. It looks like he's just going to try and redirect it. Misses the redirect. They should capitalize on this. Also with another demo. Doesn't look like they get a chance because he didn't have enough boost. I'm not sure what he was doing. Looks like he was trying to do some sort of freestyle on the ground. Let's see if they can get one more goal just to close it off.
Oh, he was looking for it. Not quite going back to him, though. And Stinky is going to take game one. Yeah, this has been another brutal game with a lot of demos, a lot of bumping. It's the kickoff.
It's been fun. It's been fun. I can tell you that much.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're really, neither team is afraid to just drive through somebody and say, all right, take 3 seconds to respawn. We've got 3 seconds to make a shot. Even when your guy comes back, he's only going to have so much boost to work with.
Yeah, that 3 seconds is vital. Very vital, especially if there's an open net. All right, now we're going to see some more directionalized kicks, and it doesn't look like it's going to go the way of UMD. See what Stinky can do. They double committed on it. Hopefully UMD can capitalize. Doesn't look like it, though. Maybe now. Oh, crossbar. Oh, and there we go. There we go. That's what they needed. They needed to start off with a beautiful goal like that 14 seconds in.
Yeah, that's how you do it. That's the you get that lead, especially that early, you know, before the first minute's even up, it puts you in a really strong place for the rest of the game. But, you know, watch this kickoff, because these kickoffs have been pretty lethal. And there it is, the attempt at the fake at least. Eris not quite in place to make it something lethal, but at least something that has you sweating for a minute. Miles going up, trying to make the shot, but Eris has the save coming upside down off the top of the goal.
Yeah, they were both there, so that could have been very, very dangerous. But they ended up getting it into their advantage. Double commits like that can be really difficult. And then the demo, beautiful demo.
That was the only move there, though. If Spice didn't at least get bumped, he had full control of that ball in an open net. Oh, that was some pinch.
Oh, if he hit that Cuxer pinch, that's one of those things that I said I wanted to see. Oh, let's see if he can do something. Oh my goodness, I think he just got a ceiling pinch. Let me watch this again. I didn't get to see. If he got a ceiling pinch, that's another thing we haven't seen. Oh, it looked like he bounced it off the ceiling, which is beautiful. Like I said, creative, using those those angles, and just those little touches to their advantage.
Yeah, the angles that Stinky is making goals off of is blowing my mind. Like, that was just bounced off of the ceiling. That angle was just a straight one. It was a straight line.
Yeah, and it was a good little hit that he had, and just a little flip right there gives it enough power to just go right past Spice. And like I said, creative. They're doing these little things where they're dropping the ball down to themselves and getting a little hit, but flipping their car. So instead of hitting it down, I'm not sure what that was. Let's see how this plays out. That was weird. I don't know how. Yeah, so Spice read the fake. Stinky ended up getting out the demo, but Spice was like, I'm not falling for that again, and ended up getting a goal and tied it up 2-2.
Spice is sitting there like, oh, you think you got a 1-point lead? I'm in your head. I am in your head. Watch. I'm just gonna gently walk the ball up into the goal. That was something else. That might be the kind of psychological momentum you need to really start taking control of this game. We'll have to see how the players react to that.
Oh, another double commit. UMD didn't get a chance to take advantage of that unless they get a goal here. That was a beautiful pass out. Oh, barely not in. But yeah, I guess UMD's just trying to prove me wrong about creativeness. They said, you know what? I don't think I want to go. So what I'm going to do instead is just wait. No boost. I'm going to wait. And it ended up working in their advantage. Let's see what he can do here. Comes in and ruins his show. Beautiful play by Stinky.
He was trying to set something up there in the air against that wall, but Stinky said no.
Yeah, Evo said not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
Yeah. Miles going out deep, trying to find the save here, making sure that he can relieve this pressure. Eris bringing it right back in though. Oh, this is a scary spot to be. That ball is slow and it is very close to that net. That is.
Oh, is that a goal in?
Oh, that's so much speed on that though.
Just a little bit. That's what I'm saying. Look, just that little hit right here. He's like, all right, launch, and just booms it downfield. It's an open net because everyone was in the same quadrant in that same little area right there, and it just ended up working in their advantage.
Yeah, once that ball had that momentum, it was not coming back. There was no way anyone was catching that. Oh,
another one.
Playing mind games here. Spice gonna do it again. Okay.
I was about to say, you can't let him do it again, right? Like, there's no way, right? Come on.
No.
Now them with the mind game. Oh, I was about to say, if they brought the mind games just right back to him, it would have been gorgeous. See what he does here.
Oh, wow.
No, see, that's the creativeness, though. That he's going off the ceiling and trying to get that flip off the ceiling instead of the ball and kind of, get them in an awkward place where they don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, anything you can do to get that flip reset, because there's so much more momentum in the air. We're going to pop it into the crossbar. Spice too high. We're going to send it into the corner there to try to at least maintain control, but that's where Eris is waiting with the boost.
They both just, nailed the crossbar, and that's just, not what they needed, especially being a goal down. See if they can do something good here. UMD doesn't look like they ended up getting anything good. Let's see UMD with the defense. See if they can, capitalize. It looks like Stinky's got pretty good control. As a speak of it, I lied. They do not. But they just need to bring it back. They just need to use this, little bit of control that they have, and get a good goal. There's a bump to get him off, which is good. They need to get him off of the ball.
Yeah. Spice with these dribbles, like this ground control. Absolutely
Yo, he's just playing it smart. Like, he's just taking his time. He's playing meticulous, and then he goes in and just goes for a 50. He knows if that guy jumps up, he just brings it low, 50s it. Guy goes low, flicks it, boom, that's a goal.
Spice, in a game where everyone is flipping off of the walls and making these crazy rebound shots, Spice is just driving the ball into the goal like he's driving the kids to school.
He just wants to wait.
Just slow. He is under the speed limit, taking his time, but the ball's going in.
It's been working perfectly. All right, let's see if they can bring it back. They still got a minute left, and we know that Sticky is more than capable of doing. Never mind. I guess they're just gonna let one more in. I just need to stop talking at this rate because they had control, and Miles just came in and said, I don't think I'm gonna let you do that. I'm sorry, but that's just gonna be another goal to me.
Stinky had control for a moment, and Miles said, I disagree.
They're not. Hey, another game 3. Like we said, we're just gonna go to game 3 and game 3.
Yeah.
And then when we get to best of 5, we'll see how that goes.
There's still a minute, and Eris is looking for this shot. It's not gonna go in, but the follow-up from Evo might just make the rebound.
Absolutely beautiful. See, that's what I'm talking about. Just that little stuff right there. He just, a little tap into his buddy, just a beautiful pass. Because he sees him sitting right there. Let me hit you right there. Guy's already committing to you. Creative plays.
That rebound, UMDRL or Stinky taking that goal, they're like, they want to say we're not out of this yet. We're still gonna fight tooth and nail for this. 2 goals now in 40 seconds is absolutely doable. Evo trying to steal Spice's thunder here a little bit, trying to tap it in slow too, but this doesn't quite have that same level of mix-up that Spice has been working with. Big demo coming through. Miles is gonna take a minute to have to go get back to boost. That's just enough time. No, it didn't. The score.
Beautiful save.
Miles
another demo.
The ball.
It goes right to Spice. Let's see what Spice does. Oh, they're just going for bumps now. They just want to end it off. They really do. They want to get to that game 3 and try for the. See, no boost. Mind game, wasting time.
Just forfeited control of the ball there. Oh, okay, good. I say that goes in. There was a shadow of a chance here. Eris now going to try to at least make something happen at the end of this. There's just no way. It's on the far side of the field. Game 2 going over to UMDRL.
Yep, and we're going to see this game 3. Both of these teams are going to be fighting really, really hard to get back up to the grand finals. We know that these are 2 of the, the best teams that we have here, and hopefully you're going to see them at Spring Summit. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see where this, takes us, especially in game 3.
This is. I just want to talk about Spice. I just want to talk about Spice idling the ball into the goal. Like, doesn't even have his foot on the gas. It felt
just
like
taking his time. He was just sitting there. He said, "All right, you know what? I don't really have a lot of boost, but I think I have an idea." And it ended up working out because just that little, not going fast paced, super, back and forth. It's gonna. What do I do? Do I charge him? Do I sit? Do I, That's where that, hesitant and not thinking straight comes into play and works out in the long run.
Yeah, it really was, and that was a moment where, like, a lot of times you see a Rocket League play happen, and it's just some great aerial, some great mechanical play. That was all mental.
It was all ground play. It was gorgeous.
All mind games. But here we go, game 3. Let's see if Spice can replicate it, and if UMDRL can pull out this win, or if Stinky will be the one going back to the grand finals. Oh, wow.
Way to start off with the dribble. Watching the stream is like, I can show you dribble 1 and 2.
Wow. Bamboozled Miles and Spice on the way across and just drove the ball right in for that first goal. Stinky up 1 point already, 10 seconds into the game.
Oh, looks like they might be doing a fake. It may work out here too. Yeah, we know Stinky is definitely one of those that, fake kickoffs almost every single time. Obviously, they've had a few times where they don't, but, the fake kickoffs have actually, worked out in their advantage most of the time, unless, I guess, Spice is against them.
Yeah, that's the thing is, you talk about the fake kickoff versus just going for it. It kind of becomes like a rock, paper, scissors thing. If they catch you going for the fake kickoff, they can do a lot with that, but if they don't, you get a lot with it. It just depends on, what options everybody picks, and, Stinky has been showing that they are willing to, they're willing to bet on that. They're willing to bet, hey, I can beat you at rock, paper, scissors. They'll go for it.
See if you can get the redirect. Oh, he almost got the redirect, which would have been absolutely beautiful and, like I said, creative. They're doing all these, random things that, you really wouldn't think. So when you're, oh, another demo, but when you're at the ball and you're playing defense, you're like, oh, they're going to go straight for the goal. And Stinky's like, nah, I think I want to take it to the sidewall and get a really weird angle off of it, and it's worked for him, and it's given a a different feel to how Stinky and other teams can play.
Yeah, and those weird angles, like I'm sure they're harder shots to hit, but then the benefit is like the defense doesn't know what you're doing. The defense is like, where are you going with that? And the ball just violently ricochets in, and they just don't have a whole lot of time to react to it. If you can make those shots, it's not a bad thing to go for.
Oh, definitely not. And that's the thing is if you want to play risky rock, oh my goodness, almost a beautiful pass and goal. But if you want to play risky Rocket League, let's play risky, right? Like that's gonna definitely throw a team off that's used to playing these like super, I would say, quote unquote, normal pass plays and all that teams. So and a beautiful goal from Stinky as we're talking about it. But I mean that's the thing is that like this, they're just gonna run away with it. Little bit of mind games there. Looked like he was going to go down and pop it up, but instead just hit the ball.
Yep, Eris just able to knock it in, get that second point on the board. We're at the 3-minute mark, a little bit past that in the game. 2-minute mark, I'm sorry, in the game here. And Miles trying to make something happen off the backboard here. Nothing there. Just going to rotate back instead. Spice trying to at least maintain control. Going to take it somewhat slow out in front. The demo into the air too.
Aerial demos, new meta question mark?
We've seen quite a few today.
Yeah, but and it looks like the possession is going right back. Get a pass off. Oh, almost with the wave dash. But I mean that's the thing is that the possession is going really back and forth. You wouldn't think that by the score line, but it definitely is just going back and forth.
Yeah, Evo there to recover that big pinch that went in a direction I don't think anyone was anticipating. Ended up low and slow up in front of the goal, but Evo able to knock it back out. Eris now
just with a good 50. That was smart, realizing that he doesn't have any boost and just needs to 50 it. A beautiful goal.
Spice, I think, faking on the aerial. At first I'm like, it's not quite able to make it, but fakes the aerial instead, sets Miles up to just make the shot. That'll be that first point on the board for UMDRL. One more to go, and they can even this up. They got 2 minutes to make it happen. Stinky gonna be doing their best to not let them have it. That fake kickoff, maybe not working as much to Stinky's advantage here. Oh, it's going way up. That might just be in. Oh no, he
should have left it. Is that gonna go in? Oh, if he hit that pre-jump, that would have been gorgeous. But I honestly think he should have just left it to his teammate because it didn't look like he had a chance to go in when he was trying to hit that dish shot, and it just didn't end up working out. And now it's they're still down. But a beautiful pass and a demo.
Pass,
gorgeous.
Demo, Spice just throws it in. There they did not let that earlier mishap keep them down. Just kept it together, set up another goal, put it in. We're 2-on-2. 1 minute and 30 left to go.
And we'll see kind of where this goes from here, especially with both teams knowing that this will be the last game that they have potentially until Spring Summit.
I also want to point out, I don't know if you've noticed, but every kickoff this game, UMDRL has been like in more and more control of it. Like if I was Stinky, I would be a little bit afraid of this overtime if it happens at 2-2. Because UMDRL is starting to get the read on that kickoff and starting to figure out how to play the way that Stinky wants to start the game off against them. We may not even go to the overtime though.
UMDRL doesn't want to. They said no. They said I've been watching the stream. I don't want these game threes. I'm done with it. I'm done. I want to just take it out. I want to go to grand finals, and they're playing it smart. 52 seconds, still a lot of potential time to score a goal for Stinky, but they need to do something here. And that could be it right there. Oh, and a beautiful save.
Set up that shot off of the first few seconds of the round there. But it wasn't quite going to go in. Eris in position to block this. Instead, UMDRL just sent it out to the corner. I don't even think they necessarily care that much about the score there as much as they do just keeping the game slow and keeping the ball on the orange side of the field. Oh, but it is going real fast towards blue there. The pop-up going to keep it clear of scoring potential here. Spice denying the
and a bump! I think this might close the game out here if he ends up scoring.
Yeah.
That right there might have closed the game out, and that's beautiful.
Spice with really good recognition too, saw that Stinky was trying to set up that pinch there. I think it was Evo was trying to set up that pinch, boosting back towards the ground, denied it instead and sent it way back out towards orange side. And there was just no defense. 4-2 now, 15 seconds left. This is looking like it may just be UMDRL's game. Stinky would have to make something happen right now, and they are trying. Shot's going to go a little bit wide, though, going to go into the corner instead. Spice has all the time in the world and is just stalling for as long as he can. He does not care about the goal, does not care about doing anything flashy. Going to send the ball into the ground here. Oh, I'm incorrect. Went for the goal.
Might as well. You're up by 2. Nothing can really like hurt you in that case. But that was a really good fight from UMDRL. That was good. Stinky was my favorite, but UMDRL just came out on top. I was thinking that Stinky being the new team was gonna kind of show up and get to that grand finals and hopefully get to the end. But good stuff. I thought it was a beautiful game. I enjoyed it a lot.
I really feel like UMDRL psychologically really had it together. They were figuring out what Stinky was trying to do throughout that set, and by game 3, it felt like they had it just about locked down. Even when they went down a few points off of the get-go, they came back swinging, and they had full control. Maybe not full control of the ball at all times, but it felt like they had full control of the flow of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely feel like they had the full control of like what's gonna happen and what maybe the potential that they had, and where they could kind of move the ball and put it into a specific area that they wanted.
Yeah, and that means that it's going to be the grand finals is going to be a repeat of winners finals with Sag Esports versus UMDRL, and I really do feel like UMDRL has a chance to make this upset, to make the redemption. This is grand, so they are going to have to make the run back. Even if they clear this first set, they're going to have to take the bracket reset and take another set to pull out on top. But if anyone's got the opportunity, if any of these teams had the opportunity or had the the ability to make that happen and take 2 straight sets like that, I think it would be UMDRL. I feel like they just the longer you give them against a team, it seems like the better they figure that team out and the better they're able to play against it.
Yeah, definitely in a best of 5 too. You could see, the first game was a little rough from UMD. It wasn't a great, I would say, it wasn't a great performance for them for being how good that they normally are. But I definitely think that now with those last 2 games they developed and they saw, hey, this is what they do. They keep doing it. Let's stop it. With this
Right.
best of 5, I think that's going to be what they do.
Yeah, you saw that with even the kickoff game. The kickoff game, they at first that's been something that a couple of these teams, Sag Esports has been doing it some, Stinky's been doing it some, something that they've really been using to rack up those points. And you saw UMDRL towards the back end of game 2 into game 3 really get a lock on that and really start to understand, okay, we need to be awake from frame 1 of the start of the goal. Make sure that we see what they're doing, and if we see them set up for a fake kickoff, we need to be able to capitalize and punish them for it. And they slowly started to pull that off until by the end of the game, they were just dominating off of the kickoff. They weren't setting up like immediate scores, but they were just immediately in control of the ball from frame 1.
Yeah, and that's the thing is we love talking about the kickoff meta, and we love talking about how that's how it's been all day. They're scoring in 4 seconds, but from a kickoff, that's what we've been used to seeing. But we really just want to get the control of the ball, and that's what they did. They did it perfectly. They got the control of the ball, and then they shot themselves upfield and ended up scoring.
Yeah, and here we go. Grand Finals, UMDRL versus Sag Esports. This is going to be a big one. This is going to be for first place, the highest amount of points. I think a couple of these teams, both teams actually may need the first to qualify for Spring Summit. So definitely going to be fighting tooth and nail the whole way here. And of course, since it's Grand Finals, it will be a best of 5.
Yeah, and I'm excited to. I mean, honestly, if I had to favorite a player for the day, it would be Cal because of the solo plays that Cal's been putting out. So I'm excited to see what we can get from Cal, especially seeing after all of the creative plays that Stinky's gonna get. And an open net miss. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, when you have an open net like that and you don't quite manage to make it pay out, it never feels good. But UMD is a team that has honestly, I'm starting to think that UMDRL is not shakeable psychologically. Even something like that, I don't think is going to affect them. It's just just over the course of today, I've seen them come back from too many very demoralizing situations and still pull it out. But Sag ultimately able to get that first goal. They will be up 1-0 at the 4-minute mark.
I'm telling you. See, look, Cal, this is the solo play. I bet you he probably plays solos a lot, because just watching his play style, he notices things that not everyone noticed. He noticed that guy, or that I'm pretty sure was Spice, was pushed up a little too hard, and from being pushed up a little too hard, he could just do a little lob over, and the half flip isn't going to get him to the place that he needs to, and it would be almost impossible to save.
Yeah, Spice going up, gonna keep that from being a goal there. Keep an eye on it there, just relentlessly keeping shots going up towards the goal, but Spice playing some really good defense there. Now there's no one on net. This might just, the pop-up, gonna prevent it from being the score. Cal,
we've seen cool saves all day. We've seen cool saves all day. Like, I'm just expecting, like, per game we get like some really sweet save that you wouldn't like normally see. Oh, and a crossbar down, absolutely gorgeous. Those are some of my favorite shots to see on the ground. Is tossing it up to crossbar and just shoots down.
Yeah, and another thing I want to point out, because you mentioned that Cal might have been probably spends a good amount of time solo play with the way that they read some of those angles. A lot of times when you see those players, they have really good reads on angles for shots, but they tend to be maybe a little bit over aggressive, and they don't play the defense game as well. But Cal is showing that not only does he play that way on the offense, he plays that way on the defense, able to make goal saves from some really unique angles and some really unique situations.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do, and that's why I think that Sag Esports is just kind of getting that I would say advantage in this game. As we talk about it, maybe another one, almost. But it's really getting to a point where they're showing that advantage to be able to do defense and offensive plays just ends up being the big advantage, and that's gonna be a goal to UMDRL.
Yeah, UMDRL able to strike back again. Like I said, I really don't think so. This team might be psychologically invincible. They're not invincible in the field, but I haven't seen any situation they haven't been willing to swing back from, and just that is something that is really underrated in Rocket League, in esports in general, is just keeping your cool in those situations and not letting it get to you, and that's just, I really admire that. Right now they've got the ball in their side of the field though. Spice with an excellent dribble.
Yeah, see, and that's that little thing. So if you saw how he angled his car, he was trying to get this like more diagonal flick to it, because it's a little harder to read.
Yeah, it is. It is a little bit more difficult to read there. Cal has the save, sends it up way high, doesn't follow it up. It's going to let teammate take the shot at it instead.
Yeah, and this is the back and forth gameplay that we've seen, and I'm hoping that we're gonna get a good grand finals out of it, because this right here, this is the gameplay that we're gonna see a lot during the Spring Summit.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, all right. Spice not quite able to set it up. Miles pulling back, looking for the shot. Cal going way up high to make it. Bounced it. I don't know if you can call that a pass, or if Cal just spiked it and his teammate was playing the angle of his teammate's car. You know what I mean? Like
hoping for the best, right? We'll see how it goes, but sometimes it works out. We've seen it work numerous times.
Yeah, it is. All right, Miles has control now. There's 1 minute remaining, so UMDRL needs to try to find a score if they want to take this sudden death, and they're certainly looking for it. Misty finds themselves in a really weird spot here. Out of boost. Gonna have a hard time making the save. It is right in their court. Caldo has the dribble. Gonna try to pull it back out.
Doesn't have enough boost, sadly, because that actually could have been like a really, really beautiful play. Maybe something here. Little drop down. Oh, crossbar. Unfortunate. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
we'll see how
30
this
seconds
goes.
left.
Yeah, they're playing really defensive. They're playing passive. And this, okay, that was good plays right there. We really just need to see Stinky, play a little bit more passive, and not have all of these little mistakes, because honestly, they could have been up a lot more.
Yeah, okay. Miles has one last shot to make this happen. Whoa, no they didn't! No, they did not!
Yo, what a phenomenal goal. That right there is that's what we need to see. This is what we want to see. That was absolutely beautiful. Last second, milliseconds away from the game being over, and got a beautiful goal.
Right on the buzzer, too. Like, if that ball had touched the ground for even a millisecond, it was over and Sag has taken that point. So we got ourselves a sudden death, ball going up high, Spice pulling it off of the wall. Misty redirecting it, not able to make control, just getting it out of orange field for just a little bit. Miles looking for something to happen here at the aerials. Spice.
Oh, the mind games.
Yes.
Spice just be coming with the mind games at all times. I swear. He just always has these, beautiful mind games that you don't expect, and he just fakes someone randomly. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
no pinch coming out.
I don't know how you predict Spice. Like I don't think you can.
You don't?
There's that mix-up incarnate, like, always has a different angle than what you're expecting. It is unreal. But the mix-ups aren't going to help clear the ball. He really needs to find just a big hit. Oh, that's a big one. There's that big clear, though. Spice now has a chance. Going to go fake it. Miles, Cal actually. Going to redirect it there, taking the shot.
Oh, beautiful save. And Miles is just there to, get a little bit of ball control off. Looks like Cal's going to be there with enough boost. Let's see where we can go with this. Both teams are, not doing too well on boost. Looks like Cal's going to miss that boost, which is kind of big. One-on-one, beautiful save.
Yeah, we were trading the ball left and right there for a minute instead of orange to blue. Spice really, wow, the control! The control in the air that Spice is showing off to just keep Sag guessing. Look at that. Brought it up, just that little bit of extra height to get over Misty. And they're able to close it out and get the first game.
They want a bracket reset. They really do. And that last little bit was pretty tragic because he hit Spice but didn't hit the ball. Super super close. And they're just coming out. They want to show they want a bracket reset, and they want us to just cast some more.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think if any team has like the psychological steel to manage to make the best of 3 from the loser side, take it to the bracket reset, and contest for the grand finals, it's going to be UMDRL. I think we're at that point now where there's been enough of the teams feeling each other out. They've seen what they can do. They know what angles they can play. So there's no surprises left. The information is on the table. Nobody has tricks left that they haven't pulled out. And I think UMDRL is just showing that they just have a better psychological control of the game in that situation. Once they have,
oh yeah, definitely. And as we're talking, that was almost a really unfortunate start to game number 2. Is that they're all just getting these really close plays. This demo another demo.
Oh, the double demo! He's going for it.
Oh no, that would have been a beautiful play with the double demo. I guess we're going with 4 demos. I guess Ultra is going for demos. Demos is definitely going to be the theme for the day for Ultra, and I think that there's a goal right there. 4 goals. 4 goals. That's actually, or 4 demos. I mean, that's crazy. That's wild. I'm just surprised that they just won, and just going all through them. Beautiful way to start the game.
UMDRL got that goal, and they only had to blow up a small dealership worth of cars to do it.
Yeah, and honestly, to be honest, I would say that that'd be like a unicorn of a play. That's it's new. You don't see that. 4 demos back to back. That's crazy. I mean, that's crazy, right?
But at the same time, you cannot count Cal and Misty out yet. They both play from some just very unusual angles to make some of these shots, and the pressure that they're able to put up has been pretty unreal all day. So they are by no means out of this.
Oh no, 100%. Especially if you let them have a little area like this. A good thing Miles got a little touch. And Spice should be able to capitalize on this. Doesn't look like he does, but look at this. He's doing his little signature play, and it almost works out. It really does. If he ended up getting a bump or a demo or something like that, it would have just been gorgeous.
Yeah, he actually had Spice faked out there, but Miles was ready with the save.
I don't know if you saw that, but Spice did a 360 drift and juked out, I'm pretty sure, Cal.
Yeah. Oh, that
Ooh.
played it off of the backboard, knocked it right in. Misty gonna take that point, even the game up 1-1.
Yeah, and like we both been saying, it's back to back to back to back. There's no like super blowout with these teams because these are two of the best teams that we have in all of DEL. To be honest with you, these guys they're crazy. Like look at these plays. Like this is wild. This is actually wild that they just have this opportunity. Look at this beautiful play. Just a little, angle and perfectly gets past the defender.
Perfectly, just slams it in. I also want to shout out to I want to talk about Miles a little bit because I feel like Miles maybe not getting as much hype as deserved just because of the way Spice has been playing some of these mind games, but Miles has been playing like the consummate support player. I don't even see Miles on screen half the time, but when I do, like it's when his thumb heads towards goal and he's in the right spot. Unfortunately, was demoed there, so was not able to.
Yeah, Spice was demoed there. I'm telling you, this is the most brutal game we've had. 4 demos, back to back, and you can tell it's getting into everyone's head. It really is. This is definitely going to be one of those super, super violent, demo, bump, games. And we just got to see who's going to, use that to their advantage and use it better than the other team.
Yeah, and I mean, but it's working though, is the thing. Like, it's not just, sometimes people just go to demos just to like, just to get in somebody's head or just to, vent frustration or whatever. But these demos, they have a reason. They have a purpose.
These ones actually have a purpose.
It's not just frustration. It's not just, I want to disrespect you. It's actually, I need you out of the way so this ball can go in. Ooh.
Almost a beautiful play. See, Spice is just doing all of these, like, crazy things. Let's see what Miles can do here. Maybe get a flip reset or do something.
Okay.
Or that is, Miles was watching the stream, said, you guys call me a support player? I think not. I think I'm going to go score real quick. And gets this beautifully controlled ball. Absolutely beautiful. Upper 90.
Air control.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
He may as well have been glued to the ball. You know, yeah. Like it's just.
And just one dink and then another dink and right over. There you go. It's a goal. Because he has that. The littlest of touches proves to be the most important.
You know what it reminded me of is when you're playing the Rocket League with power-ups, the extra game mode, and you got the spikes
Rumble.
The ball is actually just stuck to you. Like that's what it looked like.
Oh, in the flick. That side flick was actually gorgeous. As we're talking about Rumble, talk about, that looked like he just punched it off his car, just straight. Just a beautiful crossbar down. Of course, me, I love crossbar downs, and I thought that was a gorgeous goal.
Yeah, UMDRL now 2-point lead, only 2 minutes left. They can afford to just play this a little bit slower and just focus on ball control and just not give Sag an opportunity to score, but I don't think that's their style. I'm pretty sure they're going to go and try to make this. Oh, that was an unfortunate friendly fire bump there. Puts them in a little bit of a weird spot. Redirect on the goal is going to give it up. Oh.
I don't know. I mean, this is just back and forth. Like, and this comes back to when we were at that 14-point game, and it was 2 goals, then 1 goal, and then 2 goals, and then 1 goal, and it just keeps going and going and going. And that's what makes these games exciting because both of these teams can be pretty unpredictable.
Yeah, that same team bump. That was unfortunate. It did definitely lead directly to give him the goal. But once again, this team does not let anything get to them. Just immediately sends the ball into the wall, and then Miles just scoops it up and drives it in.
Miles, he's just trying to. He heard you say support player, and he said, "No, I don't think I want to be a support player. I would like to score goals," and gets a beautiful angle like that.
I didn't mean nothing by it. I'm sorry. Support players are good players too. I just,
I was about to say, I'm a support player in every game I play, so I take that as a compliment. But he's coming out with these beautiful and saves. I was gonna say goals, but now he's getting saves. I guess he's upgrading.
Go Spice.
Oh, come on.
Look at the redirect. Oh my.
Absolutely beautiful. That is probably one of the nicest redirects we've seen today.
And I'm sitting here like, if UMDRL had been playing this well all bracket, they'd be on the other side of Grands right now.
Yeah, and honestly, but that also might be another thing with like the mental game we've been talking about, all day, is that this might have helped them. I know we sound like a broken record with the mental game, but when you're in tournaments like this, it's
Spice just gonna throw another one in. Doesn't even follow it up.
He just knows. He just knows it's going in. This is the thing, is they're like, oh, you know what? I really think that I want to win. And it gives them more fuel, seeing that they know that they have to bracket reset.
I got a theory for you. I think whoever that team was that Sag went 10-1 against earlier, UMDRL might have been friends with somebody on that team. They're like, no, we're gonna be karma. We're gonna put up a 10-point game against them. We're gonna make sure they pay for that. Because look at this, 7-3. That's a lot of points for a Rocket League. That's a lot of points for any Rocket League match. That's a million too many points for a grand finals game. Like,
they just want to have, you know, all these super hype games. Like they're like, you guys wanted to, you know, high scoring games. I guess we'll just help you, right? 14 points, 11 points. Now we're at 10, maybe another one. Like, that's just wild to me.
Wow, that Miles gonna, okay, that was an excellent save by Misty there to prevent that from being yet another point in UMDRL's collection. Cal gonna send it out towards the center of the goal, but Spice bumping it up, keeping it high, is just a little bit more height to it. Gonna send it into the wall. Miles looking for something to play off. Actually, just gonna delay.
Waste time. He's just gonna waste time. That was beautiful. Let's see if we can get another goal. Maybe get another 11-point game. Oh, 10-point. We've had a lot of high-scoring games, to be honest with you. I really didn't think we would have, you know, these, you know, 7-3, 10-1. You know, all of these games are super high-scoring.
We did, and you know, like, when we had some high-scoring games earlier in the bracket, I was like, okay, you know, it happens. And sometimes you just, you know, like you have, you know, high seed versus low seed, and it just turns into that. This is Grants. This is Grants, and the team that's up at 7 points is the team that lost this matchup coming into Grants. Something happened. Something happened in the hour or so, hour and 30 minutes between then and now. And UMDRL looks like a different team.
I'm telling you, it's fuel. They're like, yo, lower bracket. I know those casters are talking about blah 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 blah, you know, and they're like, we're gonna bring it back. And I don't know if you know, anybody noticed, but Cal actually switched cars.
Oh, I did not actually. You're right,
He switched to the Fennec, and this is gonna, you know, allow him to have a little bit of a different feel on the car, and a little bit of different angles.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and Sag, you know, again, it's the best of 5. So, ooh, and they're up first on the board.
Fennec showing out, and that's one of the things. They're down 2 games. They're like, hey, what can we change? What do you think can make us not better, but play to our full potential? And it looks like the Fennec gang is coming out. Both of them using Fennecs and working out. It's kind of funny to see we only have 1 Octane in this game.
Oh, Spice is already going for it. He is way up high, trying to go off the backboard instead, but
just a little too high, just a little bit.
Cal gonna slam it right back there off the wall to find that clear, alleviate that pressure a little bit, but UMDRL maintaining control here. Wow, that was an awful lot of power off of that angle that Spice was able to throw onto that. Might be a little bit. Okay, Spice able to get pull it way back into Orange side.
Oh, Miles, just a little bit too much power.
Yeah, okay. All right. Miles is trying to slow it down. Take your time. Low and slow in front of the goal. This might be the opportunity. Misty with the save. Oh, the demo, though. Oh, this might be it. This is it.
That's
Miles,
it.
right in.
The demo. I'm going to tell you something. That demo smoke is so annoying because it is like you can't see anything. It ended up working out in UMD's favor, but like smoke. No, I am not a fan of the demo smoke. It's horrible.
Yeah, and I'm so happy to see that monsoon goal explosion effect. Another one.
This is gorgeous. They're playing it smart. You know, they're like,
UMDRL wants this.
They do. And it honestly looks like they wanted a little bit more than Sag. To be honest with you, they're playing, you know, a little bit more gritty. You know, they're taking these, you know, random like plays and these random angles and using it to their advantage, and it's, you know, helping them in the long run.
Yeah, it is just incredible. Spice going up for it. The block's not gonna be there, but the shot was a little bit too high.
Oh, the
Miles,
bumps.
A little bit of a bump. Just interrupt that control, man. Anything you can do.
Yeah, exactly. And it ended up working for them in the long run too. That right there maybe stopped a really big play. Oh, and almost a beautiful angle from Misty.
Yep. Cal able to prevent that setup, send it back over to blue side, and that's the...
Ooh, that was gorgeous. And I love his goal explosion. I didn't get a chance to say that today, but I love that. But that was a beautiful little angle. Not sure if he, fully meant to do it, but he kind of was just in the right place, right time.
Hey, if the ball went in,
it goes in. Count it.
Yeah, the rule is the ball went in, I meant to do it. Like, that's...
We count those. We count those.
Exactly. Already back on UMDRL side, Sag starting to like wake up a little bit here. They do not want to give up this grand finals. They know that, even if they lose this one, it's just a bracket reset. They're still alive, but obviously you don't want to bring things down to the wire if you don't have to. And they're definitely starting to catch on a little bit here, and they're coming out swinging. Spice going to lob it up in front of the goal. Miles going way back to try to catch it as it's going.
Oh, and the demo coming out. See, that smoke is horrible.
It really
is. You can't see anything. And that's, if he got that redirect in the goal, that would have been absolutely gorgeous. But it actually redirects way near nobody.
Oh, in the pass? Not quite the right angle for the shot, but the threat, at least, was definitely there. Cal going to try to pop it back out off of the wall. Maintain control here, taking it slow, trying to,
mind games. Oh, and the bump! Oh, Miles is probably fuming. He's like, are you serious? Did you really just do that to me?
Yeah, Miles showing that he can play mind games too, though. Sag just trying to get a little saucy there, trying to slow it down and play that mix-up, and Miles didn't fall for it. And this may actually be, good pinch by Cal to send it back out. That was a really dangerous spot if Cal hadn't hit that. Miles wait for it. It's going to come right on over, going for the aerial. He's up. There's nothing in the net.
Oh, what a save! That was a beautiful flip reset from Miles, but Cal was just there. He was just ready for it.
If that shot had been a little bit wider, that would have gone in, but Cal was in just exactly the right place to make that happen. Miles, they're looking for another one. Cal pulling so much duty on the goal right now. Demo to interrupt the dribble.
I'm not sure
and
why.
The goal.
So, I don't know if you guys saw, but watch here. He's just sitting there AFK.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what was going on there?
He was totally active, but he was just sitting there.
Was there a plan there? There must have been.
I have no clue. Not one bit do I have a clue.
Cal has played some creative angles today, but I don't know if that one's going to work.
I don't know what that was or what they were trying to do, but that was weird. That's all I have to say. That was weird.
Yeah, I don't know there. But 3-2 now. Sag needs to try to find this point in the next minute to tie it up.
And it's definitely possible. We've seen, this game be super back-to-back. I honestly don't think they would have scored if they didn't try that, really, weird angle. But, like I said, risky Rocket League usually pays off.
Yep, Spice sending it way out. Big aerial to intercept there. Misty going to send it back towards blue side. Really playing it off of the wall there to just try to keep the momentum. Hard to read. Miles taking a second, I guess letting Spice have the tap instead. Misty's going up, looking for the flip reset. I'm just not sure what it's accomplishing here, though. It didn't really, there wasn't a whole lot to move around, and Miles instead, right off the catch on the ground, gets control, banks it off the wall, has the flip, and that's going to be another goal. It's 4-2, and that is...
I'm going to bet that's going to close. I'm going to bet that's going to close out our first, and they're going to get a bracket reset.
Yeah, this is looking like the bracket reset. This is going to come down to the wire. This is, oh, wow. If you had told me that we were getting a bracket reset in Grands after the way Winners Finals went, I wouldn't have believed you.
I wouldn't have either.
I think Sag has it pretty handily, but like...
Would have been like, yeah, I think it might have been a blowout. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're losing it. And then we see this, and you're like, huh.
Yeah, it's actually been wild. Look at Spice go with that control of the ball in the air, just trying to keep it alive.
All right, well, that was a beautiful bracket reset. I'm actually excited. How the games have been going with all these blowouts and all these super quick, 2-0 wins. I don't hate seeing a bracket reset. I really don't.
No, I don't at all. And it looks like Sag Esports is pulling in a sub, so that's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that's gonna go, and I wonder who's getting pulled out.
Yeah, and that's an interesting play too, because pulling a sub in at this point is a little bit
It's risky. It's risky Rocket League,
Yeah,
like I was saying. But and from us, we hadn't left the lobby yet, but it does look like Cal might be the one that's getting pulled out. So I'm wondering how that's gonna play because we know Cal to be the one that's been making a lot of the plays. So maybe the chemistry between Misty and this new player is just a little bit better. I'm excited to see how this goes with the sub.
yeah, and it could also be possibly maybe there's a connection issue. We did see Cal kind of stalled out, turtled for that one goal, so it could be
I
part
think
of
it
the.
was I think it was Misty that was actually.
Oh, was it? Okay,
Yeah,
then
because it
yeah,
was a
all
yellow
right,
Fennec, which is what Misty's running, which that's why I was a little confused why Cal's getting pulled out. There might be a benefit to this. I really have
yeah.
no clue, but I guess we're gonna see how it goes.
I will say one thing towards it. UMDRL has been showing that if they have a lock on what the team wants to do, that they're really playing that counterplay really well. One in a new teammate might be enough, to throw UMDRL off their game and make them not know what to expect here. So here we go. Already though, UMDRL looking pretty strong here. Big shot across the field. Misty though, gonna send it right back. Looking for the redirect off of the aerial. Has it. Oh, but the
Ooh.
goalpost was right there.
Oh,
The follow-up, though, the sub coming in, getting that first goal, and Sag is up 1-0 on the first game of the bracket reset.
yeah. So it looks like Charm's gonna be the one that is in the game, and I'm excited to see how this is gonna play out. I want to see how they do and how their chemistry works and what kind of happens with UMD. Are they is this a psychological move maybe?
Yeah, it is definitely, it is going to be very interesting to see what the plan is here. Spice now has control with that dribble that he has been absolutely dominant with all day, but not actually able to pull it off this time.
That's a beautiful play.
Ooh.
And it looks like this actually might be one of the first Rocket League bracket resets in DEL.
Yeah, I believe you're correct, actually. Yeah, this is going to be the first bracket reset that we've had, so this is exciting times here.
They're making history. They're making DEL history. This is sweet. I'm excited.
Yep, Miles. Oh, that redirect sent it towards goal. That could have been dangerous, but Spice was there, able to clear it. The pressure coming out from Sag is pretty strong right now.
Yeah, and honestly, this sub coming in, it looks like Sag is actually having a little bit of an advantage from this sub coming in.
Yeah, it's definitely, it seems to be working. This is definitely a much more measured game. Miles gonna have to really hit the boost here to make this save. Oh, but he's out of boost. Still able to make it there in time. Gonna get demoed up on the wall again as well. Charm now with control. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, and it definitely looks like Misty's actually stepping the game up from what we saw last game.
Yeah, that's definitely taking a more active role here as well. Spice trying to get in position to make this block happen. Miles right behind as well. This is the pressure here that has been.
Oh, that was almost absolutely stunning.
This is the kind of pressure we were seeing from Sag towards the early part of the bracket as well, coming back out, and they're going to take that second score.
Charm's trying to show why Charm got subbed in. That's what's happening. Just trying to show off me like this is why we took Cal out, because I can also make these pretty big plays.
Yeah, and it's going to take a little bit for UMDRL. For UMDRL to find their footing. I think that they've shown once they have a read on what the other team wants to do that they are pretty dominant. But now the question is, can they find that read before the end of this bracket, before the end of this set?
Oh yeah, definitely. And there we go. That's another goal. This is definitely. I don't think it's gonna get into UMD's head, because I really don't think a lot does get into UMD's head. But I think that this may challenge them a little bit, being a game down in bracket reset. I know they'll still be riding the excitement of being on that bracket reset, but I need to see them perform a little better. I know that this is a new guy and this can be different, but what can you do to show that you guys deserve to be here?
Right. Miles going way up for it, trying to find the aerial, going to toss it a little bit higher to set up Spice for it. Spice looking for it. Nice tip, going to send it a little bit higher there. Charm just bouncing it out. Really playing the control well off the rebounds off of the wall there.
Yeah, and it looks like they're gonna get control back. See if they can at least maybe get one or two goals before this game ends. They do have 2 minutes left, but the time's ticking. They got to do it fast.
Definitely, yeah. They have 2 minutes to make 3 goals if they want to try to bring this one back. That is open net for now. Can Miles capitalize? Gonna bounce it off. There's a goalie in the way. Now Spice not able to make the shot. No boost either.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. They've been. Oh, there's a goal right there.
There's goal one.
Minute 34. They can definitely do something. I just feel like they had a point where they weren't playing how they normally do, and that honestly might have been maybe say a strategy. Been like, hey, we need to see how Charm plays. Let's see how they play, and then let's go for it. Because this now looks like the UMD we've been watching.
Yeah, they may have just been feeling it out, seeing if the strategy from Sag is going to change significantly. Taking a little bit of time to see what they like to do, where they like to attack from. But we're definitely seeing UMDRL come back online a little bit here. Miles going to make that save. And ready to take back possession of the ball here if possible. Misty going to intercept instead.
On the demo coming out, I've seen a lot of demos today, and they've actually been pretty beneficial, especially now because they're going to set it up. Does look like Missy's going to miss it, but it was a good setup from Sag.
Yeah, Missy just not quite able to make the follow through on that goal, but they've been at least able to keep it into blue side for a solid minute now, and they're just okay with taking the demos. They don't need to make another goal if they can just keep the other team from being able to score. And demos do a pretty good job of making that happen because it resets how much boost you have. But able to cut the goal off of it as well to bring it up to 4-1 and just keep that lead as far away as possible.
This game is definitely going. This first game is definitely going towards Sag, but I'm guessing that UMD is going to come back because that's what we know them for. I don't think that they're going to have that situation where you get in their head. I don't see where that may be happening, because see, they just come back and score another goal.
UMDRL right off, basically off of the kickoff, just got that immediate catch, got possession up. Miles maxed it in.
And it was a good goal. I mean, they got 32 seconds. We've been seeing a lot of kickoff goals, so I'm excited to see kind of where they take this. And of course,
a fake kickoff.
And a boost steal. This actually could be really big. I did get a good 50 off. The boost steal was very, very big though. Let's see what Misty can do.
Misty just trying to keep it hanging in the air for as long as possible. A little bit off target for that goal, but didn't really even need it to happen. Just needed some buy time. There's the demos. Ball going way in. Misty able to get in the way. Blocking it twice, even with Miles, immediately dunking it back, was just right back in the way.
Yeah, this just shows, all that they can offer, because
and that's even just keeping it airborne, keeping it alive as the timer ticks down. I was waiting for it to end. I thought it was just going to drop, but actually juggling it all the way across the field without it touching the ground and throwing the ball in for another point. That's going to be 5-2. Sag Esports taking the first game of the bracket reset.
Yeah, not sure what just happened. Looked like I want to say, yeah, Miles just left the game. Okay, Miles is back. It looked like there might have been like maybe a connection issue or something of the sorts. But they are back, so I'm excited to see where game 2 goes.
Yeah, it's just going to be. This is definitely a challenge. This is going to be. I'm telling you, it has been crazy the way that UMDRL has hit like challenge after challenge on the mind games on the psychological level throughout this whole losers bracket run, and it's just even all the way up to grands. It just hasn't stopped. It's just been one thing after another. But Sag now looking like with the player swap out that they may just be in control of this and they may just be taking this home. We'll have to see how this plays out. Miles able to make the block.
Oh, so it does look like Misty's back in an Octane, which also may play into the factors of maybe better challenges and stuff like that.
Yeah, that as well. Big clear going back over to blue side. Spice trying to find some way to get control of this ball. Miles ready to catch that.
Oh, that's what happened. Oh, Miles left the game to swap to a Fennec.
Ah.
Which is, we've seen been happening a lot. Nice little fake. Yeah, gonna grab the boost and try and get some control off the wall. Kind of see where they can go with this. Beautiful
Ooh,
strike.
Right off the wall.
Spice played that perfectly. Went over, grabbed the boost. This little 50 right here from Mist actually gave him a little bit of a benefit, and then he just got a little tap over Charm.
Beautiful. Beautiful. UMDRL showing they're not out of this yet. Sag may have had control for that game 1, but UMDRL is not going to let this set go that easily.
Yeah, and this also comes back to the factor of, like, when they play a team more, they're going to understand how they play. And it's showing here. Look at this. They're playing together. They have a 2v1 opportunity. Charm ends up getting a good play off of that, but it just shows, you know, the difference between the team we saw last game and the team we see now.
Yeah. Right now, though, spooky spot for UMDRL. Charm in a pretty good spot to make that goal. Spice, the big clear, though. Passing it out to Miles. It was a clear and a pass that set up a score. What a shot.
That was a beautiful pass to goal right there. And this, like we've been saying, this just shows how much UMD just needs to play that team to know how they play and just start using it to their advantage.
They do, but you give them long enough and they see what's going on and they start setting up those mind games like that. You know, like it's pretty incredible. It's gonna Sag and you know, Misty and Charm really gonna need to start really mixing things up to keep UMDRL on their toes, or else that is just gonna keep being the theme of this match here. Miles looking okay. We got some gridlock going on here.
We're in a really weird situation where everyone was kind of just in the same area. They were all just bunched up like you know, back in the day when you played, you know, like Pee-wee soccer. Everyone's just sitting there kicking the ball, you know.
Yeah, we had a little traffic jam going.
Just a little bit. We'll see what happens. UMD looks like they have possession again. Mist trying to do some mind games.
Miles ready for that pinch, though. Going to be off the backboard. Is there a redirect waiting to happen? A follow-up? Not quite. Demo to take over control. Spice just waiting for it to roll over. Finding that angle so that Spice can just try to make this shot off of the wall here.
Right, 50. Not a really good 50 in the case of, you know, team advantage. But it does look like they may bring it back. Spice is already up. That's a good 50 towards Sag. See what they can do with this. Oh, just good enough defense from Miles to keep him out.
Another demo coming over from, I believe that was Spice making that. And once again, we're back on Orange's side of the field, and the pressure from UMDRL is just stifling. It's just so hard to even get room to breathe at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm excited to, you know, see how these games keep going on, because especially it being, I was about to say 2-0. I didn't want to jinx it, just in case. But definitely seeing how UMD adapts, because we know them for being that team that just adapts. They just go through, see how the team plays. Next thing you know it, they're winning by 3 goals. You know, obviously now, you know, we're in the second game, and it's looking good so far for UMD.
Yeah, they still have a long way to go, and Sag still has plenty of opportunities. Charm going to make that save, not just going to let Miles air dribble it in. Spice now trying to get back possession here. Ooh, okay. We're getting ourselves into some strange territory here. The back pass to recover instead. Sending it over to Charm is going to come off the backboard. No follow-up going to be possible, though, but Misty, big aerial to prevent that clear, keeping it on blue side, but just not able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, that was a absolutely beautiful clear. Now they have the advantage. Little too high. See what Miles can do with this. I'm actually excited to see. Is that going to go in? Oh no! The own goal.
No.
That's unfortunate. That's not what you want to see. I don't know if it was going in either way, but yeah, no. Spice definitely put that in for him.
That's unfortunate. Spice was just trying to be there to block that redirect and send it back out towards center field, and just the angle wasn't quite correct, and it ended up bouncing the goal in as well. They still have a point worth of lead, but they have to hold on to that for a whole minute or they have to make some scores happen. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Sag knows that they need to get aggressive to finish this off. That might be enough, but if they get too aggressive, they may just give the point over to UMDRL, and once they're up 3-1 in this situation with this much time, the game is functionally over.
All right, I mean, they're playing smart. They're, you know, wasting a little bit of time. They're, you know, just trying to contest it as the best they could. Little bumps coming out. They just, I mean, if Sag wants to win this, they need to control it and get a little bit of an advantage, but it looks like 3-1. The game's going to virtually be over at this rate unless we see kickoffs, which I haven't seen in a little bit. I would be down to see some kickoff goals. I really would. But
If
18
there was
seconds.
time for it, it's now.
Yeah, exactly. Right now is probably the best time for it.
Let's see what happens. Nope, it's going for a pretty standard kickoff. Ball's up way high. Misty taking it off of the wall there, but Spice is right there to contest.
Yeah, and that was a great contest. When they get it to about 3 seconds, it's gonna be really. Yep, they're gonna close out the game right here, and it's gonna be tied 1-1.
Yeah, going to 1-1. So UMDRL, you know, it didn't take too long. Charm, you know, they brought in a sub, they brought in a separate player. It definitely took UMDRL a little bit to acclimate to the change in playstyle, but already by this next set, UMDRL back to looking like they're in the driver's seat here. Sag is going to have to find some kind of way to break that. I will say though, Sag not letting Spice and Miles get away with some of the mind gamesy stuff that they were pulling off in some previous sets. Not letting Spice pull that slow dribble into the goal. Definitely keeping the tactical game in check and not getting mixed up, but the fundamentals just aren't quite there. And it looks like we may have a change of colors here. It looks like Sag is now on blue and UMDRL is on orange.
Yeah, and it was a beautiful save. Also noted, Charm switched back to, or I'm not sure back, but he switched to the Octane. So we'll see how that affects his playstyle.
There have been a lot of car changes. I do have to wonder if perhaps that could be part of the problem. If perhaps Sag is just focusing a little bit too much on changing things up too frequently, changing up, the car they're driving, things like that, and just not attributing the set losses to, okay, we just need to clean up this aspect of our game. We need to clean up that aspect of our game.
Yeah, and honestly, you're not wrong. That might be, a factor to why they have been, losing, or got the bracket reset. But one thing is that they really just need to benefit, and they just need to benefit from their play style, and that's going to be a lob in from Spice. Beautiful goal. But I mean, if you're Sag at this point, I would honestly just kind of slow it down and go back to that point where you are, doing what Cal did before he left, and just, control the ball, do little plays, nothing too serious, but just like little plays.
Right. Just little things to try to gain that extra bit of momentum, that extra bit of control over the ball, and find that angle to make the shot here. Miles waiting for the ball to come back out in position. Sends it over to blue side.
This is they're doing what I told them to. They're playing a little slower, doing a little, I wouldn't say like messing around, but they're just doing little plays. And look, the mind games from Miles. Looked like he was going for a bump, but instead just kind of let it fall, which was a beautiful play.
Miles with the mind game now with the slow drive in to make the goal.
Yeah, he looked like he was going straight for him. Just like going for him for the demo, and just ended up not. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna let it drop in.
Both players on UMDRL showing they can play that mind game. They can play that fake out really well. That was really close to being the goal that would have put Sag even further behind there, but they were able to save it.
Yeah, he's just gonna take his time again.
Charm's on the goal, ready to bring it back. Oh, that was a great angle off the wall, but no goal off of it. Charm now has control, looking for a shot on goal. Gets bumped though. Spice again, not afraid to just drive into someone. These teams in the bump play today.
Oh, and a beautiful save from Charm. That right there was a beautiful play, and it could have, almost sealed the deal. Being 3-0. It was a good play. They needed that save, and they did, and they brought it back. It looks like Miles is going to have the ball again. See what he can do with it.
Charm has been making some excellent goalkeeping here, too, and an excellent shot to put Sag on the board. Put it at the score up to 1-2 and keep them in striking range to at least tie the game up and take it to overtime if needed.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see an overtime. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a game 5. I really wouldn't. Because both of these teams are just, fighting back and forth, and they're both really, really good, and they're showing why that they are. And right there,
Oh
equal,
wow.
beautiful goal. Just a little tap, and it perfectly redirects it. He beats missed just a little bit.
I was just about to comment on how we haven't seen a goal right off a kickoff in a while, and how the teams just weren't going to let that happen in grand finals. And just like that, this is I'm thinking it. UMDRL immediately taking a goal like 5 seconds off the kickoff.
Maybe UMD is in your head.
They might be. I'm starting to think they might be in everyone's head at this point.
Yeah, and for being a team that kind of came out of here, I know that they were contenders in the winter, but that's definitely. This is a different game. This could be all kinds of different teams that you've never seen before, and they're showing that they can contend in the spring season too.
Absolutely. Spice going to be able to clear that out, send it way out, but not able to control. Misty just trying to bump and just do anything to disrupt Spice's control over the ball. And Charm now in position, maybe able to pass it forward. Not quite though. Miles just wrestling control out of the ball. Out of Charm's hands, and just
spoke too soon.
Right in.
Spoke too soon. It's 1-4 now, 3-goal difference. These guys have just been proving me wrong all day. They really just have had it out for me. I don't know why. Maybe I played one of them in a game and they remember me, but they've had it out for me. Proven why, they belong here and why they should win, especially with a bracket reset.
Man, and Miles just took that like a bandit. Just out of nowhere, just snatched it up, dunked it in. Speaking of Miles now with the aerials, Charm going to disrupt that, send it way out. Misty now has a chance to send the goal towards our inside. Not quite going to be a shot. No follow-up there either. Maybe even a little bit of an overkick.
What a save. That was beautiful. I really thought that looked like it was going to lob in. I was scared for a second.
That was a frightening angle to have to deal with. Misty sending it out. Spice in position to make the save. Another shot attempt by Misty. Oh, not quite enough power on it though. Just wasn't a clean hit. Charm trying to save it, trying to follow it up. Misty in position again. So many close range shots there, but UMDRL just able to keep the goalkeeping flowing and just not give up that shot and then take it across the field and score another one.
That was crazy. That was a save that none of us thought would happen. And then they said, you know what, let's score out of it too, and took it all the way downfield. Miles scores.
With that much pressure, with the ball literally between your goalposts.
That's crazy.
Most people are thinking it's a done deal. It's over. UMDRL says, no, we can still do it. We can pull this ball out of the goal, and we can also make points.
That was a beautiful save. That's got to be one of the nicest saves we have seen all day. It was, back-to-back saves, and then they took it for a goal. It's just beautiful. It's good. It's good Rocket League.
Yeah, and they have run away with this game 3. This is definitely going to be going over to UMDRL. Just a matter of playing the rest of it out. Sad's trying to see if they can find another point, see if they can't figure out what they need to be doing in game 4. Charm able to put another point on the board at least. But this is definitely going to be going to this is dangerous now, because now UMDRL is going to be one game away.
They're going to be on match point off of a bracket reset too. So UMD is just trying to make history at this point.
They really are. They just ran this back so well. So well.
Yeah, and like you have been saying, they play a team just a little bit more, and they just get better and better and better against this team, and that's crazy.
Yeah, they're just playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, they're wild. They're playing brilliantly. And it's not just the factor of like, oh no, Sag isn't good. Sag is one of the best we have seen today, if not the best. But UMD is just taking advantage of their little mistakes and just taking them out.
Oh no, Sag is incredible. I mean, they're sitting on the winner's side of grand finals. You don't get to do that, or they made it to winner's side of grand finals. You don't get to do that if you're not incredible. They had to beat UMDRL once to get here. They took 2-0 on UMDRL the first set they played, winners finals. So like they have it. They have the option. I see Charm left the match, so I'm willing to bet.
Yes, Cal is coming back.
Car change.
Cal's coming back actually. They're subbing Cal back in.
Oh, they're subbing Cal back in. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and
Interesting.
I think that's good place. In my opinion, I think that's a smart decision, because we've seen Cal doing pretty good. Charm, don't get me wrong, very good player, but I want to see, you know, I want to see him back in here. I think Cal can do the work that they need.
Yeah, yeah, they really need Cal with the way that Cal's been sending some of those just absolutely wild angles to put shots into the goal. They're going to need that if they want to get an edge up of what UMDRL is doing right now.
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%. And Demo coming out, it's gonna leave you know, Spice in a good place. Oh, in a great play. All right, let's see what he can do here.
That contest was amazing. That was exactly what needed to happen because Spice was getting ready to set up something spicy, just didn't know what it was yet.
Yeah, definitely. And it's back to that, you know, back and forth, you know, play where I'm just wondering what we're gonna see. They need to pressure him here because this could have been a goal. Unless they change it right here, they might turn it into one. But that could have been a goal earlier if they challenged Miss. Miss was kind of just floating in the air with the ball. Should be a flick here, yep. And I don't, yep. Cal's just gonna show that he's a ones player. Oh, and he barely misses. Oh no.
Had the chance, had the route, you know, had an open goal, but just popped it a little bit too high.
Just a little bit.
Knew that there was going to be a chance for the defense there. Wanted to make sure that he could throw it off as much as possible. Miles now a little bit too low to keep control of that. Spice, though, on the ground with the redirect, able to send it back out towards Orange. Cal sending it back.
Looked like there was a little bit of miscommunication with who was getting the boost between Miles and Spice, and it looked like from that they actually scored, and you can just see that they were a little bit out of position in really awkward places, and that, you know, ended up giving them a bad play and just a bad you know, area where they were at.
And Sag now back on the board, now, you know, finding themselves back in the lead for the first time in a while for this set. Can they take that momentum, though, and close out this game? That is the question. They got 3 minutes to go, and they're likely going to need a few more points to make that happen. Big demo. Spice gets it clear, but it's going to have to go respawn.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to. They want to take it to a game 5, and I wouldn't hate a game 5, especially with, you know, what's at stake between these teams, and both of these teams being this good, and, you know, also getting a bracket reset. It looks they're in a pretty, you know, risky space right now. We just need to see what they do with it. Should pop up. Should be Spice's ball. 1-1 with 2:44 left.
It's able to just float up there, catch the angle, and then just flick it right in, evening the game up. I do, like, I feel like there's a little bit, UMDRL has been a little bit more passive towards the start of this game, maybe just trying to make sure that they still have an understanding of what Sag Esports wants to do with Cal on the field. But it didn't take long, and it feels like they're already starting to ramp up. But Sag playing really well right now too. Misty trying to make something happen here. They may have a chance. UMDRL, another one.
All right, that's gonna be UMD's lead right there, and that's not good.
Misty trying to fake out there on the dribble, and just wasn't enough. Miles just took that extra time that was there from that pop, put it on a 180 and just shot it in.
And that's
off the kickoff.
I don't know what that was. Miss just looked stunned and just stayed there, and that's gonna be a 2-lead game point. Yeah, Miss just that was one of those kickoff goals we've been talking about all day.
That's the danger of going for the corner boost right off the start. You are not in position for that goal. If that ball gets rocketed towards your goal off the kickoff, you are not in position to stop it. And that is not the kind of goal you want to be giving up here when you are in danger of losing the final set you can afford to lose for grand finals. Spice really going after this ball. There's a lot of flipping. Demo out of the air.
He was trying to go for a musty. Ended up not really getting a good hit on the ball, but then demoed. I guess that's one way to get a demo, right?
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, if you miss the first thing you're going for, find whatever value you can. If that's a demo, take it. Big shot.
This might be another goal.
Yeah.
They're just trying to close the game out. They're trying to close this bracket reset out, and they're trying to just, you know, show, you know, who they are and what they can do.
Sag still has a chance here, but they're going to need to pop off for the rest of this match and the rest of this set if they want to bring this back. We need to start seeing some of those crazy angles Cal was hitting, some of that over-the-top aerial goal play. But UMDRL just very rarely giving up the chance to even go for it.
Yeah, definitely. And this might, never mind, they little to the left. That should be a
chance.
goal.
Cal got it.
Good. See, that they turned something that could have been bad with, you know, hitting it a little to the left and then posting the ball. They turned it into a good goal. And now they're only down by 2. And this is a good place for them to be if they want to come back and still have a chance and try and take it to game 5.
Yep, this is a very reasonable spot to try to make a comeback from. They absolutely have the ability to make this happen. Misty now trying to retrieve the ball from orange corner. The goal save from Cal, though. UMDRL out for blood right now, but Cal ready with that save.
Yeah, and Cal just isn't, he isn't for it. This might be another goal right here. UMD's out for blood. They want it. They want it.
Miles made that shot bouncing off the hood of his car.
Yeah. Hey, whatever works, we take those. We take
what a
those.
Shot.
We take those. I don't know what you're talking about. We take them.
I don't have words for that. That was
gorgeous.
That was unusual. That was unusual. But hey, if unusual gets the ball in, it gets the ball in. At the end of the day, that's what matters.
Got to be unpredictable. You really do, especially in, you know, grand finals when you're fighting for a spring summit spot. This is gonna be it. You're gonna have to be different. Really, is what it comes down to. Different in what are you gonna do to, you know,
feeling
again? Oh, that would have been gorgeous. But you just, like I said, different. There you go. They're being different again. That's why you saw Stinky go so far, because, you know, they were honestly, I don't know, he's free jumping him, but that's why you saw Stinky go so far, because they were doing, you know, all kinds of stuff.
That pre-jump setup, like, again, just the reads this team has. Like, I feel like we have seen teams definitely more mechanically apt than what UMDRL is putting out right now. I would even argue that Sag, through most of the bracket, has shown that they're a little bit more mechanically adept than what UMDRL is able to put out throughout the bracket. But UMDRL is just showing an understanding of the flow of the game, an understanding of where players want to put the ball. And as I say it, Spice drives another one in.
Yeah, I think they closed the game out. I want to say that we've seen a lot today, but 5 goals in 34 seconds, I don't think so.
You know, I wouldn't hate to see it happen, though. It would sure be some exciting Rocket League.
Neither would I. I would not. But this right here, maybe... Aw, dang, I was about to say maybe another one. Hopefully we get another, you know, double-digit game. We've gotten a few of those today.
Yeah, looking real close to it there. Spice almost throwing another one in. Miles almost with the redirect as well, but now Sag has control of the ball. Cal trying to make something happen, not going to quite get it in off the pop. Misty in position to try to keep it in play here.
Absolutely beautiful play from UMD. Coming from, you know, losing in the winners finals and then coming back, bracket resetting, absolutely gorgeous play from UMD.
That was a crazy good run. You know, got dropped out of winners finals, sent to losers finals, managed to stay alive there, and then came back in dominant fashion. They got 0-2 in winners finals. They came back, took 6 sets, and only gave up 1.
That's crazy to think about. A bracket reset, first in DEL Rocket League history, and I'm excited. This is sweet. This is sweet.
I cannot wait to see them at Spring Summit. That's gonna be wild. And the way they were playing, I wouldn't hesitate to even say they may just be the favorite to take Spring Summit. Just the way that they were maneuvering and the way that they just had a control on the pace of the game was outstanding.
Beautiful. It was a great place. It really was, to be honest with you. And I enjoyed it every second. Today was great. Today was one of those, you know, tournaments that you saw a bunch of stuff that you really didn't think you'd see. And I'm excited. I'm really excited to see Spring Summit. A few weeks away. I'm down. I'm ready.
Yeah, and that is that's the last we have for DEL until Spring Summit. So that'll be, you know, if you want to see more of this, you will see the very best teams play at Spring Summit May 14th through 16th. But for today, that is all we have. So I want to send a huge thanks out again to our sponsors, DEL is presented by Events DC. You can catch them at the command ! Events DC in the chat or at eventsdc.com, and by the DC Department of Parks and Recreation, which you can check out at dpr.dc.gov. But that is all for us. And don't forget, next week we will be here for Smash as well. It'll be the last week of DEL Smash Brothers. So don't miss that as well. We're going to have some great competition. But until then, that's all we have. So we will see you next time.